Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar.
Vamos a bailar.
Sandunguera,
Eso.
guarachera, vamos a bailar.
Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está. Escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar.
Sandunguera,
Sandunguera,
guarachera, vamos a bailar.
vamos a bailar.
Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar.
Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo que te voy a dar.
Sandunguera,
Sandunguera,
guarachera, vamos a bailar.
vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera,
Guarachera, vamos a bailar.
ay, Sandunguera linda, vamos a bailar tú y yo. Ay, qué sabroso.
Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar.
Vamos a gozar.
Muévete, sandunguera, vamos a guarachar.
Ay, repítelo.
Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar.
Ay, vamos a guarachar,
Muévete,
mamá.
sandunguera, vamos a guarachar.
Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar.
Vamos a gozar,
Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami.
vamos a guarachar.
Ahora estamos tú y yo en la pista.
Vamos a gozar,
Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó.
vamos a guarachar.
Muévete bien, chiquita.
Vamos a gozar,
Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita.
vamos a guarachar.
Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora.
Vamos a gozar,
Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora.
vamos a
Ay,
guarachar.
camina con el mambo ahí.
Vamos a gozar,
Si mamá guerrera, oye, Lola.
vamos a guarachar.
Vamos a guarachar, vamos a bailar.
Vamos a gozar,
Ay, qué rico está, qué rico.
vamos a guarachar.
Sí, sabroso, qué rico está.
Vamos a gozar, sandunguera,
Sandunguera,
guarachera, vamos a bailar.
muévete, mami.
Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar.
Sabroso.
Hey, what up? Almost ready. How we doing, folks? Release the files. Hold up, hold up. Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? All right, let's get started. Welcome, everybody. Another wonderful Wednesday. Might have some cool announcements to do later on in the stream. Not sure about that 100% yet, but we'll see about it. Hope you guys are doing well. Let's see if we have any housekeeping top of my mind. None that I can think about currently. Hope you guys had a wonderful night, wonderful Tuesday night. Quick question. Why haven't they released the Epstein files yet? And why is it that the Republicans are trying to hold up the Epstein files? Really makes you think, doesn't it? Over 50 people shot in Chicago on Labor Day weekend, and commie Pisco equals silent. I mean, what do you want me to say? Yes. Crime happens in cities? Yes. People got shot in Chicago. People, I'm sure, got shot in many different cities across the country. What point do you think that this is making? Maybe you could come on stream and we can discuss the point you think you're making and how it, in your mind, contradicts anything I said. It's the people who, like, point to crime for authoritarianism, there's always going to be some pretext for authoritarianism. The authoritarian will always say, oh, terrorism, right? That's what they said in the Bush neocon era. Terrorism, terrorism, terrorism. Get rid of your rights because of Al-Qaeda. And so these people will believe anything. Whenever the government rolls out a pretext, they'll give up their rights. Because they don't really see the government in the same way that you and I do. They're bootlicking shills, and so they'll just believe the government. And so if there's a pretext, they'll just be like, oh, crime, therefore I have no rights. They don't really care about rights. They just care about power. They love power. They believe the government. Yeah, and the same thing for gun control, right? Like, if you were to say, well, look at all the people getting killed by guns. So we should have an authoritarian state. We should take your guns. No more gun ownership from private individuals at all. Suddenly then you'll understand. Oh, maybe our rights matter for guns. So yeah. And then you have these people like bring up random things. Like, what's your take on surveillance cameras in public spaces? Yeah, I mean, there's not the same interest in terms of intrusions into someone's reasonable expectation of privacy under the Constitution. Certainly not into their home. Those aren't considered searches or seizures under the Constitution. So, I don't have as big of a problem with public cameras, as long as it's not like in a bathroom or something. But I'm fine with like having cameras in subways, that kind of thing. Just a very different issue than what we're talking about. What we're talking about are like, and you'll notice, by the way, the deflection onto like separate things. Instead of talking about authoritarianism vis-a-vis military deployments, now we're talking about like cameras and like, oh, they try to catch you on some consistency trap when you're totally consistent. Yeah, I care about the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment doesn't extend as far as, just being in public and people watching what you do or even recording what you do. It doesn't extend as far as that. Those aren't considered searches or seizures under the Fourth Amendment, and probably should not be, right? It's doing no more, no less than what like a cop could do just sitting on a subway seat or something, or just being in public. So no inconsistency whatsoever. There are things you can do to improve public safety. What we're talking about is a military deployment. Just because I'm against a military deployment in the current context doesn't mean that I'm against all things related to public safety. It's the straw man. And this would be a really easy to suss out if you just came in a voice call and tried to, through voice, right, address what you think the inconsistency is. Address what you think the inconsistency is. There's an invasion of privacy, normalized constant monitoring that could be misused for authority. No, so potentially any technology can be misused for authoritarian control or discrimination. What we're talking about is not just that there's a potential for authoritarianism, it's that the thing itself, right, violates some power, express power that belongs to some other branch or to some other sovereign, like the states, or violates some right, The thing itself, right? You wouldn't just say, well, getting a warrant is very burdensome, so might as well just why need to get a warrant to search someone's house? Well, no, the thing itself is the problem, not just its potential for abuse. Low IQ people don't understand that. And you're making the perfect be the enemy of the good. Well, just because other things could presumably be abused, that means that we can't ever say anything is too far. And that's the kind of rationale which we're going to talk about today, about the National Guard deployment, is as long as you have this pretext, here it's public safety, fighting crime, then there's nothing that is too far. And you kind of see it right there from Pennsylvester, right? So as long as you say the words deter violent crime, safety, public safety, there is literally nothing he won't justify. No intrusion too far or too great. And he just showed it to you there, right? By his questions. It's very clear. this crime rationale would presumably be a reason to violate your free speech rights, violate your rights to publicly assemble, violate your rights under the Fourth Amendment to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And he's saying, well, who can really say, right? Like, are you against public cameras? I said no, right? And I explained why I'm against I'm not against public cameras. I explain how it's different. But his whole goal here is to say, well, therefore, everything's on the table, right? If public cameras are on the table, that's the conclusion, this low IQ guy, right? Low IQ. Everything's on the table. Because you can't say shit about public cameras, therefore everything, okay? That there's no line you can draw. And that's silly. And I would be happy to explain it to some low IQ individual like this guy if he just came on Voice. This is literally the Committee of Public Safety. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? All right. So last we left off, we were taking a look at this Task Force 51 that was deployed to LA in the wake of some violence and protesting in LA. And we examined the factual record here by Judge Breyer on his assessment of posse comitatus. Posse comitatus is an act, right? The Posse Comitatus Act, which generally prevents the military from acting as civilian law enforcement. That act was passed, I think 100 plus years ago. I think they'll go through it in the history here. And we examined, under the factual findings of the court, certain actions that might be deemed law enforcement actions. Setting up perimeters, helping execute warrants, doing roadblocks, conducting searches. Under the federal, when you have federalized the National Guard, you're not supposed to do civilian law enforcement. This is perhaps something that the state National Guard could do when operating under state authorities, but not under the federal. And we also noticed the kind of rationales that the administration was pushing. Under their theory, it was enough of a federal interest to use the Marines or the military to do law enforcement, just to have a kind of mere presence to, let's make sure we're understanding the actual terms. This was part of Operation Excalibur. For visibility, right? For presence, to demonstrate a show of presence, even when there was no risk whatsoever. That mere presence is enough to, the desire to have a federal presence, even when there's no risk whatsoever, right? No risk. No federal installation, no federal agents in a place. On Father's Day, it's enough of a federal interest to have a visible presence as a kind of signaling for the general public. That's enough of a hook. And that it's enough of a hook as long as there's one federal employee somewhere. You can basically send the military to do whatever you want alongside that federal employee for the ostensible purpose of protection, even if there's no risk. Even if there's no risk. So even if there's no risk, even if there's no threat, accompaniment and shows of force, those are enough. And that really gets to my broader point, which is there's no limiting principle here. That if this is enough for you to deploy the military, then there is not even like a hypothetical posse comitatus that I could construct that wouldn't be trivially easy for the federal government to justify. You can ride alongside any federal law enforcement, and it would be a posse comitatus. but the government would be unable to, or sorry, the federal government would still be able to do it because they could just construct some rationale that would justify it. And yeah, I don't think that there's any good response here as to what the limiting principle is if these rationales offered by the Trump administration are to be taken seriously. Again, we're just taking what the Trump administration is saying at face value, which, always a danger in that. That was the factual determinations. Let's now go to the legal analysis, the conclusions of law from Judge Breyer. I think this is Breyer's brother or cousin or something. And after that, we'll take a look at the Fifth Circuit's opinion on Alien Enemies Act, a little update there, where the Fifth Circuit found that Trump's deportations, are illegal. The Fifth Circuit found this under the Alien Enemies Act, that they're not allowed to do it, and that it was breaking the law to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelan citizens. The most conservative, unhinged circuit in the whole country found that. So let's begin here, though, with the National Guard. And also, by the way, possibly some bigger announcements today that I'll give as soon as I get word on something. The court begins with a discussion of the historical context in which the Posse Comitatus Act was passed. Then the court addresses two defendants' threshold arguments, their challenges to plaintiff standing and their contention that the Posse Comitatus Act does not apply to the National Guard troops federalized under 10 U.S.C. 12406. So another argument, right? These are arguments about whether the courts are allowed to review these things, threshold arguments, very typical now of the Trump administration to, at every opportunity, say, you can't review this for XYZ reason. They're always claiming that this is like unreviewable. And now they're even claiming the National Guard, when federalized, aren't subject to the Posse Comitatus Act, even though they're part of the military when they're acting under federal orders. Finally, the court considers the propriety of the injunction, ultra-virus relief. Before turning to the history and the parties' arguments, some observations are in order. First, it is emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is. Marbury versus Madison. Without question, this principle applies to cases like this one, where the executive is accused of overstepping bounds set out by the legislature. If the president claims authority to act, but in fact exercises a mere individual will and authority without law, the courts may say so, citing Trump versus United States. Especially where the foundation of our constitutional system is at issue, the judiciary has a responsibility to decide cases properly before it, even those it would gladly avoid. Citing Scalia's dissenting opinion in Morrison v. Olson, quote, the allocation of power among Congress, the president, and the courts in such fashion as to preserve the equilibrium the Constitution sought to establish, so that a gradual concentration of the several powers in the same department can effectively be resisted. Citing Madison and the Federalist. Second, though courts have not yet squarely faced the issue of a president using the military domestically in violation of federal law, the Supreme Court has clarified that the courts are not powerless to stop such executive overreach. So this is generally dealing with the notion. Why are these paragraphs here? It's to defend the notion the courts are even resolving these questions. We constantly have to almost reassert first principles that the courts are empowered to say what the law is. We constantly have to reassert Marbury versus Madison and why it makes sense for the courts to resolve legal issues that are before them. So this is justifying the fact that this opinion is written at all. The justification that the court is acting in this space at all. And unfortunately, it feels like in every opinion dealing with the Trump administration, we have to reassert this. I saw someone sort of talking on Ezra Klein's show. It's one of the constitutional scholars from Strict Scrutiny. I forget her name. Basically suggests that the Supreme Court would not have issued, these rules about firing individuals on the shadow docket if it were like Biden trying to fire all ICE members in one stroke, or fire all members of CBP in one stroke. And I totally agree with that. I don't think there's any chance, any shot that this Supreme Court, given the personnel, would treat Biden, if he tried to fire and gut ICE or CBP without an act of Congress, they would give him the kind of deference that the Supreme Court is giving Trump. And that's all a way of saying it seems like the court, both the Supreme Court and the lower federal courts, are conscious of the fact that Trump is, in some cases, not listening to the court's orders, and that there's an existential threat to the country from falling into autocracy. You can kind of detect a level of this anxiety in the lower court's opinions. Constantly reciting Marbury versus Madison, constantly saying the president is not above the law, that this is like a solemn obligation of the courts. So just a way of, I think, gauging where the court's heads are at. And I want to, again, emphasize that the lower federal courts, I think, by and large, are doing their job. And it's really the Supreme Court of the United States that is paving the way for Trump's authoritarianism. I've thought that at the start of this term, and even now, or especially now, where through the shadow docket, the Supreme Court is largely co-signing on bullshit pretenses Trump's efforts here. And by co-signing, I mean oftentimes not directly addressing the legality of what he's doing, but simply sort of saying the courts can't review it for this or that reason. Oh, you have to bring it through habeas. Oh, this is a political question. Oh, no more universal injunctions. So we're taking the opportunity right now to reassess whether we can give these kinds of injunctions. So it's a bad place. The Supreme Court, in my opinion, has very little credibility in terms of the consistency of their rulings, the majorities here. Doesn't mean that it doesn't matter as an institution, doesn't mean that we shouldn't care to maintain it and fix it, and that even now that it doesn't provide some check to the presidency, I think it does. But in terms of the analytical consistency of their rulings, their reasoning, it is shabby, shockingly shabby. Second, though courts have not yet squarely faced this issue, the Supreme Court has clarified that courts are not powerless to stop executive overreach. After the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., did you know, by the way, I just learned that Martin Luther King Jr., that he had his name changed and that he wasn't born Martin Luther King. He was born, hang on, let me get it. He was born Michael King Jr. Isn't that, I have no idea about that. Pretty wild. President Johnson ordered the federal troops to assist local authorities with domestic surveillance pursuant to the Insurrection Act, Laird v. Tatum. A group of citizens concerned about this surveillance brought a class action seeking declaratory and injunctive relief. The court found that the plaintiffs had not alleged injury in fact and therefore lacked standing, rejecting the plaintiffs' argument under the First Amendment as the government surveillance chilled their speech. Though the court could have ended there, it did not, and went on to explain, quote, "The concerns of the executive and legislative branches in response to the disclosure of the Army surveillance activities, and indeed the claims alleged in the complaint, reflect the traditional and strong resistance of Americans to any military intrusion in civilian affairs. That tradition has deep roots in our history." This is what I was saying the other day, right? And found early expression, for example, in the Third Amendment's explicit prohibition against quartering soldiers in private homes without consent, and in the constitutional provisions for civilian control of the military. Those prohibitions are not directly presented by this case, but their philosophical underpinnings explain our traditional insistence on limitations on military operations in peacetime. Indeed, when presented with claims of judicially cognizable injury resulting from military intrusion into the civilian sector, federal courts are fully empowered to consider claims of those asserting such injury. There is nothing in our nation's history or in this court's decided cases indicating our holding today that can properly be seen as giving any indication that actual or threatened injury by reason of unlawful activities of the military would go unnoticed or unremedied. The Supreme Court thus emphatically rejected the notion that the federal courts lack authority to respond to the president's unlawful domestic use of the military. History of the Posse Comitatus Act. In 1878, Congress passed the Posse Comitatus Act. This is post Civil War, post Reconstruction, which, as amended, states that, quote, whoever, except in cases and under circumstances expressly authorized by by the Constitution or acts of Congress, willfully uses any part of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or the Space Force, as amended, right? This is as amended, as a posse comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. To fully grasp the Posse Comitatus Act and its role in our constitutional system of government requires a historical perspective. The presence and role of British troops in the colonies gave rise to some of the first American criticisms of the domestic use of military troops in peacetime. For instance, British troops were stationed in Boston as a force of uniformed peacekeepers or policemen. Public resentment of the use of these troops in such a manner sparked the Boston Massacre, which led in turn to further heightened resentment. Indeed, resentment of Britain's use of military troops as a police force was manifested in the Declaration of Independence, where one of the American colonists' grievances was that the king had affected to render the military independent and superior to the civil power. Citing the Declaration of Independence, let's follow this footnote. Other grievances related to Britain's use of troops in the colonies were that the king had, quote, kept among us, in times of peace, standing armies without the consent of our legislatures, and quartered large bodies of armed troops among us. Concerns about the domestic role of the military persisted into the drafting and ratification of the Constitution. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Guys, it is really funny when you do this to me. It's like a funny little joke, little play on words when you send me memberships. And I do appreciate you guys' support all the time. Please, if you don't mind, sub to the channel. It's completely free. Like the stream. It's completely free. But yeah, very much appreciate your support. Concerns about the domestic role of the military persisted, and they came into tension with the pragmatic realities surrounding the founding of a new nation. On the one hand, many of the founders recognized the dangers imposed by a centralized military force, and some advocated for a significant, if not total, reliance on militias rather than federal troops. Citing a debate in the state conventions on the adoption of the federal constitution, these are the states arguing about whether to adopt the federal constitution. Remember, it's the Constitution starts with what words? We, the people. Thank you so much for the memberships. Really appreciate you. Valerie. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Thank you, Valerie. Constitution starts, we the people of the United States. It's an act that states ratified. It was an undertaking, almost like a verb, right? And so the various different states, the states that pre-existed the existence of the federal government under the Constitution, states that don't owe their creation, don't owe their existence to the Constitution, in these different halls, there were debates about whether to ratify the Constitution. If you remember the Federalist, do you guys know how the Federalist starts? Who knows? Who knows? Or I'm sorry, I should be careful. The Federalist, to whom the Federalist is addressed. Federalist Papers. Who are they addressed to? Anyone know that? To the people of New York to adopt the federal Constitution. They were published in New York newspapers to urge New York to adopt the federal Constitution that was being bandied about. And so this is one of these debates, quoting Edmund Randolph, with respect to the standing army, I believe there was not a member in the Federal Convention who did not feel indignation at such an institution. On the other hand, some founders recognized that a standing army would be necessary to the security of the United States. From Alexander Hamilton, arguing in favor of a standing army as a security force against Britain, Spain, and indigenous nations. Madison, quote, "A standing force, therefore, is dangerous at the same time that it may be a necessary provision." The structure of the Constitution reflects these debates. The Constitution granted to the federal government significant authority over the military, but it split that authority between the executive and the legislature. The Constitution provided that the president shall be the commander-in-chief of the Army and the Navy of the United States and of the militias when called into the actual service of the United States. But the Constitution gave to Congress, not the president, the bulk of the federal authority over the military, including the power to, quote, "declare war," to raise and support armies, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrection, and rebel invasions, and to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States. Alexander Hamilton explained, quote, "The whole power of the raising armies was lodged in the legislature, not in the executive. And this legislature was to be a popular body consisting of the representatives of the people periodically elected." Focusing in on the militia clause's language permitting Congress to, quote, "provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union," language that evokes the principles at issue in the Posse Comitatus Act, reveals uncertainty in the nation's early years regarding whether and how the federal military, including the federalized militia, could engage in federal law enforcement. To start, the language was a subject of some debate during the ratification process for the Constitution. Patrick Henry, for example, worried that Congress would regularly use this provision to enforce federal law. George Nicholas, a member of the Virginia House of Delegates, responded that Congress's power to call forth the militia to execute the laws would be exercised, quote, "only if found absolutely necessary." James Madison, the overall framer of the Constitution, explained that the use of the militia for this purpose would never be put in practice, where civil authorities were able to execute the laws on their own. Hamilton, too, specifically rejected the idea that the militia clause would permit the militia to serve as a posse comitatus to enforce domestic law unless necessary. In response to criticisms that the Constitution provided no authority for the federal government to call out a posse comitatus to enforce the laws, Hamilton explained that Congress's right to pass all laws, quote, "necessary and proper" to execute its declared powers would necessarily include that of requiring the assistance of the citizens to the officers who may be entrusted with the execution of those laws. He went on to explain why the militia could not serve as a posse comitatus, it being therefore evident that the supposition of a want of power to require the aid of the posse comitatus is entirely destitute of color. It will follow that the conclusion which has been drawn from, in its application to the federal government over the militia, is as uncandid as it is illogical. The founders thus coalesced around a narrow interpretation of the militia clause, one which granted power to Congress, not the president. Almost exactly 100 years after the original 13 states ratified the Constitution, Congress passed the Posse Comitatus Act. The historical context of Reconstruction is as important to interpreting the act as the constitutional framework described above. Remember, right? Like, this is post-Reconstruction. What were they doing during Reconstruction with the military? Does anyone have a historical understanding here? What was the military doing in the South during Reconstruction? See how I'm going to take a sip and you guys can put in your ideas. That some people were upset about before we even read this. Well, one thing, right? Enforcing civil rights of governing. Yeah, governing. Great. Great answers, right? They were, the state governments, right, were basically supplanted by military governors from the federal government. They were enforcing federal law. Like, the military was like appointing governments. They had like military tribunals in the South. They were there to force the southern states to abide by federal policies. So that's the backdrop of 1878. You have about a dozen years of, probably less, more like a decade worth of Reconstruction until the election of 1876. And where the military has a big role there, a big role in enforcing the laws. That's the backdrop of Posse Comitatus. But let's see what Breyer says. In the aftermath of the Civil War, federal troops remained stationed in southern states and continued to enforce the federal law. This included federal voting law and the Reconstruction Amendments. Federal troops were stationed near polling places to ensure that newly enfranchised former slaves could vote. When the election came in with President Hayes, a Republican from Ohio, winning by a slim margin, and in dubious circumstances, this is the Hayes-Tilden election. The Hayes-Tilden election, where there was this alleged grand bargain to end Reconstruction in exchange for throwing Hayes the election. Following disputed wins in the 3 states where the federal troops were stationed, and it wasn't just those 3 states, there was also this issue of, I think it was Washington or Oregon. It was Washington or Oregon, where there was like one elector who had like a different role, and the governor argued that he was not allowed to be an elector and tried to, and this election was so close that it would have been decided off of one vote. So there was one elector from either Washington or Oregon, not just these 3 southern states as well. So it was a super fucky election. Southern Democrats sought to remove federal troops from their states. That was part of the goal from the southern states, to say, hey, we don't want these federal troops anymore. In May 1878, Representative William Kimmel of Maryland introduced the Posse Comitatus Act in the House of Representatives. He began his support by stating, quote, I have the deepest conviction that upon a proper adjustment of it depends the peace and, I fear, the liberties of the people. I confess that the more deeply I inquire into the steady growth of the standing army and the uses to which it has been applied, the stronger my conviction becomes that the highest patriotism demands the wisest precautionary measures. Kimmel went on to discuss the English, Roman, and early U.S. history, citing various founders in support of his position. He then turned to the concern that deploying the military domestically to execute the laws would enlarge the power of the executive. Governors, sheriffs, and other state and local officers, and the United States district attorneys, assistant marshals, collectors of revenue, and other revenue officers requested these generals, and these generals, at the request of these officers, precipitated these troops upon the people. If this may be done in one district, may it not be done in all the districts? If so, in the interest of the president demands, may he not use this power for his own purposes? May he not by this means subject every reluctant commander to the order of any political miscreant? He may choose to make an assistant collector of revenue until the whole army is under his control, and then provoke the resistance he seeks for the employment of force, and in the name of order substitute his will for the law. To be sure, Kimmel's high-minded principles were not Southern Democrats only, or even their primary motivation for passing the Posse Comitatus Act. The act was in many ways a referendum on whether black Americans would be able to vote in southern states. But whatever political motivations lay behind Congress's vote on the Posse Comitatus Act, the fact remains that the act was a response to systemic federal military involvement in domestic law enforcement. That's a historical backdrop on Posse Comitatus. With the background of the Posse Comitatus Act in mind, the court now turns to the question of plaintiffs standing to sue. And remember, the plaintiffs here are who? It's Gruesome, Newsom, so it's Gruesome plus California. And by the way, this is another way in which we support Newsom, is that he's pursuing this kind of litigation, not just his rhetoric. His rhetoric is good. His gerrymandering is good. So rhetoric, I think, is good. Gerrymandering legislation, good. Not exceptional. I think they should try to go for the 52-0, but that's just me. And then third, his legal challenges, I think, are good. So I really support a lot of what Gruesome Newsom is doing. And this is another example, I think, of challenging the Trump administration by engaging in litigation. The court turns to the plaintiff's standing to sue. Standing is an Article 3 justiciability requirement, which requires, again, another list of 3 things. An actual injury. Injury needs to be concrete and particularized. Wait, let me just back up. An injury, right, that is fairly traceable to the conduct of the defendant and that is redressable by the court. And this is because Article 3 of the Constitution gives the judicial power of the United States in cases or controversies. So another way of saying this is no, it's not exactly the same, but it's similar. No advisory opinions. No advisory opinions. And so that's what the inquiry here is for the standing analysis is, can we find an injury? Is that injury traceable to the conduct of the defendant? And is it redressable by the courts? And this is to ground the case or controversy requirement of Article 3 of the Constitution. Article 3 of the Constitution requires that a plaintiff have suffered an injury in fact, a concrete and immediate harm to a legally protected interest like property or money that is fairly traceable, right? That's 1, 2, to the challenged conduct and likely to be redressed by the lawsuit. This is redressability. Citing Biden versus Nebraska. This, by the way, is the student loan decision. So a big part of why this opinion, frankly, is bullshit is the student loan, the standing holding of the student loan case, where Mohila even though Mohila was not suing, Missouri or Nebraska, was able to stand in the shoes of like Mohila. Moreover, an injury in fact must be legally and judicially cognizable. The parties focus on whether California, rather than Gruesome Newsom, has standing to pursue this action against defendants. That is sufficient for Article 3 purposes. Defendants challenge 1, whether an injury exists and whether such an injury is cognizable. Plaintiffs identify 3 potential injuries: an injury to California's role in the federal system, a fiscal injury to the state economy, and an injury to the health and well-being of Californian citizens. The court considers 3 proposed injuries to determine whether considers these 3 proposed injuries to determine whether they are cognizable, redressable injuries. The first is the federal-state relational injury. States have an interest in securing observance of the terms under which they participate in the federal system. So states have standing when they believe that the federal government has intruded upon areas traditionally within states' control. Citing a bunch of cases. In this case, plaintiffs allege that the defendants have violated the Posse Comitatus Act and in doing so, infringed on California's police power. This police power, by the way, don't be confused, is the kind of general regulatory power of a state. Kind of the general legislative power. So it's not just powers related to the police, okay? The Congress is a legislature of limited powers. The states who don't owe their legislative authority to the federal Constitution, they're assumed to have general police power, general legislative authorities. The police power is the quintessential power that the Constitution reserves to the states. Now, you could say that the Constitution reserves it to the states. I would think a better way to distill it is the Constitution doesn't touch the pre-existing police power of the states. Citing U.S. v. Morrison, observing that the reservation of police power to the states is one of the few principles that has been consistent since the Constitution was adopted. Citing Gibbons v. Ogden, no direct general power over the objects over these objects, is granted to Congress, and consequently, they remain subject to state legislation. Because defendants' alleged violations of the Posse Comitatus Act include allegations that Task Force 51 troops have engaged in law enforcement traditionally, a domain traditionally within the state's control, California has suffered an injury that gives it standing to challenge those violations. Let's see this footnote here. The court earlier explained why defendants' use of 10 U.S.C. 12406 to federalize the California National Guard likely violated the 10th Amendment. That analysis is different from the analysis here, which is whether, even if the defendant's federalization of the National Guard was lawful, defendants separately injure California in an Article 3 sense by violating the Posse Comitatus Act. Thus, this analysis is not affected by the Ninth Circuit's review of the standalone 10th Amendment claim. So, this analysis that the court is undertaking here is saying, separate and apart from 10 U.S.C. 12406, Posse Comitatus inflicts potentially an Article 3 injury on the states. Next is the question whether California's injury is legally and judicially cognizable, that is, whether the dispute is traditionally thought to be capable of resolution through the judicial process. Defendants argue that there is no historical example of a litigant obtaining a prospective injunction requiring federal government compliance with a federal criminal statute, with the willfulness requirement that the executive branch is charged with enforcing. To the extent that this is a question of standing as opposed to a merits question about whether injunctive relief is appropriate or available, it implicates redressability. See footnote 9 here. Defendants get over their skis. And by the way, the defendants is the Trump administration, in proposing that the court parse this question more finely at the standing stage and ask now whether in a one-of-a-kind scenario, a specific remedy can be had against a specific party. That issue is better addressed after a thorough analysis of plaintiffs' claims when determining what remedy, if any, is appropriate. The court will address defendants' arguments about the propriety of injunctive relief at that point in this order. The approach is perfectly consistent with U.S. v. Texas, where the court found that a wholly novel form of relief was fundamentally at odds with well-established doctrines of prosecutorial and enforcement discretion and was not redressable as a matter of law. So we'll deal whether the injunctive remedy here is appropriate at a further point in the analysis. No one disputes that injunctive relief is available against the federal government and its agencies, and an injunction preventing Task Force 51 troops from engaging in law enforcement activities traditionally reserved to the states is likely to redress some of the harms discussed above. Thus, for purposes of establishing standing, plaintiffs have suffered a cognizable injury. Just alone on this kind of like state-federal balance, that there's an injury here, cognizable injury that's fairly redressable. State economy, states have a quasi-sovereign interest in the health and well-being of their residents. Plaintiffs assert that the state and its residents have suffered various forms of physical harm due to the defendant's alleged Posse Comitatus Act. So understand what's happening here. We're, again, going through the different potential injuries that the state of California has suffered. The first is how we've suffered is you've upset the state-federal balance in a way that diminishes our traditional power. And the court says, boom, injury. The second argument is this deployment of troops negatively affects our citizens' economic and physical well-beings. And now the court's going to say, is that an injury? Boom. As to the state's financial losses, plaintiffs explain that the presence of the National Guard in LA has increased state law enforcement expenses. The problem with this argument is that California's alleged fiscal injury, so separate the fiscal harm from the economic harm to the citizens, all right, is that California's alleged fiscal injury is not traceable to a Posse Comitatus Act violation, but to the National Guard's presence in LA in general. For instance, plaintiffs state that their largest expenditures in response to federal officers and troops' presence in LA came on June 9th, 10th, and 11th. But their first specific example of a Posse Comitatus Act violation occurred on June 12th, when Marines briefly detained a veteran at the Wilshire Federal Building. Because plaintiffs do not connect their increased expenditures to any Posse Comitatus Act violations, their fiscal harms do not give them standing. The same is true of the asserted economic harms to residents. ICE and Task Force 51's activities in LA have certainly sent economic shockwaves through Southern California, but it is not apparent on this factual record which of these economic harms are traceable to violations of Posse Comitatus, or even the presence of Task Force 51 troops. It instead appears as though ICE operations generally have caused most of the economic impact. Once again, the alleged economic harm is not traceable to the conduct being complained of, so it is not sufficient for standing purposes. So they're saying the reason that you're suffering these harms, aren't because of violations of posse comitatus, it's because of the deployment at all. So the fiscal and economic harms, those are related to the deployment and the ICE operations, not to the violations of posse comitatus. So the court is not saying that these harms wouldn't be concrete, immediate harms to California, just that in this case, you haven't done enough work to link it to the posse comitatus violations as opposed to the general deployment. Citizens' health and welfare. As explained above, states have a quasi-sovereign interest in the physical well-being of their residents too. At the same time, a state cannot assert an action purely on behalf of its citizens. The Supreme Court has declined to draw clear lines as to how large a population must be affected for a state's claim to be a quasi-sovereign claim and not a derivative claim. But it has instructed that one helpful indication to determine whether an alleged injury to the health and welfare of its citizens suffices to give the state standing to sue as a parens patriae is whether the injury is one that the state, if it could, would likely attempt to address through its sovereign lawmaking powers. So we're not addressing a summary, we're going through the opinion, the Northern District of California opinion here. So this is not a summary. So it's a parens patriae action, perhaps, if this is something that would be addressed through legislation. Plaintiffs claim that defendants' alleged violation of the Posse Comitatus Act have escalated tensions and sow chaos and fear daily throughout the Southern California. This purported injury is not merely derivative of California citizens' own potential claim. California as a state has an interest in ensuring that its citizens have a productive rather than a fearful relationship with law enforcement. To that end, California, like many states, has passed legislation regulating peace officers' use of force to achieve this end. That said, plaintiffs' generalized reference to tensions, chaos, and fear are intangible harms that are not concrete enough to establish Article 3 standing. The same goes for a few isolated references to the record to the deterrent effect of Task Force 51's presence in and around LA, as it is not clear who and what is being deterred. Accordingly, the court concludes that the plaintiffs have established standing for the injuries to federal-state relations, but not for their own economic injuries or for injuries to California residents' physical and economic health and welfare. So there's only one grounding for the standing here, and that is the injury to federal-state relations at issue here. This is the recent Breyer opinion. That's correct. The general welfare clause is probably one of the most abused phrases. By who? Certainly not by the courts. The general welfare clause is not cited in the opinions that often as some big ground to distinguish legal and illegal conduct. With plaintiff standing secure, one more preliminary question remains before addressing whether the defendants have violated posse comitatus. Recall that President Trump federalized the National Guard under 10 U.S.C. 12406, which provides the president can do so whenever the president is unable to execute the laws of the United States. Defendants argue that 12406 sub 3 is an exception to posse comitatus, so the act does not even apply to the federalized National Guard. The court now addresses that contention. To start, the court is unaware of any person, government lawyer, military or civilian official, court, or commentator who has made this argument other than defendants' lawyers in this case. The Department of Defense has not taken this position in its publication on posse comitatus. So the military has never taken the position that the National Guard is accepted from posse comitatus. Mr. Harrington, this is the guy from doing some of the instructions to Task Force 51, and Major General Sherman, both of whom have extensive experience in training in contexts that involve domestic military operation, explained that they understood the Posse Comitatus Act to apply to the National Guard troops that are federalized under 10 U.S.C. 12406. As Mr. Harrington put it, everyone knew that the Posse Comitatus Act applied. Defendants, however, advocate for this novel reading of 12406 sub 3 and Posse Comitatus that would represent a marked shift in the balance of power between the executive and the legislature. The impact of defendants' argument is largely due to the Ninth Circuit's reading of 12406 in its order staying this court's TRO. In that order, the Ninth Circuit held that the courts can review the president's invocation of 12406 only to determine if it has a colorable basis and if it is made in good faith. Sub 11. This standard purportedly, so you can tell that Breyer is very skeptical, purportedly comes from the Supreme Court's decision in Sterling. In Sterling, the court determined that the governor of Texas had acted lawfully when he restricted oil production across the state. Though the court found the government had acted in good faith, it did not set forth any actual test for evaluating executive discretion. Rather, it relied on earlier cases holding that the executive has inherent discretion by virtue of his role as commander-in-chief and his obligation to take care of the law be faithfully executed. Neither of those cases instructed courts to evaluate whether the executive had a colorable basis for his actions or whether he acted in good faith. Furthermore, as explained below, Martin Luther and Sterling's reliance on the commander-in-chief and take care clause conflicts with the Supreme Court's more recent interpretation of those clauses in Youngstown v. Sawyer. I agree with Breyer, and Breyer is basically saying that the Ninth Circuit is out to lunch. And I think on this issue, he's completely correct. The Ninth Circuit did not clarify these standards further. For example, it did not explain how a plaintiff could challenge or how a district court could evaluate, especially on an expedited basis in proceedings for preliminary injunctive relief, a presidential invocation of 12406 for lack of colorable basis or good faith, right? Like, how would you do this, right? If you're trying to... Hang on a second, just give me 1 second. If you're trying to get injunctive relief because an alleged deployment of the National Guard isn't done in good faith or doesn't have a colorable basis, how the hell would you do that? Nor does the Ninth Circuit suggest that courts are well positioned to evaluate whether the president acted in good faith rather than as a pretext for federalizing the National Guard. And this is another problem, right? If you're saying the president ought to have complete, utter discretion to determine whether an emergency is happening, why wouldn't the courts be empowered to determine everything else? Like, why is it a problem for the courts to determine whether we're in a rebellion or whether we can enforce the law? Why is that a problem? But it's not a problem to determine whether the president is acting in good faith. And remember, in Trump versus United States, this is precisely what the court told us not to do. For purposes of criminal immunity, don't look into whether the president is acting in good faith or in a pretextual manner. So I just think that the Ninth Circuit is out to lunch on this stuff. The Ninth Circuit also suggested that the president can invoke 12406 sub 3 if his ability to execute the federal laws has, quote, been significantly impeded, rather than the stricter statutory requirement that he be unable with the regular forces to execute the laws. Thus, under the Ninth Circuit's test, the president, and again, dripping with skepticism, and I think rightly so, the president could federalize the National Guard in any number of cases. The president, relying upon IRS data showing that a sizable percentage of corporations and individuals are using tax shelters to avoid paying taxes, could claim he is unable to execute the tax laws. I mean, he's now putting up a bunch of hypotheticals which make the Ninth Circuit's test look ridiculous, and I think that that's totally based. Incidentally, when Congress debated the Militia Act, the distinct predecessor, Representative Abraham Clark, posited in opposition to the law couldn't make it, so that if an old woman was to strike an excise officer with her broomstick, forsooth the military is to be called out to suppress an insurrection. For instance, the Ninth Circuit's test would likely enable the president to use federal law enforcement agents to stoke tensions and then use any resistance as justification to call forth the National Guard. As long as the president actually believed that the resistance significantly impeded his ability to execute federal law, it is hard to see how a court could find that he acted in bad faith. So this is super, like, biting of the Ninth Circuit opinion. I think with good reason. The president, relying upon EPA studies showing that a pollution in a river cannot definitively be traced back to a specific manufacturing plant, could claim that he is unable to execute the Clean Water Act. The president, relying upon health data showing that a number of individuals who present to hospitals with narcotic-related symptoms, could claim that he is unable to execute the federal drug laws. The president, relying upon anecdotes from state election officials that voting machines are glitching or that fraud exists, could claim that he is unable to execute the election laws. That particular hypothetical is especially telling of what Trump is literally trying to do. So if all of inability to execute the laws, if all that means is the president in good faith thinks that some aspect of federal law is being significantly impeded in some way, then presumably he could mobilize the federal National Guard for even the most trivial connection with like law and order. In each instance above, the president would have asserted a colorable good faith claim. Under the Ninth Circuit's test, that is all he would need to do in order to call the National Guard into federal service. And then, under defendants' urged interpretation of 12-4063, use those troops to execute domestic law. Though defendants initially did not disclose the implication of reading 12406 sub 3 as a grant of significant presidential discretion, those implications being defendants' current position that 12406 sub 3 is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, they have now fully fleshed out their views. In doing so, they make plain the consequence of the Ninth Circuit's highly deferential reading of the statute. Totally true. It is unclear from the defendant's brief and oral arguments whether they believe that 12406 sub 3 allows federalized National Guards to execute any laws, or just those that the president found that he could not enforce. The former interpretation is certainly extreme. Could the president, for instance, assert that he's unable to enforce obscure tax or drug laws and then use the federalized National Guard to execute election law? But the latter interpretation is equally flawed. Consider the context in which Congress passed the Posse Comitatus Act. There is little question that without the support of federal troops in the southern states, the voting laws that enfranchise newly freed black men would not be enforced. So in defendants' view, the federal government would have been authorized to invoke the predecessor statute and circumvent the Posse Comitatus Act. This reading would have rendered the Posse Comitatus Act effectively useless at the time it was passed. Courts should avoid statutory interpretation that leads to such absurd results. Basically, if you interpret the National Guard and Posse Comitatus laws the way that Trump wants you to do, what was the point of passing Posse Comitatus? What does it do? It does nothing. That was kind of my point with all these different hypotheticals, is to interpret Posse Comitatus the way the government is urging you to do, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't limit the federal government at all. That can't be like the correct reading. That we passed this law specifically to do a thing, but it has no real effect because all it would take to get around it is just say, like, oh, I believe that there's a federal law that is not in good faith being enforced. Right? You understand what I'm saying? We shouldn't interpret Posse Comitatus to like effectively do nothing. That's not a good reading. Citing Abraminski versus United States, rejecting interpretations that would render the statute utterly ineffectual. See U.S. v. Castleman, Congress presumably does not enact useless laws. See Scalia and Garner's book, Reading Law, the interpretation of legal text. The presumption against ineffectiveness ensures that a text's manifest purpose is furthered, not hindered. Right? We shouldn't interpret this law to do fucking nothing. Relatedly, Congress does not hide elephants, sweeping grant of authority to use the military for domestic law enforcement in mouse holes, one subsection of a procedural statute. The court will not take defendants' invitation to create a brand new exception to the Posse Comitatus Act that nullifies the act itself. It's so silly. This is where we're at. And the Ninth Circuit is complicit here with their bullshit on 12406 sub 3. They're totally complicit. It's such a preposterous ruling. Moreover, a close look at this recognized statutory exception to the Posse Comitatus Act counsels against rather than in favor of defendant's position. Many of these statutes apply only in very specific circumstances. See, for example, 16 U.S.C. Section 23, authorizing the Secretary of the Army to use troops to prevent trespassers and intruders in national park. Right, so other parts of the, other parts of the code authorize other parts of the code authorize like government interference in more narrow circumstances, right? You can use troops to protect national parks. You can use military to remove unlawfully present people on tribal lands. You can use the military for quarantines. Why would you need to do that? Why would you need to have these different specific provisions to Posse Comitatus, these exceptions, if you had this kind of like sweeping exception? Right? The fact that we have all these more limited statutory exceptions to Posse Comitatus implies that we don't have some humongous exception in this sub 3 of 12406. Does that make sense, folks? Pisco, can you remind us what the Ninth Circuit used to justify Trump's National Guard deployment? They basically said that using some precedent from SCOTUS, the courts have a very limited role in assessing some of the preconditions to federalizing the National Guard. There were a bunch of preconditions, right? Rebellion, invasion, and this inability to enforce the law. Those are the three preconditions under 12406. And the Ninth Circuit essentially said, we give a shit ton of deference. We only need to clear off one of them. I don't think they touched rebellion, and the government did not claim invasion. And so these preconditions, they basically said this inability one, that's why they're going to this sub 3, right? This 12406 sub 3. The sub 3 is the inability to enforce the federal law. And what Breyer, I think, is rightly criticizing the Ninth Circuit for is like, look at all of these like different hypotheticals. But remember, what Ninth Circuit was interpreting was whether it was lawful under 12406, not whether it was lawful under posse comitatus. So under 12406, the Ninth Circuit, and again, right now they're considering whether the whole Ninth Circuit is going to reassess that decision. So the Ninth Circuit said under 12406, we kind of have this very high discretion for sub 3. And now what Trump is arguing is, this high discretion for sub 3 to see if it's lawful under 12406 also provides an exception to posse comitatus. And that's why he's saying we should not read, Congress doesn't hide elephants in mouse holes. If Congress wanted to do this sweeping exception to posse comitatus, they wouldn't hide it in this like sub 3 of the procedural preconditions for deployment in 12406. And so Breyer is specifically fighting back against the notion that there's this sweeping exception to posse comitatus hidden in this sub 3 precondition of 12406. And along the way, Breyer is kind of like elbowing the Ninth Circuit. Does that make a little bit more sense? And so the first argument is like, this would make the law absolutely useless. If we read in this big exception would swallow the entire law, and the entire law would be like meaningless. That's why they're citing all of this, like the canons of construction, where you're not supposed to read laws to be useless. Number two textual argument is, if this was a wide exception, not only would it swallow the law itself, but it would swallow all of the other exceptions. You get that? So the first argument is the exception would swallow the whole law and make it useless. The exception would swallow all the other known exceptions, because why would you need to write out all of these exceptions, to quarantine, to Indian tribe stuff, to protecting national parks? Why would you write all this stuff if Congress intended to have this like sweeping thing that would like necessarily capture all of these other exceptions? It's a textual argument. You get me? Let me know if you're following. Yeah. These exceptions are narrow. Unlike defendants' proposed exception, they do not undermine the whole act, right? Like the whole act isn't undermined by saying, okay, you can use the military to enforce a quarantine, or you can use the military to defend against trespassers on national parks. You can use the military to protect against Indian tribe trespasses too, right? So the fact that we have all these narrow exceptions implies that we don't have this like very, very, very super broad exception. And certainly that it wasn't like hidden in these preconditions in the mobilization component of the National Guard statutes. Nor does the Insurrection Act support defendant's position here. To be sure, the Insurrection Act is a recognized exception to posse comitatus. True. Yet the Insurrection Act, which provides 3 avenues for the president to deploy the National Guard, imposes meaningful guardrails. The president can invoke the Insurrection Act only if the state legislature or governor so requests it. 2, he determines that unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States make it impracticable to enforce the laws of the United States in any state by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings. Or 3, he determines that any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy so hinders the execution of the laws of the state and of the United States within the state that any part or class of its people is deprived of a right, privilege, immunity, or protection named in the Constitution and secured by law, and that, quote, the constituted authorities of that state are unable, fail, or refuse to protect that right, privilege, or immunity, or to give protection to the state's citizens. So there are some preconditions in the Insurrection Act itself, which would limit it as an exception to posse comitatus. Basically, the overall point here is one that makes sense. Why would we have these like very narrow statutes, these like little carved exceptions to posse comitatus delicately, if all we wanted to do is say, the president can do whatever he wants with national emergencies? And there's a question in the YouTube chat, why isn't emergency precisely defined? Part of the reason that emergency isn't precisely defined is because that's a little dangerous, right? The whole point of an emergency is sometimes like it's not anticipated, and there could be like new emergencies. And so, you don't want to describe too narrowly an emergency and then not have the authorities to do what you need to do quickly, Specific provisions only to ignore the heart of posse. Yeah, I totally agree, Hexley. Active. Yep. Totally agree. Under the Insurrection Act, then, the president's authority is restricted in some way, either by a request by a state legislature or governor, or by findings of the court, or by the inability or unwillingness of local officials to act. In other words, the Insurrection Act sets a default presumption that state and local officers will be able and willing to protect a right, privilege, or immunity. But President Trump did not rely on the Insurrection Act. Defendants, again, disclaimed reliance on the Insurrection Act at trial. This is perhaps a tacit admission that the President Trump would be unable to make the showing required on the Insurrection Act to rebut the presumption that state and local officials were unable or unwilling to act. Of course, neither the California legislature nor Governor Newsom requested troops, and there is no court order to enforce here, so the provisions of the Insurrection Act do not apply. The Ninth Circuit's interpretation of 12406 sub 3 provides no similar limiting principle. While a straightforward reading of 12406 sub 3, which references the regular forces, might suggest that it would apply only if civilian officials are unable or unwilling to execute federal law, the Ninth Circuit indicated that it would not adopt such a view. The Ninth Circuit expansive view of presidential discretion to invoke 12406.3 affects the visibility of defendants' argument that the statute operates as an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. Let's make sure we understand this. So, the earliest predecessor statute to 10 U.S.C. 252 required that before the president could invoke his statutory authority to call forth the militia, a court must make a finding that federal law could not be enforced. Though Congress later removed that requirement, that courts make an ex ante finding, it is still clear that Congress understands that this to be an area where the courts can exercise oversight. Such a reading of 12406 sub 3 would be most consistent with the Supreme Court's federalism jurisprudence, which counsels against obliterating the distinction between what is national and what is local. Their argument, that is the defendant's argument, question from the YouTube chat, since the immunity ruling created core duties, does that hinder judges' ability to determine what emergencies are legitimate or not? Not 100% clear. The court hasn't determined that the declarations of emergencies are core powers of the president, and Congress has specifically legislated in the domain of emergencies. And the Constitution doesn't provide emergency powers for the president in it. There's no like emergency action provision in Article 2 of the Constitution. Their argument, that is the defendant's argument, combined with the Ninth Circuit's reading of 12406.3, would create a loophole in the Posse Comitatus Act that would swallow the entire act and the Insurrection Act with it, as there would be no meaningful guardrails on the federalization and use of National Guard troops, and would thereby render the Insurrection Act redundant, right? This exception would be so big and massive, it would swallow up the specific statutory exceptions, as well as the Insurrection Act itself. There would be no need to have all this legislation. The court therefore concludes that 12406 sub 3 is not an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. If the president wants to avoid the act's restrictions, he must invoke a valid exception like the Insurrection Act, along with its requisite showing that the state and local law enforcement are unable or unwilling to act. Posse Comitatus Act violations. Having determined that the Posse Comitatus Act applies to Task Force 51, the court now turns to the troops' conduct in LA to determine whether it was violated. Once again, the Posse Comitatus Act states that whoever, except in cases and under circumstances expressly authorized by the Constitution or an act of Congress, willfully uses any part of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or the Space Force as a Posse Comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws shall be fined or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. By the way, I think that we should, when Trump's term is over, we should criminally charge all of the people involved in this. I think we should charge Hegseth. I think we should charge all of these underlings with violating Posse Comitatus as a criminal matter. The court approaches this issue in 3 steps. First, by stating the test for evaluating an alleged Posse Comitatus Act violation. Second, by determining whether the Posse Comitatus Act's prohibition on using the military to execute domestic law permits the so-called constitutional exceptions to protect federal property, personnel, and functions. And third, by reviewing the conduct itself. Liberal Latina says, never mind. All right, the court is going to actually give a test now for Posse Comitatus. Few courts have addressed the Posse Comitatus Act directly, but those that have tend to coalesce around several formulations of the same basic test for determining whether the act has been followed. Under the Posse Comitatus Act, the military may not engage, quote, in activities that constitute the exercise of regulatory, prescriptive, or compulsory military power, and that amount to direct active involvement in the execution of the laws, or that pervade the activities of civilian authorities. Though framed as 3 separate inquiries, the test is at its core the same: whether the military has executed domestic law or actively assisted with the execution of domestic law, which would violate the act, or whether the military's involvement is so indirect as to not violate the act. The facts of earlier cases provide some guidance on the court's inquiry. In Dreyer, for example, the NCIS initiated an operation to search for individuals sharing child pornography, and the officer's investigation formed the basis for a search warrant. The Ninth Circuit found that the officer's activities pervaded the actions of civilian law enforcement and violated Posse Comitatus. In U.S. v. Eunice, by contrast, the Navy housed and transported a criminal defendant while he was in FBI custody. The D.C. Circuit found that this was passive involvement that did not exercise, quote, regulatory, prescriptive, or compulsory military power, and accordingly did not violate Posse Comitatus. In U.S. v. Hartley, the Air Force did not violate Posse Comitatus when it conveyed information to civilian authorities regarding unidentified aircraft. In U.S. v. Bacon, participation by a single Army officer in a drug investigation did not pervade the activities of civilian officials and did not violate Posse Comitatus. This limited case law, though a helpful starting point for what it means to, quote, execute the laws, does not provide clear answer for President Trump's unprecedented deployment of military in L.A. Constitutional exception. Defendants contend that Posse Comitatus harbors an exception beyond the framework that the case law establishes. Under this, quote, constitutional exception, as defendants call it, the president has inherent authority to protect federal property, personnel, and federal functions. So any actions that can be construed as protection are lawful. This assertion is not grounded in the history of the act, Supreme Court jurisprudence on executive authority, or common sense. Starting with history, there is little support in the founding era for an inherent constitutional authority for the president to call forth the militia or to use the military generally to execute the laws. As discussed above, the founders did not intend that the militia clause be used to deploy the military to execute domestic law unless absolutely necessary. In the early 19th century, Congress did on occasion, expressly grant the president the authority to use the militia. In 1807, for example, Congress passed the Enforcement Act, which allowed President Jefferson to use the militia to enforce a trade embargo. But such authority came from Congress, not Article 2. As President Jackson wrote during the nullification controversy, unless some act of force is committed, or there is some assemblage of unarmed force to resist the execution of the laws of the United States, the executive has no legal and constitutional power to order the militia into the field to suppress it. President Fillmore was the first to expressly assert an inherent constitutional power to enforce federal law. In the context of deploying the military to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act, President Fillmore explained, "The power of the president under the Constitution as commander of the Army and Navy is general, and his duty to see the laws faithfully executed is general and positive." Though President Fillmore did not identify a specific constitutional provision providing for this inherent power, he appears to have drawn it from the Take Care Clause. Defendants likewise rely on the Take Care Clause as the basis for their supposed constitutional exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. They contend that because the Constitution tasks the president with taking care that the laws are faithfully executed, the president has an inherent protective power. That power, defendant argues, overrides Posse Comitatus. Yeah, thanks. I try to answer people's questions. You've had some good questions. Defendant's argument lacks legal support. For one, it ignores the actual text of Posse Comitatus, which provides for exceptions only where the Constitution or Congress, quote, expressly authorize them. The word expressly was added as a compromise between the House version of the Posse Comitatus Act and the Senate version. Though Congress at the time was divided on whether the word expressly carried any weight, modern canons of statutory interpretation instruct the court to construe the statute to give full effect to every single word. For another, it adopts an expansive reading of the Take Care Clause that the Supreme Court confronted and rejected in Youngstown. Youngstown is instructive here both on the facts and on the law. In 1951, toward the beginning of the Korean War, President Truman ordered the Secretary of Commerce to seize and operate steel mills after a series of strikes paralyzed steel production. In taking this action, Truman relied on his inherent authority stemming from two constitutional provisions, the Commander-in-Chief Clause and the Take Care Clause. The court rejected both these arguments. As to the Commander-in-Chief Clause, the court explained that even during the wartime, it could not, with faithfulness to our constitutional system, hold that the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces has the ultimate power to take possession of private property in order to keep labor disputes from stopping production. This is a job for the nation's lawmakers, not for its military authorities. The court was equally dismissive of Truman's Take Care Clause argument. In the framework of our Constitution, the president's power to see that the laws are faithfully executed refutes the idea that he is to be a lawmaker. Truman's order did not, quote, direct that a congressional policy be executed in a manner prescribed by Congress. It directed that a presidential policy be executed in a manner prescribed by the president. This, the court explained, exceeded the president's Article II authority and was unlawful. Several justices wrote separately in Youngstown to explain their views as to why Truman's action violated Congress's command and, more fundamentally, the Constitution's separation of powers. Jackson, for instance, carefully explained that the latitude of president's constitutional authority necessarily depends on what, if anything, Congress has said on the matter. When the president acts pursuant to an express or implied authorization of Congress, his authority is at its maximum, for it includes all that he possesses in his own right plus what Congress can delegate. When the president acts in absence, this is Youngstown 1. This is Youngstown 2. And this is Youngstown 3. Basically, these three different categories when the president acts. When the president acts via a direct authorization by Congress, he's at its maximum. When there is no congressional mandate, he's in this kind of twilight area. And when he's doing something incompatible with what Congress says, his power is at its lowest ebb. He can rely only upon his own constitutional powers, minus any constitutional powers of Congress. Justice Jackson concluded that President Truman's seizure of the steel mills fell into this third category, Youngstown 3, not because Congress had expressly legislated that he could not engage in such actions, but because Congress had already regulated the field and had not provided the president with the kind of power that Truman sought to invoke. Justice Jackson also took the opportunity to reject Truman's argument that the Commander-in-Chief Clause granted him the power that he sought, writing, quote, this is from Justice Jackson in Youngstown. It also was expressly left to Congress to, quote, provide for calling forth the militias. Such a limitation on the command power, written at a time when the militia rather than the standing army was contemplated as the military weapon of the Republic, underscores that Constitution's policy that Congress, not the executive, should control utilization of the war power as an instrument of domestic policy. Congress, fulfilling that function, has authorized the president to use the army to enforce certain civil rights. On the other hand, Congress has forbidden him to use the army for the purpose of executing general laws, except when expressly authorized. So this is citing Youngstown, which is in some sense a basis for the preposterous ruling in Trump v. United States. It's, in my opinion, a bastardization of Youngstown, but this is like a major seminal opinion. And Jackson's concurrence has kind of won the day in terms of whether or not, in terms of the analysis part of it. This 1, 2, 3 analysis is like the main form of executive branch analysis. But anyway, yeah, here in Youngstown itself, Justice Jackson is stating that it's Congress who's chiefly responsible for utilizing the military domestically. The Supreme Court has cited Justice Jackson's Youngstown concurrence in dozens of cases, at least 20 majority opinions, as well as several high-profile separate opinions, including Zivotofsky. So this is citing Jackson's, his concurrence has kind of won the day. What up, Falls? Defendants' arguments mirror those of President Truman, and they cannot be squared with Youngstown. They contend that the president's implied executive authority to protect federal property, personnel, and functions supersedes a law duly passed by Congress pursuant to Congress's own express authority. The defendants characterize this as, quote, an exception to the statute as a mere wordplay. It does not change the fact that they seek to override Congress's legitimate exercise of its own authority, right? So, this is the argument here. Rock beats scissor, scissor beats paper. So, when Congress is acting pursuant to their express power, you can't use a presidential implied power to defeat this is Congress, right? This is Prez. You can't use an implied power from the president to defeat an express power of the Congress. This express power from Congress is going to beat an implied power of the president. And that's in keeping with Youngstown 3, right? Youngstown 3. When the president takes measures incompatible with the express or implied will of Congress, his power is at its lowest ebb, for then he can rely only upon his own constitutional powers minus constitutional powers of Congress over the matter. So does Congress have power over the matter? Yes, of course they do. It says so, that they can provide for calling forth the militia. So we're talking about Congress and their express power. And you can't use an implied power of the president to create an exception and basically carve out, because what that would mean is the president is taking away power that the Constitution expressly gives to Congress. And so the president is just engulfing. This is what I mean. You guys need to realize every argument by Trump is trying to take away power from Congress and the courts. At every opportunity, he is trying to take more power away from Congress and the courts in every single argument. And this is the same dynamic, by the way, in the removal authority cases, where he's trying to say, Congress can't force you to abide by certain rules when you talk about removal of civil service people. And basically this whole framework of civil service laws is unconstitutional. This whole thing of appropriations is unconstitutional. So at every step, Trump is trying to take away Congress's appropriation powers, Congress's power to put conditions on removal, Congress's power to legislate to call forth the militias. It's another reason why I get super frustrated with Ryan when he's acting as though the Supreme Court is respecting this balance when we have one of the worst Supreme Courts in recent memory. Citing an 8th Circuit opinion, Congress has acted to establish reasonable limits on the president's use of military forces in emergency situations, and in doing so has circumscribed whatever, if any, inherent power the president may have had absent such legislation. So maybe this would have been different if Congress hadn't legislated specifically on this account. Maybe there are some inherent powers the president would have absent that, but in the absence of, if Congress has spoken about something and they have the power to do so, Congress has spoken, and the president can't just carve around it based on some implied power. Congress was clear about what constitutes an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, an express provision either by the Constitution or by Congress. In doing so, Congress occupied the field and precluded the president from exercising all but his express constitutional authority. The president thus cannot declare an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act any more than he can refuse to follow it. President shall claim to a power at once so conclusive and preclusive must be scrutinized with caution, for what is at stake is the equilibrium established by our constitutional system, citing Justice Jackson's concurrence. Defendants, for their part, point to two 19th century cases in support of their assertion that the president has inherent authority to use the military to execute domestic laws, at least within the context of protecting federal property, personnel, and functions. Neither is persuasive reason to cast aside Youngstown, which of course postdates both. Another canon of construction here is the later in time pronouncement by the Supreme Court is the one that governs. So if, right, like the Supreme Court has recently spoken on something that will take precedent over the earlier case. Defendants first rely on In re Neagle. That case arising from as unique a factual situation as any. I think this is isn't this like a typo? That case arose. That looks like a typo, right, guys? Concerned about threats against the sitting U.S. Supreme Court Justice Field, the U.S. Attorney ordered David Neagle, a deputy marshal, to accompany Justice Field while he rode circuit in California. In California, 2 individuals who had previously threatened Justice Field approached him and one physically assaulted him. When the assailant reached into his pocket, Neagle shot and killed him. Neagle was arrested and charged with murder in California. He then filed a federal petition for a writ of habeas corpus, which made its way to the Supreme Court. The court explained... That's so funny because... So, imagine that you're a Supreme Court justice and your own bodyguard sent by the president kills someone, and now you're called to interpret whether your bodyguard who saved your life violated the law. The court explained that the Supremacy Clause shielded Neagle from state criminal charges because it was his duty to protect Justice Field, and he did no more than was necessary and proper for him to carry out that duty. In reaching this conclusion, the court asked, so if the president or the postmaster general is advised that the mails of the United States possibly carrying treasure are liable to be robbed and the mail carriers assaulted and murdered in any particular region of country, who can doubt the authority of the president or one of the executive departments under him to make an order for the protection of the mail and of the persons and lives of its carriers? By doing exactly what was done in the case of Mr. Justice Field, namely providing a sufficient guard, whether it be by soldiers of the Army or by marshals of the United States with a posse comitatus, properly armed and equipped to secure the safe performance and the duty of carrying the mail. This hypothetical is the sole instance in the court's 75-page decision where it referenced soldiers, the Army, the military, the troops, or any possibility of the military executing a federal law. Nor did the court ever reference or acknowledge the Posse Comitatus Act, which had been passed 12 years prior. This makes good sense, though. Neagle was a U.S. Marshal, not a military officer, and the question presented to the court was whether the Supremacy Clause barred state prosecutions of federal officials acting pursuant to lawful orders. The Neagle court did not purport to decide whether, when, or how the president could use military force to execute domestic law. Recently, the Supreme Court rejected an expansive reading of Neagle, though in a slightly different context. In Martin v. United States, the court explained that in re Neagle does not speak to a situation whereas here, Congress has entered the field and expressly bound the federal government. So basically saying this is all dicta, and it is not deciding whether it's legal to use the Army or marshals. They didn't sort of address that issue, and they didn't address posse comitatus. Defendants next point to In re Debs, which arose out of President Grover Cleveland's response to the Pullman strike. That railway strike effectively stalled train traffic across the western United States. Cleveland sent federal troops to Indiana without first consulting the governor to enforce a court order preventing strikes from obstructing mail delivery. The Supreme Court was not asked to evaluate his deployment of the troops, but to consider 2 related questions: whether the federal government could prevent obstructions to interstate commerce and mail delivery, and whether the federal courts have jurisdiction to issue injunctions in aid of such federal authority. In other words, the court's analysis focused on the power of the federal government writ large, not the executive. To that end, the court concluded that it is within the competency of Congress to prescribe by legislation that any interferences with interstate commerce shall be offenses against the United States. To be sure, the court went on to say the entire strength of the nation may be used to enforce in any part of the land the full and free exercise of all national powers. The strong arm of the national government may be put forth to brush aside obstructions to the freedoms of interstate commerce or the transportation of the mails. If the emergency arises, the army of the nation and its militia are at the service of the nation to compel obedience to its laws. The court did not, however, indicate who would declare such an emergency, what such an emergency might look like, whether such a declaration would be reviewable, or how the military could respond to such an emergency. No doubt Neagle and Debs, when read together, stand for the principles of federal supremacy, but the context of these decisions matter. Neagle arose from well-documented threats against a sitting Supreme Court justice, where they had previously tried to kill him. And Debs involved a massive strike that halted mail delivery. When the court spoke about the federal military in these cases, it was in response to these circumstances, not the day-to-day execution of federal law. Immediately following the Civil War, the Supreme Court provided a clear example of why context matters in cases like these. The court explained with respect to the imposition of martial law in Indiana, there are occasions when martial law can be properly applied. If in foreign invasion or civil war, the courts are actually closed, and it is impossible to administer criminal justice according to law, then, on the theater of active military operations, where war really prevails, there is a necessity to furnish a substitute for the civilian authority, thus overthrown to preserve the safety of the army and society. And as no power is left but the military, it is allowed to govern by martial law until the laws can have their free course. As necessity creates the rule, so it limits its duration. For if this government is continued after the courts are reinstated, it is a gross usurpation of power. Martial rule can never exist where the courts are open, and in the proper and unobstructed exercise of their jurisdiction. The court thus explained that even during the Civil War itself, martial law was lawless violence outside the locality of actual war. Milligan thus stands for the principle that the exercise of federal power is always dependent on context. So too here. It is improper to rely on the suggestion of federal authority generally, not authority vested in the executive specifically, made in response to historic threats, to grant the president a textual right to defy Congress if he determines it necessary. So basically saying these cases stand for federal supremacy, not executive supremacy. They're in the context of the particular emergencies that existed and shouldn't be read, impressively broadly. No doubt the protests in LA were large and in some instances violent. Local law enforcement is no stranger to such protests. See the Black Lives Matter protests, the Dodgers and Lakers NBA championship wins, the Pullman strike. The June 6th and 7th protests were far more similar to these events, that is like BLM sports riots, than they were to the 1894 Pullman strike, which crippled interstate commerce. To be sure, troops protecting federal property are unlikely as a descriptive matter to execute federal laws in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. This is illustrated by an Office of Legal Counsel memorandum from then Assistant Attorney General Rehnquist addressing whether the president can use the military to prevent May Day protesters from blocking federal employees from reaching their job posts. Such use, Rehnquist correctly concluded, would not constitute law enforcement. The court disagrees with defendant's implication that the memorandum describes an inherent protective power that overrides the plain text of the Posse Comitatus. If the memo suggested such a power, the court would decline to afford that suggestion any weight. Law enforcement activities are not insulated from Posse Comitatus Act just because they can be framed as property protection. Such an exception would be limitless in principle. It would allow the president to deploy troops to accompany any federal employee who puts them at some risk, as do the jobs of many other federal employees, from OSHA inspectors to IRS agents to U.S. Marshals. This was my point, that it would swallow the rule. There is no question that federal personnel should be able to perform their jobs without fearing for their safety, but to use this as a hook to send military troops alongside them wherever they go proves too much and would frustrate the very purpose of the Posse Comitatus Act, which of course Congress is allowed to pass. Now we finally get to the task force and their conduct. The court now turns to the actual conduct of Task Force 51. To start, the court observes that Task Force 51 was expressly instructed that it can engage in certain law enforcement activities, setting up protective perimeters, traffic blockades, crowd control, and the like. That instruction was incorrect. There is no exception to Posse Comitatus for such conduct, and neither President Trump's June 7th memorandum nor Hegseth's memorandum afterwards changed that. The record is replete with evidence that Task Force 51 executed domestic law in these prohibited ways. Task Force 51 set up a traffic blockade on roads at a residential enforcement operation in Long Beach as part of Operation Excalibur, as part of the cannabis operations. Task Force 51 similarly used riot shields and military vehicles to establish a perimeter at a DAA enforcement operation in Mecca. Bystanders at multiple locations and even federal officials at trials were unable to distinguish them, that is, the task force operatives, the military operatives, from federal law enforcement agents. All this points to task force engaging in prohibited activities in LA. Indeed, the task force troops' conduct clearly qualifies as Posse Comitatus Act violations under the test that courts use to apply the act. Defendants' presence to bolster DHS and DEA operations and shows of force exercises regulatory, prescriptive, and compulsory power on the surrounding public, and their participation in operations in numbers that match or outnumber law enforcement agents pervade the activities of those civilian agents. This was intentional. Defendants instigated a months-long deployment of the National Guard and Marines to LA for the purpose of establishing a military presence there and enforcing federal law. Such conduct is a serious violation of posse comitatus. In fact, these violations were part of a top-down systemic effort by defendants to use military troops to execute various sectors of federal law, drug laws, immigration laws at least, across hundreds of miles and over the course of several months and counting. The instructions to train Task Force 51 on the purported constitutional exception and to excuse unlawful military conduct came all the way from the top. And as Major General Sherman testified at trial, federal law enforcement agencies always wanted military there, and we had plenty of capacity to do that. Accordingly, Hegseth himself ordered troops to MacArthur Park as a, quote, show of presence to demonstrate federal reach and presence. Operation Excalibur, that was the citation. Troops drove over 100 miles to Mecca, where they significantly outnumbered federal law enforcement agents to support a drug enforcement operation. Troops also drove nearly 100 miles in a different direction to Carpinteria to set up traffic control points so that federal law enforcement agents can more efficiently execute their search warrant of a cannabis farm. By contrast, some individual examples of Task Force 51's conduct, like the detention of a veteran at Wilshire Federal Building, are too isolated to violate the Posse Comitatus Act. The Marine station at the Wilshire Building minimized their interaction with the veteran, turning him over to law enforcement authorities at the first possible occasion. Moreover, the record does not indicate that the military's presence at federal buildings involved any impermissible law enforcement activities. Even if there is a constitutional exception that authorizes the military to engage in law enforcement anywhere in the field under the label of protection, these activities would not fall under such an exception. Troops do not serve a protective function when they act as a force multiplier at a, quote, show of presence, when they outnumber federal personnel by 100 at a remote location with low risk of resistance, or when they are deployed merely to speed up federal operations. So even if there was a kind of like a general protection exception to Posse Comitatus, a lot of what they're doing isn't protection. You know, being a show of force at a park, going to remote locations, those aren't protections where there's no risk. That sets the case apart from others where courts have so far addressed the Posse Comitatus Act. Those cases involve military actions that are both passive and isolated in nature. When there's, Navy housing, transporting, and caring for a criminal defendant while in custody of the FBI, the Navy provision of ships and backup support during a single search of a ship transporting illegal drugs, not Posse Comitatus. Air Force communication of information regarding unidentified aircraft, not Posse Comitatus. A single Army officer in a drug investigation, not aggravated or repeated, not Posse Comitatus. Where military conduct is more coordinated and systemic, courts have found it to be a Posse Comitatus Act violation. When the investigation was systemic and thus violating the act, 10 weeks long occupation at Wounded Knee violated Posse Comitatus. Thank you so much. Picking up trash ain't protection. Yet other departure from those prior cases is defendants' complete sidelining of the state and local authorities here. Even though multiple federal agencies and Task Force 51 rehearsed Operation Excalibur several times, they provided LAPD and LASD with a mere 2 hours notice of the operation. Likewise, federal agencies notified local law enforcement of a cannabis farm raid only at the time of the raid, not beforehand. This is not typical. In those Posse Comitatus Act cases where state and local law enforcement had jurisdiction, federal troops generally worked alongside state and local officials. Defendants' lack of cooperation raises red flags. It also highlights the lack of any showing to defendants that state and local officials were unable or unwilling to execute the laws before defendants deployed troops. Moreover, defendants violated the Posse Comitatus Act willfully. Defendants knowingly contradicted their own training materials. They did so while refusing to meaningfully coordinate with state and local officials. These acts demonstrate the defendants knew that what they were doing was beyond their authority. Whether they believe that some constitutional or other exception applied does not matter. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. The word willfully is sometimes said to be a word of many meanings, whose construction is often dependent on the context in which it appears. As a general matter, when used in the criminal context, a willful act is one undertaken with a bad purpose, where it's knowledge that it was unlawful. That definition fits here, as the constitutional concerns that sometimes demand a stricter reading of the statute are not applicable where the statute is straightforward and criminal enforcement is not at issue. Defendant's systemic use of Task Force 51 troops to execute domestic law in and around LA violated posse comitatus. Injunctive relief. The court now addresses what relief, if any, is appropriate. Defendants argue that the court cannot impose injunctive relief for three reasons. Plaintiffs lack a historical analog for enjoining the federal government to comply with the criminal statute. Plaintiffs cannot pursue an ultra-virus theory of relief, and the equities weigh against it. Defendants first assert that the court's equitable power does not extend to enjoining them from violating the Posse Comitatus Act because there is no historical analog for a court to enter in an injunction against the federal government based on a criminal statute. Their argument principally relies on the Supreme Court's recent decision in CASA. In CASA, the court explained that the Judiciary Act endowed federal courts with jurisdiction over all suits in equity. Accordingly, the court found that universal injunctions are not allowed. The court's holding in CASA does not require an exact historical match, only a founding era antecedent. Defendant's position, which focuses on the nature of the Posse Comitatus Act as a criminal statute, rather than the nature of the injunction the plaintiffs seek, misapplies CASA's historical inquiry and demands too exact of a match. CASA requires the court to ask whether the form of its injunction, here an injunction prohibiting the Secretary of Defense and the Defense Department from violating a federal law, has a historical analog. It does not require the court to analyze the underlying statute to determine whether the statute permits equitable relief. CASA itself explained that there is a historical analog for an injunction against government officials. Historically, a court of equity could issue an anti-suit injunction to prevent an officer from engaging in tortious conduct, citing Ex parte Young. Ex parte Young, guys, is a huge... we might take a look at a video in a second because it's a really, really good video about Ex parte Young and about the 11th Amendment. I am actually going to watch that after this because I think it's super informative for you guys. But this is a very important case. Favorably citing Ex parte Young. The Supreme Court has also explained that, quote, the ability to sue and enjoin unconstitutional actions by state and federal officials is the creation of courts of equity. In fact, even in 18th century England, though personal injury from the king to a subject was presumed to be impossible, the court furnished various methods of detecting the errors and misconducts of agents. Surely any historical inquiry would recognize that the founders did not break off from England to constrain the availability of judicial remedies against the executive. Precedent also recognizes the feasibility of injunctions against military departments and officials. Nor is defendants' contention that injunctions cannot issue based on criminal statutes as absolute as they suggest. Though injunctions against criminalized conduct have historically been disfavored, in keeping with the characteristic flexibility of equitable remedies, they have never been absolutely prohibited. Where a plaintiff can show some separate injury to a private interest, as California has shown here, an injunction prohibiting criminalized conduct can properly lie. This is especially true where the party aggrieved has no other adequate remedy. That is the case here. Without injunctive relief, California would lack any remedy against the unlawful use of U.S. military in ways that infringe California's police power. Right? Like, what if Posse Comitatus could not be enforced this way? How could it be enforced? The president isn't going to, like, criminally prosecute himself. To the extent that there remains any question as to the equitable powers of the court to enjoin defendants from violating Posse Comitatus, the history and purpose of the act strongly weigh in favor of the availability of injunctive relief. Recall that Congress passed the Posse Comitatus Act to prevent the federal government from deploying troops into the South. President Grant himself ordered federal troops into the 3 states that swung the 1876 election. It is ahistorical and illogical to think that Congress reacted to this by passing a statute that has as its sole enforcement mechanism federal prosecution, when they were trying to prevent overreaches from a president. So why would they think that they were passing this law that only allowed for the president himself to prosecute that if they were trying to prevent federal overreach? Does that make sense? Thus, the injunctive relief the plaintiffs seek in this case is proper. Defendants next contend that ultra-virus relief, the vehicle by which plaintiffs assert their claim for violations, is unavailable in this case. An ultra-virus theory of relief succeeds only if a plaintiff can show that an agency has taken an action entirely in excess of its delegated powers and contrary to specific prohibition in a statute. Ultra-virus review is also unavailable if a statutory review scheme provides aggrieved persons with a meaningful and adequate opportunity for judicial review. Defendants make much of how limited ultra-vires review is. To be sure, as then Judge Kavanaugh put it, ultra-vires review is essentially a Hail Mary pass, and in court, as in football, the attempt rarely succeeds. But emphasizing the narrowness of the theory of relief does not answer whether plaintiffs have asserted a claim that fits within the theory. As explained above, plaintiffs have proven that defendants, by improperly training Task Force 51 troops on the scope of posse comitatus and then ordering them to engage in law enforcement, exceeded the authority to them and directly violated posse comitatus. Defendants point to no other statute that provides plaintiffs a meaningful and adequate opportunity for relief, nor is there any statute precluding judicial review of Posse Comitatus Act violations. If anything, given the lack of other avenues, this case presents a classic situation for an ultra-virus claim. As Chief Justice Marshall wrote, the government of the United States has been emphatically termed a government of laws and not of men. It will certainly cease to deserve this high appellation if the laws furnish no remedy for a violation of a vested legal right, citing Marbury versus Madison. Defendants again point to the fact that posse comitatus is a criminal statute and argue that ultra-virus claims typically involve civil violations. It is counterintuitive, though, to think that the exceptional remedy of ultra-virus relief is available where Congress has imposed civil penalties, but not where it has taken the more severe step of imposing criminal penalties. In any case, defendants' proposition that the Posse Comitatus Act can only be enforced by federal criminal prosecution is remarkable, as the same federal government that the Act limits would be tasked with enforcing it. More specifically, the same branch of the federal government that the Act limits would be tasked with enforcing the Act against itself. This raises obvious concerns about conflicts of interest. Surely the Act must provide for some other enforcement mechanism, or otherwise it would have been ineffective when it was passed and remains so today. Defendant's final argument is that the equities weigh against the injunction. This does not survive scrutiny given the scope of the issues presented. An injunction prohibiting Task Force 51 troops from engaging in law enforcement activities would have no bearing whatsoever on their ability to protect federal property, nor is protection, whether federal property or personnel, the talismanic word the defendants seem to believe it is. No doubt defendants have an inherent interest in the safety of federal personnel, but they can and must ensure the safety in a lawful manner, such as, for example, by coordinating with state and local law enforcement. Defendants have no legitimate interest in violating the Posse Comitatus Act for protection or for any other reason. Defendant mentioned that only 300 National Guard troops remain stationed in LA, suggesting that injunctive relief is unwarranted because their footprint is much smaller. Their point is not well taken. Those 300 National Guard troops are set to remain deployed throughout November, and they have already been improperly trained. Further, Trump's recent executive orders and public statements raise serious concern as to whether he intends to violate Posse Comitatus again elsewhere in California. Citing Trump in various different statements, quote, "I have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president. If I think our country is in danger, I can do it. Injunctive relief is therefore appropriate." Finally, the court's injunctive relief in this case is narrowly tailored to statutory violation. The injunction applies only to defendants' use of National Guard in California, not nationally. Defendants are not required to withdraw the National Guard troops currently stationed, nor are they barred from using troops consistent with Posse Comitatus. In fact, the court essentially just orders defendants to follow the training materials that they introduced in this trial. Thus, for example, federal troops can continue to protect federal property in a manner consistent with Posse Comitatus. Therefore, the court orders them to deploy, order, instruct, train, or use the National Guard to execute law. They stay the injunction until September 12th to allow for review. Okay. Any questions here? So, big picture. Let me see if I have a blank page where I can draw. Big picture. Big news. This is probably good. Separate and apart from the activation statutes, the calling forth acts, example, this is 10 USC 12406. There is Posse Comitatus. The court had a trial. The court concluded that they are violating Posse Comitatus, that they're ordering members of the military to engage in civilian law enforcement, that there is an injury to the state-federal balance, that there isn't a limitation on the court not to issue an injunction based on the fact that it's just a criminal statute, and that as a matter of course, courts order compliance with the law for executive branch officials. And the court orders relief of don't violate the law. Any questions? I want to show you guys a video. I think it's really, really good. I'm going to try to find it. I think it's a really good video. And this will touch on Ex parte Young. It talks about state sovereign immunity doctrines and the 11th Amendment.
The topic that I'm going to begin with is the topic of sovereign immunity. So return with me to Europe back in the good old days of totalitarian monarchies. Justice emanates from the crown and you can't sue the king. That would be nonsensical, justice emanating from the king. The king, being the fountain of justice, can't be susceptible to his own adverse decisions. This doctrine, which developed over centuries in Europe, is called sovereign immunity. The sovereign is immune from judicial process, from judicial liability. It's a doctrine that one would think would have been offensive to the founders of the Republic, and I'm sure it was to many of them, yet it's a doctrine that, upon forming a new country here, they chose to adopt. So sovereign immunity crosses the Atlantic. Sovereignty is vested in a different authority in the United States. It's the people who are sovereign, but the people can't be sued. The United States is immune from suit, and that's just how it is, unless it is willing to waive its immunity and allow itself to be sued. Now that's the federal sovereign immunity rule. It's not in the Constitution. It's arguably grounded in the structure of the Constitution, but maybe it's more properly located in federal common law. There are two other sovereigns.
And remember, federal common law is judge-made law, and there are very limited forms of federal common law that is judge-made. And so here he's referencing the doctrine of federal sovereign immunity, and it is true. You're not allowed to sue the U.S. government unless you do so under an area in which the federal government has waived their immunity, and in one of these exceptions that we're going to talk about. But in general, this applies to the federal government.
Rating on the lands that the United States occupies. The tribes, the native tribes, are sovereign, and they also enjoy sovereign immunity as a consequence of arguably international law, but maybe more expressly federal common law. And then the states, and it's the states that I want to focus on, because the issue of state sovereign immunity is something that the founders actually talked about in the Constitution. The susceptibility of suits to federal judicial process is arguably covered in Article 3. And so we have constitutional law on that topic. We've got a fair amount of discussion, and we've got some interesting...
So this is about whether states have sovereign immunity. It will implicate the federal government at the end here when we get to Ex parte Young, but I just want to let you hear him because it's super interesting.
History. I want to share that history with you, and then I want to let you know where we are today. So return with me now to 1777. We're at war with the British. Georgia has an army, but they don't have a whole lot in the way of supplies. And the state of Georgia, the newly independent state of Georgia, contracts with a South Carolina merchant named Robert Farquhar to provide a variety of goods that Georgia needs to prosecute the war effort. The deal is a paper deal. The goods arrive, and Georgia says, yeah, we'll pay you. Don't worry, we're good for it. And 1778 rolls around, and 9, and 1780, 91, 92. Independence is won, or into the 1780s. New constitution, new government. Robert Farquhar is Georgia. Remember me? You owe me money for that stuff from the war. Yeah. We'll get around to that. And eventually, Farquhar dies. Decades pass. Nothing comes from Georgia, and his executor, a guy named Alexander Chisholm, decides that he's going to file suit against Georgia, or to do something to attempt to recover this debt so that it can be paid in.
So Georgia and a bunch of the states, especially some of the southern states, have like contracted with individuals and borrowed a bunch of money. And now these debt collectors are trying to get their money back. And so they're trying to sue in the federal courts.
To his estate and distributed to his friend Robert Farquhar's heirs. Now, can he sue? Well, nobody had ever really asked this question before. This isn't the only unpaid Revolutionary War creditor, mind, but it's the first to ask the question, well, is there some way I can use the new federal courts established by Congress pursuant to constitutional directive to get this money out of Georgia? And so we took a look at Article 3 of the Constitution, which establishes the federal judiciary, and it says that the federal judicial power shall extend to, controversies, it says, between a state and foreign states, citizens, or subjects. So, okay, so that sounds like the state of Georgia and me, right?
All right, so I'm going to show you now the Constitution.
So alarm and
The judicial power of the United States shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, to controversies between two or more states, or to controversies between a state and citizens of another state. Okay? So, hey, it says that the judicial power of the United States, right? This judicial power of the United States shall apply as to controversies between a state and citizens of another state. That's what he's...
I'm Alexander Chisholm, citizen of a different state, South Carolina. He was a South Carolinian like Farquhar. So we file suit. The Supreme Court gets this case, and Georgia says, "What? How? You can't sue us. We have sovereign immunity." And Chisholm says, "Yeah, but it says." And so it wasn't this copy, but it might have been, right? The little copy of the Constitution. And so the court says, "Well, I don't know. Let's read the language." And 4 of the 5 justices decide that Chisholm's right. That in fact, the federal judicial power does extend to suits brought by citizens of other states against states. So they entertain the action. And Georgia is very unhappy. Now, it's not just Georgia that's unhappy about this. Other states that owe money are unhappy about the prospect that they're now going to be sued by all of these Revolutionary War creditors. And so they rally. And it's almost the first great interstate rally since the Revolution itself. And it's a rally in favor of the 11th Amendment. This is the first amendment since that first group of 10 was pushed through.
And people forget about this amendment, right? Like, no one understands this amendment unless you're like a legal nerd, right? But imagine, right? You have the first 10 amendments, and they're kind of all passed at the same exact time. And then we get this 11th Amendment, the very, very first amendment that we have after the Bill of Rights, and it says this. And raise your hands if you understand what this means. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state or by citizens or subject of any foreign state. Like, what the hell does that mean? You have all this Bill of Rights and, right to bear arms, right to free speech, and then you have this shit. Didn't even know this amendment existed. Yeah, right? It relates to what we just talked about. It eventually will relate, I promise you. But yeah, this is another amendment that was passed to protect the states.
By the first Congress in 1791. And the 11th Amendment says, here's the deal. I'm going to paraphrase it, then I'll read it to you. Here's the deal. That business about the judicial power extending to suits between states and citizens of other states, that wasn't meant to include suits where the states were the defendants. It was only supposed to include suits where the states were the plaintiffs. So Georgia can sue this guy Chisholm, but Chisholm can't sue Georgia. And here's how it's written. The judicial power of the United States, and it's adopted, right? So the language reads, the judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to...
Real quick. Dear smug sir, how can you sneer and find it a risible idea that how can we expect the executive to pursue the executive in this matter, or similarly said with pompous certainty, so boldly obtuse, to the fact that Pisco wouldn't dare feel the same way about the judiciary making the same judgment on something in conflict with something involving the judiciary? I mean, Glassy Lady, happy to have you on to explain this, but I hope you understand the point here. The point is that Congress passed this law as a limitation on the executive branch itself. And yeah, I don't expect that if the executive branch is taking an action, a particular action, that they're going to be likely to, both take the action and enforce against the action that itself is being taken. Now, for the judiciary, I think in general, the judicial branch is like, I guess, more, I think they're more thoughtful about whether they have the power to do certain actions, and they actually do limit their own power. And case in point, the Costa decision, the judiciary is limiting itself in a way that the other branches oftentimes don't tend to do. But even put that aside, like, can you give me an example where the judicial branch is expected to enforce a limitation against the judicial branch itself and it not following suit? Like, they do, right? Like, there are limitations in the judicial power in terms of judicial review that are already in place, that are regularly enforced by courts. The power is dispersed among the federal courts, and so it's not like it's just one unified executive. You have a bunch of different layers of review, different courts enforcing limitations on judicial review all the time. Congress, for example, limits the extent to which the federal courts can be used to review removal decisions. Very limited amounts of review there, and courts regularly enforce them. The executive branch, however, is much more unitary than the federal courts, and I think the emanation here, the limitation coming from Congress, are apt not to, enforce that limitation on itself when they're the ones doing the action. But yeah, please provide an example of the kind of thing that you're talking about. I think it is ridiculous, the notion that the executive branch would undertake a policy and then try to enforce actions against themselves after they take that policy. And Glassy Lady, please, we invite you to have a convo about that. It's like, imagine that there were a law that said, Mr. President, you have to only do things that are, you can only use the military in ways that are like generally good. And the president, uses the military in a way that a lot of people think is good or bad, sorry. Would we expect like the president who is interpreting the statute and the command itself to institute proceedings against itself for things that it thinks is good? I don't know if that makes sense to you, but yeah, I don't think that is smug at all.
To any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state, and they threw that in because there were a lot of European bondholders too, right? So individuals now from other states, individuals from foreign countries can't sue states, and everybody relaxes. Well, everybody being the states relax because now they're no longer going to be liable in federal court to suit for payment of these debts on which many of them have defaulted. That's Chisholm versus Georgia and its result. 1793 is the decision. 11th Amendment is passed almost immediately afterwards, and then time passes. Now, the Civil War comes, the Civil War goes, we're into the Gilded Age, and a fellow named Hans in Louisiana has bought bonds from his own state, from the state of Louisiana. And Louisiana, economic difficulty, rewrites its constitution in the 1870s, 1880s, and apparently decides that it's not going to pay out on these bonds that Hans has purchased. So Hans says, well, I'm going to sue him in federal court. And presumably someone suggested, well, I don't know if you can do that because the 11th Amendment. Hans says, yeah, but the 11th Amendment says you can't sue a state if you're a citizen of a different state or a foreign country. It doesn't say you can't sue your own state in federal court, so we file suit.
So this is what this guy Hans is saying, is that the 11th Amendment says, hey, the federal judicial power shall not be construed for any suit in law and equity commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, but I'm from the same state, and so the 11th Amendment doesn't apply to me because I'm not a citizen from another state. I'm a citizen from the state that I live in, which is the state I want to sue.
That case, Hans versus Louisiana, gets decided by the Supreme Court in 1890, and the Supreme Court says, wow, technically Hans is kind of right on the money. That is what it says, but in our view, and this is the majority opinion, the reason that the 11th Amendment didn't expressly prohibit suits by citizens of states against their own state is that everybody assumed that that would be the rule. So even though it doesn't say it, we're going to read that restriction into the 11th Amendment. So the 11th Amendment now says judicial power shall not be construed to extend to suits prosecuted against one of the states by citizens of other states, citizens of foreign states, or citizens of your own state. That's slipped in by the Hans versus.
So they're interpreting that the 11th Amendment also includes, or that the starting set of sovereign immunity in the federal courts includes, even though it doesn't say it in the 11th Amendment, citizens of the same state.
Louisiana decision. All right. So time goes on, and there is a First World War. And in the course of the First World War, a lot of federal money goes to support warring European states, including Great Britain. And when the war is over, it's time to pay this money back. And a lot of these British bondholders or the British government included, but individuals in Britain too, who are going to be indirectly through taxation liable to contribute to the repayment of this American war debt, say, you know what? We owe the Americans money for the war, but they owe us money too. And what they had, these things started appearing out of attics, were these old pre-Civil War state.
Only Pencil, look at Only Pencil. Only Pencil is ChatGPT and a bunch of random shit, okay? It's annoying to just go back and forth with ChatGPT. I'm inviting Only Pencils to come and have a discussion. I don't know what he's yapping about. I'm sure it's all ChatGPT bullshit, garbage. So Only Pencil, and by the way, you yourself, Haywood, come join the conversation. Open Discord. Why won't you do it? To be clear, I was offended by the glib comment on your typical well-done reading with your ideological bias, as well as have that simply the idea of conflicting puts on the executive. No, it's just like in the nature, this is not glib, right? What is glib about this? About the notion that, like, okay, we pass this law. We pass a law called Posse Comitatus. It's a restriction on presidents behaving poorly. And it's a criminal act, a criminal statute as well. It's both criminal to do this, right? And our problem is the president doing civilian enforcement with the military. And we're seeing like Grant do this. That we would pass this law to only be able to be enforced by the president himself. The president who is the source of these actions in the first place. And that the courts have no way to actually enforce against this. Would we ever think of that like as making sense? Like there are so many laws that Congress passes that would purportedly limit the president and what he can do. Would we ever like interpret that to be like, oh, okay, but those only the president can choose to enforce that if Congress passed a law limiting the president's action? By that logic, then Posse Comitatus means very little. In order to actually enforce it, you would need to have, like, I don't know, a president after the fact come and enforce it for before the fact. But even then, would you have immunity for this? It just, to me, it's not a glib comment to suggest that there, it might be weird to, out of all the different statutes, interpret this one as specifically requiring the president to enforce it. I don't think it's glib at all. I think it's just like a noticing of the incentive structure here might be problematic to the people who passed this law in the first place to limit presidential discretion.
8 bonds, just like we're talking about, but these are ones that had been sitting in European attics for.
Would you share that same enthusiasm the day after Marbury versus Madison? I don't understand your point there. Marbury versus Madison is the court limiting the power of Congress to extend the authority of the federal courts, the Supreme Court, to issue writs of mandamus and their jurisdiction on their original jurisdiction. So I don't understand in what way this reference to Marbury versus Madison is making your point here. That is the Supreme Court of the United States limiting Congress and doing judicial review. And you're comparing it to a situation in which the court is again, upholding Marbury versus Madison in also having judicial review of executive action. Glassy Lady, why don't you just join the stream? Okay? Do you want me to tell you how to do it? Glassy Lady? I don't think I'm playing up to this. Why don't you just join the stream? We have a Discord. It's really easy to join the voice. We'll be very calm. I'm trying not to ignore your point. It's hard to... Sure. Okay, yeah, awesome. So, can someone link the Discord for Glassy Lady? It's very easy. Let's see. I'll join the live channel. Never done it before. All right, let's get the link. I'll copy the link. Copy. And we'll go to the YouTube. And I'll put it in the YouTube chat. In the YouTube chat, we'll put the link in. Boom. Here's the link. You tell me when you click the link. And we'll get you in the live. I assume you have a mic of some kind. We're here to help you out. Let me know when you click it. I think there might be like a quarantine. But I'll give you like a roll. I'm at work. They have a strict no talking to commies policy. Okay, cool. I'll see when you've joined the Discord. Also, you'll have to make an account. You'll have to make an account. I'll put in a little bit of music while we wait. Just while we wait. Some chill vibes. Let me know when you've joined. Did I listen to any Epstein stuff? I heard Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna talk a little bit. I wonder if we're gonna get 2 more Republicans to sign on to the petition. We're just waiting for Glassy Lady. And by the way, Glassy Lady, Discord is like a real app. It's not like, I don't know how familiar you are with online shit, but it's a legit thing. Michael Tracy was there? He really is dying on this hill, huh? Holy shit, Pencil. I'm not saying the 11th Amendment acts to block the National Guard, dipshit. I'm trying to make a point about Ex Parte Young. Why are you pretending that that's my point? Holy shit. I think that he's actually double-digit IQ. I'm making a point about Ex Parte Young. I'm not making a point that it's a substantive limitation on the National Guard. Don't be an idiot. These 2-digit IQ people. Damn, man. It's crazy. All right. Any other updates here so far? Glassy Lady. Is everyone else having a good afternoon? He believes propaganda posted to Bukele's YouTube, so it's definitely less than room temperature. Yeah, I would just love to chat with him someday. Because he says so many wrong things. Like, I think only an idiot could have interpreted my statements on the 11th Amendment to be like a substantive limitation on the National Guard. I didn't say that at all. You think I'm done? Okay, so you made your account. So I'm gonna... Did you join the server? And if so, what did you make your name? And I'll try to help you out. What up, North? We can do VC in a second, but I want to talk to Classy Lady first. The Classy Lady. Ba-ba-do-do-do. Just gotta tell me what your username is, and I'll help you out. And let me know if you still need the link. I can resend it to you. The links I go to try to have some dissent. I may need to like include instructions for Discord at some point. Or I should do what Jola does and just have like a phone number to call. Patrick, I've transitioned. Oh, you're Patrick. Okay, cool. Let's see. Okay, are you able to access the rest of the channels? So try typing in like general. Have you actually transitioned? I'm sorry for misgendering you, Lassie Lady. I mean, it doesn't help if you put lady in your username. Okay, you're doing am I a human thing. The things I do to have a nice little conversation. How we doing? Teacher just put on a VHS. Remember those days? They would wheel in the TV. I think we're talking about Posse Comitatus. This is brutal. It won't let the friend requests go to you. Just why are you trying to send me a friend request? Just go into stream disagreements or behind the bar or the line outside. Just join one of the voice channels. So if you join one of the voice channels, I can drag you into the live. I'm getting one galled. So just jump into one of the VCs if you're able to. If you're not able to, I can definitely help you. But you just need to join one of the VCs and I can drag you in. Also, I'm going to ask you your pronouns. And make sure to mute the stream when you eventually join so that you don't hear yourself or hear me. Bro, first time on Discord, can you send me the link? Yeah. Thought I just did, but I'll do it again. He, him, got it. That's the link. I'll unquarantine you, so you're no longer quarantined. And you should be able to join one of the voice channels. Yeah, it's their account. It's Patrick. I just did it. Thank you, Cerno. Back to work. Hope you enjoy work, Cerno. All right, so Patrick, your next job is just join one of the voice channels and mute the stream. That's your next job. You're just gonna have to click on one of the voice channels. I don't know anything about that. Loose, sorry. More Discord events, okay. Discord is dying. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. Okay, we'll do some Discord events. I kind of want to play some Marvel Rivals at some point. That game's fun, man. What is the sunk cost fallacy? It's like, you know, making your decisions based on costs you've incurred that won't change whether or not you do one thing versus the other. So, you know, you've already spent something, it's already been done, and so if it isn't affected by, you know, what you do or not do, you should discount it when you're deciding what to do. One more spin. In for a penny, in for a pound. Shine Bomb is banning a type of music. I'm here, I think. All right, Patrick, just join one of the VCs, and I'll drag you in. It's the line outside, the open bar. If you scroll down on the left, there's the open bar, the line outside, stream disagreements. What the fuck is this? He's in? Oh. Oh. We did it. Yo, what up, Patrick? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Do I have am I echoing? Am I muted or
You're
am I
good.
So far?
Everyone can hear you, I think. I mean, it's a little bit like you're on a phone, but I suppose you're on a phone, so everyone can hear you, though. That's the important thing.
Hello. Yes, yes.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you clearly. I don't know if I'm echoing.
No, you're coming in. You're coming in.
Oh, I'm getting an echo, so I don't know what's happening. Hold on.
You probably have the stream up. You should probably mute the stream.
Okay, I'll shut the stream off.
Yeah.
Okay, your stream's off on YouTube.
Perfect.
So that should make it better.
Yeah, so you can hear me now, right?
Yes, very good. I'm
Awesome.
on my MacBook.
How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for
Good, man.
for calling in. What's
Well,
your?
no, thanks for taking.
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me what your take is. What's your position?
Okay. I'll at least reference the two comments I made. Starting with the last one. My point there about the Marbury and Madison thing was just the fact that I think very apt way to put it is that basically judicial review was made, and it's saying that the Supreme Court has the last say on what is to be the final judgment, and it is the Supreme Court that also made that judgment, right? Would you agree with that? And in a very simple way to lay it out. If there's a conflict, the Supreme Court makes a judgment, and if there's any other conflict, it will be the Supreme Court who then finalizes that last judgment. Would you agree?
I don't know that I agree with the proposition because I don't know if I understand it. So it sounds like what you're suggesting is that the Supreme Court kind of invented judicial review, or is that sort of?
Yeah, well, they absolutely did. I mean, I think you would actually agree with that, right? There has to be someone who comes up with the final say. There has to be something that is the last say, and I'm even okay with that. I just want recognition that that's what Marbury and Madison really ended up establishing, is that at the end of the day, it will be the Supreme Court that has the final say.
I don't agree with that. I think it's too broad of a proposition.
Oh, would you agree that probably most people who would make that, like I said, very glib and short explanation of Marbury and Madison would probably agree that that's what Marbury and Madison does?
I'm not sure what most people would think, but
Okay.
I don't know that I don't think there's a whether.
Let me ask you.
Okay.
Sure. Can I just ask you? Is it out of the realm of possibility that what I'm suggesting is somewhat in line with other beliefs along Marbury Madison's judgment, that they have the final say on whatever the final issue is to be determined?
Sorry, you're saying, would it be wrong to say that that belief aligns with other beliefs about Marbury Madison? I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not understanding I'm really not understanding. I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be easier if I back it up to the
back it up.
very
Back
first,
it up.
Yeah, the very first statement I put on your video. I was simply saying the way you made it seem when you were describing it was preposterous to assume that somehow the executive would do something that conflicts with what the executive is also doing. Like it has a conflict of interest almost. How can you expect them to almost police themselves in a way? That was your point there, right? When you were reading off the
right. So that the notion that a law that was passed to restrain presidential and executive action, that supposing that that they passed it and intended that the Congress that passed it intended that the only way to enforce it would be through the executive action itself, I think is not the, there's a huge conflict of interest there.
Sure. Okay. And I grant that there is. I think that part of my issue was it seemed to be in that little brief, and I will say it's probably a little hard on you to make it seem like that's all you were saying. I was just a little bothered by that little aside where you were like, and yeah, to imagine that the executive is to then, persecute themselves or, do something conflicting with their contemporaneous actions in that moment is crazy. And what I was trying to point out is that, yeah, I kind of agree. That's why there needs to be those external forces putting pressure on it, whether it be the judiciary or a Congress makes something further tailoring the executive's ability to do something in law. I don't think it's beyond the pale of reasonable thought that they still could do that, meaning the executive could put the reins on themselves a little bit, or that they could do something
this is what I'm suggesting, and it's in line with what the court says, and this is what the court said, quote, and what I agreed with. Quote, this is from the court. It is ahistorical and illogical to think that the Congress reacted to this, that is President Grant ordering troops into 3 states, that they reacted to this by passing a statute that has as its, quote, sole enforcement mechanism federal prosecution of individual troops by the same federal government that would have ordered the troops to engage in the domestic law enforcement. That is so the only, I can understand that the federal government might initiate lawsuits against members of its own government. I think this administration wouldn't do that, or at least it would only happen in some odd circumstance. But I think it's a bit much to assume that what the Congress was doing in response to Grant's interference in the 1876 election was designing a restriction on presidential authority that has as its sole enforcement mechanism the same government that was doing the encroachment. That seems like it wouldn't be what Congress had in mind when it passed that statute.
Okay, in fairness, I will say that I can honestly say I missed that part where you were actually highlighting that. When you made that commentary, you're suggesting to me now that you were actually referring to that specific part of the text. And I guess perhaps I must have missed that. I thought it was in the process of giving your opinion on this whole response from the judge. It's like you were in totality to think that the executive would do something like that was so preposterous. But I mean, now you're clarifying, and you don't need to clarify.
Basically, that the notion that Congress, when it's setting out this regulatory scheme, it is a little bit more broad. That what they were doing was anticipating that the president would just be like a very good boy and follow their command and have their ultimate discretion. It seems like, well, hang on a second. The Congress is passing this statutory scheme to act as a restriction on presidential authority because they fear the president overstepping. And so it would seem odd to set out this statutory scheme, which is unable to be litigated in the courts.
Hey, well, you know what? Maybe since you clarified that a little bit and I missed it, maybe I can get a little bit more contentious point then that actually has to do with this.
Well, I'm curious first, what's the connection to Marbury?
Okay, which connection there was that I was pointing out that, how about I give you my perspective before you jump in and say maybe that's wrong. I'll tell you why I said it the way I said it. My perspective was the Marbury-Madison was the same idea, just juxtaposition through the judiciary side of it. So you have the Supreme Court at that time, and which Marbury was the Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice.
No, he wasn't.
Making a decision. Oh, he wasn't at that time? Who was at that time?
Oh,
no, you're right.
Marshall.
Excuse me. Marbury was, so Madison was president. I'm trying to remember that.
Madison was the Secretary of State at the time under President Jefferson. And Marbury was a justice of the peace, and the Supreme Court justice overseeing and writing Marbury v. Madison was a guy by the name of Marshall.
Oh, John Marshall. Yes, he was the first Chief Justice.
He wasn't the first Chief Justice. He was the third.
Oh, who was the first one then?
John Jay.
John Jay, the president?
John Jay was never president.
No, he wasn't president. I'm going along with my messing these small details up. Mm-hmm. Just let me get to my point, actually. Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate you pointing that out, but I was getting to my point why I was bringing it up. The juxtaposition idea was that at least how it got interpreted in my mind was the Supreme Court would make a judgment about the Supreme Court and anything below it. So there would seem to be conflicting pulls there. if you grant, and I mean, I hopefully you're not going to go out of left field and say, no, I have no idea how you could make even a tenuous judgment like that. I don't think it's super crazy. My point of it's the Supreme Court making the final judgment on things that can involve all the courts and such below it. Correct?
Maybe in a way. Let me think about it. Let me try to steel man you. So in Marbury versus Madison, the Supreme Court is interpreting the Judiciary Act. So they're interpreting an act of Congress, and they're interpreting whether or not that act of Congress, what it means, number one, and whether they can enlarge the scope of original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, which is initially given in the Constitution as cases involving like ambassadors and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you would agree that it is the Supreme Court that is making the judgment about something that will affect the Supreme Court.
Yeah, the Supreme Court is making a judgment about whether Congress can affect the Supreme Court's jurisdiction.
So can you now see where my juxtaposition of the idea that the executive doing something that affects the executive is so crazy, but you wouldn't hold that same passion with the idea of the judiciary affecting the judiciary in some way? That's what my Marbury Madison comment was.
That I think that it's ridiculous to think, for example, that Congress wanted. So basically, I'm talking about intention of Congress. So whether there is a conflict of interest in the Supreme Court declaring judicial review when it's like it's giving a power to itself, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be a conflict of interest there. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there isn't necessarily. And in Marbury versus Madison, it's arguably even worse because Marbury was the Secretary of State under Adams, and let me finish. Wait. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, sure. Go ahead.
So Marbury was Secretary of State under Adams, and Marbury was the very person who was Marshall was the Secretary of State under Adams, and Marshall
you got caught in my mind there.
Was the very person who was supposed to send Marbury's commission to him. And so not only is there potentially a conflict of interest in terms of the court, quote, giving itself the power of judicial review. I think that that's an overstated simplification of it. But but I'm not here saying that there isn't a conflict of interest there. What I'm saying is it is preposterous, not that there's ever a conflict of interest. It's preposterous to think that Congress, when it enacted the Posse Comitatus Act, only wanted the president to enforce it. That's what I think is ridiculous. Not that I'm like not disturbed or not aware of other conflicts of interest. So my kind of exasperation or glib comment, or whatever you want to construe it as, is only limited to like the notion that the intention of Congress was to do X and only X when it seemed like they were concerned by Y. So I mean, yes, there's potentially a conflict of interest with Marbury versus Madison for sure, but I don't know how that refutes my point.
Well, I think it's not meant to refute your point in a sense. Right now, I'm focusing on the idea of I think that you were being a little, I don't know if it was uncharitable or not, to suggest that it took this long for you to, and I know you're going to make a comment about, well, it's because of my mistaken way of using it or something like that, but it took you this long to understand my juxtaposition of the two ideas. No,
I think it doesn't make sense. I think that juxtaposition
it does make sense. It does make sense. It doesn't make sense in the idea of that, as I admitted to, that I think I missed the point where you were highlighting a specific context about imagine that the Congress would do something that limits the executive, and that was the limit of their power. And I admitted I must admit that. What I'm a little bothered by is the fact that up to right now, you acted as if you had no idea what I meant by the idea of Marbury Madison in the judicial review, putting limits on the judiciary, just as I meant the executive, putting limits on the executive.
Well, hang on. The judicial review, that power is the notion of judicial review in the court.
Are you going to do it again?
Wait, sorry. When you say do that again, what do you mean?
Well, I have a feeling what you're going to do now is suggest that what I just said there, the judiciary putting limits on the judiciary, I think you're going to, what I'm pointing out is whether it's right or wrong, that was the idea I was trying to get across.
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking, what do you mean? What are you going to do that again? What did you mean by that?
Oh, I thought you were going to dismiss the idea that the judiciary puts limits on the judiciary.
If by put limits on the judiciary, you mean Is acknowledging the power of judicial review putting limits on the judiciary? I guess there.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, I understand the three branches of the government that's go. I understand that the Congress makes the laws, okay, the executive enforces it, and the judiciary interprets it. Okay, simple. Especially the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court interprets the Constitution. Okay, and anything that's in reference to it, the Supreme Court, they make those judgments. Right? They're the ones who review judicial review. I'm saying is in Marbury Madison, it kind of codified the idea of that. That really does matter most. Up into that point. What's that?
Wait, so I don't understand. So it codified. It codified that matters most. I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. Yes, it took many decades and stare decisis of people referencing it in the future. It definitely didn't codify it at that time. Of course not.
Well, I don't know what you mean by codify. It's codifying something.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Codified is the wrong word. I'm not going to say it cauterized it and cut it off. Okay, it's not codified or cauterized. I'm saying that right now, Marbury Madison is viewed as saying the Supreme Court has a final say on a dispute that involves some kind of unresolved issue. That hasn't always been the case.
That's overstating it. That's overstating it. No, I think.
Okay, well, so can you completely state it instead of me overstating it? Completely state it for me, then, leaving no ambiguity.
Are you angry? I'm just trying to be honest with what I think about what you're saying. So,
no, I'm not angry. Sorry, I'm trying to get across. I feel like you're being a little cagey about the idea that you understand what my point was. Right now, you're trying to not even acknowledge it to the point, to the part of saying that, yes, I would agree that it does seem that at this day, right now, certainly not when the decision was given, that Marbury Madison, as stated in that, in that judge's Marbury Madison, it says that basically they have the final say. This is where it's limited. We say this is how it is, and there's no other way to go with it. And that's what I was actually going to bring up to you: the battle between the legislative branch and the judiciary branch. Who has the final say, Pisco? Who would you say?
Depends on what.
Okay, this is what I wanted to bring up. I see it as like a back and forth that really has no answer, except for the first among equals could have gone to the Congress, and I think that's the way it should be. Congress can make. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll try to in my head. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So,
sure.
The power of judicial review says it's emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. So it gives the final intent of the final word on matters of interpretation on some issues to the judicial branch. But it's not, you're overstating it when you say that the court has the final word, because there are some things the court does not have the final word on. The court does not have any.
Okay, so go ahead, please. Sorry.
Court does not have the final word on cases that are non-justiciable. Court does not have the final word on areas of exclusive power of Congress. For example, impeachment.
Do you think I'm speaking about things where they do have a say, Pisco?
Well, I'm just saying, when you say that the court is saying it has a final say with respect to some things.
Do you think I'm suggesting the court has a final say on who the school bus driver is?
I don't know what you're saying, and that's why I'm trying to clarify.
Now you don't know. Do you believe anyone actually believes you don't know if I'm suggesting the Supreme Court has the final say on anything there is to have a say on?
No, with respect to federal authority. So, for example, there are some things in which the court certainly does not have the final say, even in interbranch disputes. And so I want to make sure that when we're talking about what they have a final say on, that it's limited. It's limited to questions of interpretation of federal law. But even then, it's it limits itself in some ways. And the power of judicial review is not. It doesn't imply that the court can do anything it wants in response to it.
And who do you believe would limit that final review?
Congress and the court itself.
And then the Supreme Court, correct?
Congress and the court itself.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Congress and the court itself. Congress can also.
Yeah, exactly what I just said about going in a circular motion.
What circular motion?
Say one thing. Okay, we're going to do this again. So let's say Congress makes the law, and then the judiciary interprets it as unconstitutional. Then the Congress decides, fine, then I'm going to do this. and then the Supreme Court says it's unconstitutional. And then they can keep doing that until the point where the Congress actually goes, okay, you know what? Supreme Court, you can only hear court cases 6 months out of the year in Pennsylvania or something. Because the Congress has the right to limit some of what the court does, correct?
Yes.
Like, pardon me?
Yes.
Yes. This is what I'm getting at about the battle between the two branches, is they could constantly say that's unconstitutional. And then the Congress goes, okay, fine. You want to say it's unconstitutional? Well, now then this. And then at the end of the day, it's always going to be the Supreme Court who says that they have the final say, because they're going to go against either the executive or Congress. But I don't know who's the person who said it, but it's like, I like your ruling. Now let me see you enforce it. That's a real thing. That's why I believe that the court system needs
the
to be
statement is apocryphal. I don't think that it's alleged. It's alleged to have been President
apocryphal?
Jackson.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
So,
I mean, it might be, but the point is still well made, right? That's why I believe that the court needs to be the most conservative of the branches. Because
Okay.
if you imagine a court that goes gets out of control and starts trying to shoot down every imagined established precedent as far as the country is used to, I mean, they're limited by the acceptance of those same people that they're making judgments on. Would you agree with that?
They, being the Supreme Court, are limited by who? I'm trying to follow.
I believe you're following just fine. What I'm getting at is that the court...
No. Wait, repeat. When I ask you to repeat something, I'm asking you to so I can understand you.
Yeah, okay, I think you understand me just fine. What I was saying is that the court needs to be the most conservative in a small c sense, like not going too far from the established norms in society. I kind of derailed a little bit about getting to my point.
It's a bit of a derail. I want to just like understand. So I'm going to try to do my best to understand. It sounds like you're suggesting...
Wait. Let me clarify one more time, and I'll make it very simple. What I was getting at there is something you agreed with me about probably less than 2 minutes ago, that there's two branches there that really are in battle if there's a conflict about one thing, another. That would be the legislative and the judiciary. You agree that if there is that kind of battle, it goes back and forth. If it really got petulant or like they really want to be aggressive about it, Congress makes a law, the judiciary says, nope, unconstitutional. It would go back to the Congress and they could go back and forth, ping-ponging back and forth. Would you agree that is true?
That what is true, that they could go back and forth ping-ponging? I'm just trying to understand. So is it true that they could go back and forth ping-ponging? Yes. If by could, you mean it's technically possible that they could do that? Or
as in all of history of the United States has done that in a sense. What do you think the whole process?
Well, I need to know what you're asking, dude. Like, you're getting pissed, but like...
I'm not asking anything. I'm asking you to at least acknowledge you understand.
Wait, you did ask something. Wait, why are you saying you didn't ask anything?
You just said to me you don't know what I'm asking, but then you said I'm asking something.
Just because I know you're asking something doesn't mean that I know what you are asking, right?
Okay, what would you...
Wait, do you agree with that, what I just said? Just because I know you're asking a question generally doesn't mean that I understand what it is you're asking.
Well, just because I know what you're asking me right now doesn't mean I understand what you're trying to get
Do you
at.
agree that just because I know you're asking a question doesn't mean I understand the question?
I have no problem acknowledging that is a true statement.
Okay, all right, got it. So if your question was, you just asked me a question, and I don't think it's rude for me to like... I had this conversation yesterday with my co-host, with Aaron. I'm like, you are bringing something up. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and I'm trying to do it like slowly. So I'm being respectful to the words you're saying, and so that's why I like don't want to move on. I just want to like address what you said. You know,
and that was kind of painful. I will admit I actually caught that yesterday. I think you were very patient, and I was struggling with that as well.
Okay, so I just want to
go through the same thing. Oh, okay.
So let's just we're going to address everything you're saying. So you asked me like, could it be the case that Congress and the judiciary go back and forth like this, where, courts interpret this, Congress does that, courts interpret that, Congress responds? Yes, it could happen. If you're asking, is like, could it happen? Yeah. I don't know why that's related to anything. Yes, it could happen.
Okay. So that's where. So I want to be clear now. That's where you want to probably like kind of leave it as to me now. Asking the next. I know I'm all over the place.
I can do my best to try to disentangle your point and to see if I agree with it. I can do my best to try to help.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Disentangle it, please.
So I think that you've acknowledged that there's, and we've agreed that there's a potential for a conflict of interest in Marbury versus Madison, defining for itself the scope of judicial review and the extent of the authority under the congressional legislative power to extend the jurisdiction of the court itself, and then also potentially limit the extent to which the executive branch can act, that there's a potential conflict of interest there. On that, we're agreed. Now, what I disagree with is some of your characterizations of judicial review that are separate from that. So the characterization of judicial review as being something new that they invented themselves. I don't think that's true. I think that the judicial review was intended by the framers. And just because it was like recognized in Marbury versus Madison doesn't mean that it was like first established there or first like invented in a sense of like this is a brand new thing that no one was expecting. Some of your other
you would acknowledge that like in no place of the Constitution did they make it explicit that the judiciary will have the final say on conflicts between the executive or say executive or Congress. Like that was never explicit, right?
Well, I think that part of what it is to decide cases or controversies is to decide like how the law applies to them, and part of doing the act of the judicial power in the sense of deciding in cases and controversies entails, or at least in the American expectation, entailed that judicial review. And so I think that there's a textual, I don't know that it's explicit textual, but I think it is implied in what is meant here.
I guess fair enough, just give me a moment to point this out. It's fair to point out that they could have, and to do what you just did with me earlier about would you acknowledge, they could have made it explicit and more of a Napoleonic code as opposed to common law and just say, for certain that this, the judiciary has the final say on these kind of conflicts, and they didn't do that, right?
They could have used the term judicial review or the power to strike down laws that are incompatible with the Constitution. They could have said that in more explicit terms. They could have. Yes, they could have. Yes,
but they didn't.
They did not.
Okay. So fair enough.
All right. So, but I don't think that contradicts anything else I've said or any. So yeah, I acknowledge that there's a potential conflict of interest with the judiciary, deciding the metes and bounds of its own authority, the metes and bounds of other branches' authorities. I think that I disagree with some of your characterizations of judicial review. I don't think that's super relevant. What I am failing to see is how that relates to your point about what I said regarding this particular statute. By this particular statute, I mean posse comitatus. Like, in what sense does this observation of a potential conflict of interest in Marbury versus Madison relate to my comment that it's preposterous to think that Congress intended posse comitatus to be totally run by the president and not a limitation that the courts would interpret as well?
Well, I would just appreciate you be a little fair to me in pointing out I did acknowledge that I made the mistake of not hearing that at that point you were making that comment in the ruling by the judge there. It was a specific comment, and you might want to broaden it right now and say that. It doesn't matter whether it was a specific comment or not. I did miss that you were referring to, at that point, the idea of the executive maybe, policing itself in the sense, like I didn't hear that. I heard it along with you just doing a review of it like you typically do. And I took it as all of a sudden you were being like, and to think that they would do that, that's just so crazy. As opposed to the idea of, I believe what you're suggesting to me is you were referencing a specific comment being made in that
specific law. Yeah, specific law.
Specific law. Okay.
Well, I do think, though, I will say the broader point is I do think that the potential conflicts of interest in the executive branch are more dangerous than those in the judiciary. But that isn't what I said there, and it wasn't what I was referencing.
Oh, I appreciate that differential, and I totally agree with that, because for the very manifest point of the executive has the weight of the military, it has the weight of DOJ. I mean, we're going to go back to that apocryphal comment, but it's a very short comment that pierces deeply, which was actually going to where I trailed off and lost you for a moment there, was that the Supreme Court really, marshals don't count. I mean, they only have the weight of the power of their minds and their judgment and their prudent application of law. That's where enforcement lies, right? I mean, I think you would agree with that. It's what's so powerful.
I think that the power of persuasion and the power of their words and of the esteem that people have the court in, and that the institutions just respect what they say. So that's why I think also, for better or worse, this court, and I think often for worse, in the sense that I don't agree with the court, but they are incredibly mindful about the scope of their own authority. And the Costa decision is one example of that, where I think for worse, and I think incorrectly, but the Supreme Court is basically saying, the federal judicial power is limited in this way, that way, we can't answer this question. The same thing with the immunity case. Again, I think wrongly in that situation, but the court has a track record of like limiting itself in a way that I think presidents are less apt to do, especially because presidents have the force of the sword and they have this popular bully pulpit and stuff. So I'm very concerned with the overreach of the executive branch. And when you have,
you remember all the hate Robert Scott when he very passively just made the comment during Obamacare and stuff like that about seemingly suggesting that he needs to be aware of how people view the court. I mean, we're both saying the same thing. I don't think it should have a huge implication on interpreting the law. We want to remain in that realm as much as possible, but to think that their drones completely disconnected from the idea of the effects of their judgments and that's where narrowly tailored kind of comes in all the time too. I mean, they want to just completely focus on maybe a specific little thing to not make it seem like they're being these, crazy power hungry judges who just think they can do what they want on the whim. I think we both agree with that.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think oftentimes the courts are being very thoughtful about the audience of their opinion, and they're being thoughtful about like appearances and stuff. Roberts especially. So if that's your characterization, I agree with it. I don't necessarily agree with your characterization of what narrowly tailored means, but to the extent that you're saying that there's a judicial norm of like not deciding things that aren't before them.
Yes,
I think that's a norm, but I don't know that the court like applies that norm. So I'm just trying to. Again,
okay. If that's your point, yes, I'll take.
Yeah,
that.
like I think an example of that is like the Federal Reserve statement that the court made in this NLRB case, where the court was saying basically Trump can fire these NLRB people and because they exercise like significant federal authority, but the Federal Reserve stuff, he can't do it for the Federal Reserve. I don't think that was before them, and so I think that they apply this kind of limited. Don't decide the case not before them, advise your opinion thing in a kind of political fashion sometimes, or in a kind of convenient way. But yeah, no. All right.
Now,
so
would you stick with that with the Supreme Court, or with all with the like the different levels of court as well, or would you think that's more of a Supreme Court thing?
I think it's often the Supreme Court. Can you just hold 1 second? I'll be right back. Okay, just 1 second. Just stay on the line.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yo. 1 sec.
Hello.
You there?
Yes, hello.
All right, awesome. I have a question for you though.
Sure.
What do you think of this deployment stuff? I mean, thoughts?
With the National Guard, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like it. Personally, the optics of it aren't even the most expensive part. I think it's laying the groundwork for what could be something. It's the old cliche about it's great for when your side's doing something that you find effective and stuff. But other foot thing, man, like the other foot thing. I can only imagine if that was applied in some way that wasn't as ideologically aligned with the people who are appreciating it now. I mean, I don't like what it's establishing.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a dual citizen, so I actually live in Canada now, and I voted for Obama back in the day. I'm almost 40 years old, but I didn't vote for Trump at all. I would say I would support some things, but I'm not a anti-Trump person, that's for sure.
So you didn't vote this election?
Nope.
Why not?
Well, because I'm living in Canada at the time.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do an absentee ballot or anything like that, and I mean, no, I'm at times I'm indifferent. At times I'm brain dead happy about certain things for like 4 hours, and other times I'm completely apathetic. So I will say I'm pretty all over the map on it. But
Would
I'm
you
absolutely not an anti-Trumper. Like, I mean, I will say some people, and I don't necessarily put you in that category,
uh-huh.
because I find that if something aligns with something that is very axiomatically clear to you, even if it's Trump doing it, I will acknowledge, I believe you're one of the few people who will still say, yes, this is right, or I agree with it, or something like that. I do believe you do
I
that still.
appreciate that, man.
However, well, I mean, I really believe it. But I do believe that you also are, I won't say reactionary to things, but he's established a pattern of things that will make you feel a certain way. And, you have that reaction to things sometimes, as people would, as I do at times. But
So
you are definitely someone who, yeah, okay.
for the election, who would you have voted for if you did vote?
This past one, so Harris or Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah. If I did, I would vote for Trump, yeah.
Why?
Because I have a concern that if we didn't get this hard kind of course correction, well, I mean, do you believe that there's an idea of momentum as far as even something like culturally? There's a cultural momentum sometimes.
Yeah, I think
That
so.
seems pretty broad. You don't think so?
No, I think that there's, if by cultural momentum you mean like a kind of like a strong push in a given direction.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and okay, well, and I know that seems very broad, and it's almost like such a vague. You can probably see where I'm going with it, but I felt there was a cultural momentum in the U.S. In a sense of removing exceptionalism from the very idea of certain aspects of the United States. I kind of really resented that. So being that I am Canada now, and there's Canada identifies itself as basically anything anti-American, right? So I've been in the milieu of hearing about how, the neighbor to the south is the devil too for so long. And I mean, I'm pretty well read on history and stuff like that. And I mean, to think that they are, or is, it currently still is such an awful country, as opposed to pointing out some of the great things about it, which I felt the momentum of certain aspects of elite society and government were kind of going towards that more, at best we're neutral. At best we're not.
Yeah, so
we're
how
not,
does Trump factor into that whole vision? Because it felt like Trump was saying America sucks, America's a failed state, we're garbage, we're not respected, and it didn't seem like he was promoting America as like this wonderful place. It seemed like he was kind of vilifying the country. And so I guess, you're saying all this stuff about how America is being demonized, but don't you think that was like, then why would you go to Trump?
Yeah, sure. So here's where I would point out a difference. Would you agree with me that, yes, Trump would be like, as he still says to literally this very day, we're the most popular country in the world now. Everyone's talking about America and stuff like that. Whatever the hell that means. And, that's, I do realize.
Well, now he says that we're the hottest country now that he's in
what
charge.
I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, okay, what I was going to get at there is, would you agree that, yes, at those times when he's saying, we were looked down upon, no, everyone's taking advantage of us, this is when Biden was president, right? And if Harris won, yes, he would absolutely say these things. However, it was very clear that he had the perspective of, and granted, it's only if he gets in, we would be and are the greatest country in the world, what have you, again. Like, you would agree that that would be his perspective. I mean, it manifestly is right now, but that wasn't.
If he wins, we're the greatest country. But that doesn't seem. That seems like it's more tied to like his own ego and vanity and him winning.
Completely agree. Completely agree.
So, but it sounded like the very first thing I asked you about, like why you would have voted for Trump if you did it. It was like American exceptionalism, and now you have some guy whose like connection to American exceptionalism is only grounded in his own personal victories.
Okay, so let me wrap it up then. What my point was. What I was going to finish with the Harris idea is, if you want to be very flexible about it and try and tell me that you believe Harris had a similar but more, pensive view like that of Trump, I would definitely disagree, meaning like Harris is definitely not going to be someone who's going to be promoting certain aspects or a belief in the United States and pushing it towards, yes, even if we want to say it's a bombastic, over-the-top jingoism, even if you want to say that.
Did you see the DNC? I mean, the DNC was like, it was in some sense like kind of jingoistic, like, or at least it was hyper, you know, love America. Like their paraphernalia was all like pro America. They were doing like the fucking camo stuff. Kamala
allow
said
me
that.
to set this up?
Yeah, well, let me just
Would you allow
finish.
me to-
Can I just
Yeah,
finish
yeah,
my
sure, go
sentence?
ahead.
Kamala was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
we need to have the most lethal fighting force in the whole world. America should be a leader on this, isn't it? And so, I mean, I think if you weren't seeing the kind of very pro-Americanist message from the Democrats, I think you just weren't listening. Maybe you weren't hearing it.
Well, maybe I was so self-absorbed in the idea of not seeing a single, like, white man in DNC, and this is where I'm going to set it up for you.
What are you talking
Wait a minute.
about?
Okay, hold on. Are you telling me you're unaware of the commentary about how it seemed like they're advertising so when they did the DNC and every time they would throw highlights on it and have basically pamphlets and whatever, it was overtly exclusive of, and wait a minute, why am I trying to even be subtle about this? Are you telling me they don't have a well-known like white male problem in the DNC that they're actually trying to focus on right now?
It depends on what you mean by white male problem. If what you mean by white male problem is the white
absence of white male support for the DNC.
For the DNC or for Democrats?
Yes, for the Democrats. Okay, I'll
Okay.
say the Democrats. Yeah.
The Democrats don't appeal as much to white men. If that's what your question is. Yeah, but you seem to suggest
Does that
there's...
matter?
I don't know what you mean. Does it matter in the sense of them getting elected? Yes, it matters. Does it matter in the sense of they should be pro-white? Or...
Well, wait. How do you go from it should matter that a constituent in your country is catered to just like every other constituent to pro something?
I don't know. I don't understand your question. So you're asking does it matter that they don't have as much support from white men? And it depends on what sense of the word you're saying. Like, it matters in the sense that it will be dispositive in certain election outcomes, right? Not having enough white male support might make you lose an election. So I guess if that's what you mean by it matters, yeah, it matters. If it matters from some other normative sense, you're just going to have to be more specific. It's a broad question.
Well, at this point, I'm actually speaking to you, and the point about what I do think matters is you have to have a broader, and even though you use the coalition idea all the time, I think that the idea of white men in that coalition was kind of excluded, and people felt that. Now,
But
like
Tim
I said,
Walz was the
vote on it.
VP nominee. He was on the ticket.
Tim Walz is not representative of that, constituency. I would suggest. They tried to act as if he was.
Isn't he a white man?
I believe he is a white man. Yes, I think he is. But you do realize just because you are something that represents it doesn't mean you are representative of it.
Okay, in what sense did you
can
want?
be within that.
You want DEI you want programs designed to benefit white people?
Yes, that's what I want. DEI for white people. Now, if people like you weren't so dismissive about the point I'm making, I believe you would have won the election. But it's this kind of commentary that I think affects that. All I was pointing out is that I believe there was a overt attempt to kind of exclude that kind of group or constituency. And I have a problem with that. I do.
Can you give some examples of in what ways they were excluding white men from the process?
Well, yeah, you're right. I do not have the code of conduct in the DNC or with Democrats where they said exclude white men. But
can you give at least one example of their actions?
Sure. I'll give you an example right now. How about the fact that there are manifestly proactive people within the DNC and in the Democratic Party itself to try and reach out for those same people I'm speaking out to. Now, I don't believe they would be doing the reaching out that they think they need if they didn't do at least passive
Really? I mean, they did white men for Trump. They were trying to appeal to white people. They had like certain.
They did white men for Trump. What?
Or sorry, white men for Kamala. They were trying to appeal to white men.
Okay. I actually don't know this white men for Trump. I mean Kamala. You speak of, but would you acknowledge that what I'm saying once again is not just some weird manifestation, perhaps in my mind, or to people who are somehow.
I think it is. I think you've been sold like a pack of lies. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Well, if you found out that those pack of lies led to you not having your favorite candidate end up making it so they were president, would it be me who was ignorant, or would it be you?
Still be you, right?
I'm saying, like, if I could prove to you, for example, because they do, you can quantify certain groups and such, right? I believe they've done this.
Whether the lies cause me to lose doesn't change whether you're ignorant, right? You would still be lied to.
Wait a minute. I'm ignorant because I suggest that people who were excluded ended up feeling a little maybe disaffected and either didn't vote or voted for another candidate, and that would make me ignorant.
Well, no, I don't think that just because you say that white people cost Kamala her victory, which is arguable. Maybe, yeah, certainly. If you change the numbers around there, Kamala would have won. I don't think that's the same as
So
saying.
what are you saying then?
What I'm saying is that those of you who are pushing this kind of white concerns, largely have been sold a pack of lies. In my opinion, that doesn't change whether or not it affected the outcome of the election. Like whether you were lied to, doesn't turn on whether those lies caused the election or not. Like
Have you ever taken a moment to think? Have you been lied to, and are you spreading lies?
I mean, I think about it
I mean,
sometimes.
have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about that?
Whether I'm being lied to, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do you ever think maybe you're not overtly lying, but perhaps you're spreading lies through your perspective about people being
Have I
lied
ever
to?
thought about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about whether I'm spreading lies. I do.
Okay. Well, I think, like I said to you earlier, I don't think you manifestly do spread lies. I don't. That's why,
I'm just saying, like, what are your concerns as a white man? First of all, did you vote for Pierre Poilievre?
I voted for Obama when I voted. Yes. Does that help at all, or is that a black friend thing?
I don't think it helps. Did you vote for Pierre Poilievre?
Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. Let's hold that for a second.
Yeah.
What answer could I have given where you would say, "Oh, that helps my perspective now"?
Well, I don't think
What answer could I have given?
whether you voted for Obama would change whether or not you bought a pair of lies or a pack of lies, in 2024. Why would voting for Obama change that?
And why would me voting for Obama not be me buying a pack of lies then?
It could be. I just don't think how it affects.
Okay, so you're making the assertion that you're suggesting to me you think I bought a pack of lies because you didn't mention the Obama thing, but because I would, in theory, have voted for Trump. You're telling me you believe I have bought a pack of lies.
Not because you voted for Trump. Not because you voted for Trump. Because you're like that. You believe the Democrats are like out to get white people.
Okay, do you want how reductive and do you want to get here? At what point did I say a single thing like Democrats are out to get white people? Let me answer it for you.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything similar to that at all.
I think you did.
I said excluded.
Yeah,
that was the most
all right.
invective
I'll
thing
change
I
it
said.
to exclude. I'll change to excluded. That Democrats have excluded white.
Big difference between attacking and excluding. Wouldn't you agree?
There's a difference between attacking and excluding. I suppose so. Yeah.
Okay, so I would just appreciate you not saying I was saying I've been attacked or I feel like I'm a victim. I'm saying
I said out to get. I didn't say attack. I said out to get, and that implies some kind of intentional action to do something negative towards them. And I think excluding is something negative.
Oh, that was a nice try, Pisco. That's not what you were saying there. You said attack. You specifically said attack.
I mean, I thought I said out to get. I thought I said out to get white people.
You said attack.
Okay, if I said it, all right, whatever. I mean, okay, but you're basically saying that Democrats have making a conscious decision to do something negative to white people.
They're making a conscious decision to exclude at times to the same level as I believe what they should give to any other constituent that could vote for them. That's my
okay. Can you give an example of how Democrats are excluding white people?
We just went over this. I don't think that they are including as well as they should, especially when compared to the proportionality of the amount of white men who live in the United States.
Can you give an example of them excluding or not sufficiently including?
Do you really? Okay, at this moment, I will have to think about it, and perhaps I'll come up with the next 30 seconds.
But, yeah, just take some time. Just take some time. You don't have to speak.
No need to take time. I will go back to how this started. I believe, and yes, we can point out perhaps I'm wrong, but I believe when the DNC had their whatever it is, their convention, I believe the advertisements that were done were almost exclusively of women and people of color. And now, of course, you probably will find some where there's a guy in the background, perhaps, and there probably was a speaker halfway between some of the events that weren't the main speakers. But I believe, and you can check on this, I would suggest if it was, and it doesn't need to be, but I would think it was a little disproportionate to what the population represents.
I mean,
so we'll stick with the very thing that they brought this up. So advertisement. So when representing what you're throwing out to the United States,
the advertisements. I mean, they have Tim Walz on the cover of a lot of these advertisements next to Kamala Harris. You have Doug, who is a white person.
No.
No.
No. I was thinking something else. I was gonna say something else.
You think because he's Jewish, he's not white?
Wait a minute. What?
I'm just asking.
Wait a minute. Why in the world would you just say that?
He's like, after I said Doug Emhoff or whatever his last name is.
I thought you were about to say Doug Emhoff, and then I was like, wait, no, why would he be saying that? I mean, he could have been a speaker or something like that, but no, I was speaking.
Well, he did speak.
Interrupting. What's that?
He did speak. So did, by the way, Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, white men who were very prominent in the Democratic Party.
Wait a minute. So because I didn't finish the Emhoff part, even though I said M, I think, I realized I was trying to speak about the advertisements. I'm like, was it Emhoff? But you were still talking, so I just stopped talking.
All right, you explained it. I don't think that you're anti-Semitic, but I was just asking. Do you consider him to be white, not white because he's Jewish? I guess I'll ask that. Do you think he's white?
Do I think he's white because he's Jewish, or do I think he's white just because he's Doug Emhoff?
Do you think he's not white because he's Jewish?
I would think he would fit under the white umbrella for sure.
Okay.
Whether
sick.
he would
the white umbrella.
Are you gonna act like you don't know what I'm talking about?
Well, I don't know what you mean by the white umbrella.
Are you going to tell me you don't understand what I mean by the white umbrella at all? Let me. Oh, yeah. Please answer that.
I think if I had to guess that the white umbrella means white people. Is another way of saying white people? Okay.
Yep. And would you acknowledge to me that whether it be other white people or Jewish people themselves, both camps hold different views about whether Jews are white? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Both camps in which camps are there? Jews and non-Jews?
So white people in general, so people who self-identify as white and aren't Jews, and then Jews who consider themselves white, and then Jews who don't consider themselves white. Would you agree that whole group have different views about how Jews are viewed?
There are people with different views.
Whether white or not.
There are different views within those groups about whether they're white or not. I don't know if I can characterize right now what each group thinks and contrast them to each other.
Well, I'll give you my perspective on it. I believe that there are many Jewish people who do not believe they're white. And I believe there are many Jewish people who believe they're white. And then I believe there are many white people who would fit under the idea of what white is, who believe Jews are white. And then I would believe there's many white people who believe that Jews aren't white. Is that a very crazy thing to think?
No, I think that that's probably accurate, that there are people who have different beliefs on it in both groups.
And I would be someone who believes, I am someone who believes that actually, yes, Jews, if we're going to use the stereotypical idea of passing, depending on like if you're a white Jewish person in New York City or a Sephardic
How about just what
Jew,
a white person is? Instead of passing, white passing.
Oh, sorry. Are you asking me what do I believe a white person is?
You should like under what a white passing person, what a white person is. You know, you were saying something about passing.
Yes, I would say. Here, I'll make it completely clear to you. Okay, and I think you'll see that with my answer, you'll know I'm not lying. I believe Ashkenazi Jews would be considered white. I believe Sephardic Jews would not be considered white.
Okay.
Do you think that's a crazy idea?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's crazy.
You do realize there's a difference between, I mean, I know you know there's a difference between two, but can you appreciate what I'm getting at about how many people would view Sephardic Jews as more ethnically either Arab or, Persian or something, like they're not considered from the Caucasus. I mean, not in the Caucasus, that's a whole old school thing, whatever, but European descent.
I mean, right? I understand Ashkenazi Jews to originate from parts of, or to have
Russia,
more
Poland and stuff like that, yeah.
And Sephardic Jews to be more like oriented in terms of like Spanish influence and maybe northern African influence and stuff like that. So I'm not sure, but like all I'm saying is we can move on. I was just clarifying that you would.
I just want to clear up. I have no I don't have that kind of view of things, but I am well aware that there is it's fair enough to ask, I guess. Maybe that was your point. Is if I had a reactionary, you white? No way.
Do you support Nick Fuentes?
Do I support Nick? No, I don't support. I've never seen Nick Fuentes' show up until the Candace Owens thing my whole life. I mean, I knew of him. And back a little bit when he was chilling with Destiny, who is a fucking nightmare.
So you don't like Nick?
Oh, I'm actually thinking of Destiny, but I don't like Nick either. No.
Okay, cool.
I think he's very antagonistic. I think he's Oh, I think he has charisma and he speaks well, but he's just over the top. I think he burns bridges everywhere he goes because if you don't see it his way, then there is no way. I think he's unhealthy. I think it like I would do the Immanuel Kant idea of like basically spreading his ideology and his view and the way he carries himself. Imagine as if everyone did that. I mean, the world would be complete and utter hell and we'd all be killing each other. So no,
Okay.
I do not like.
So can we go back to the top? I mean, like you're basically saying that the DNC advertisements were excluding white people, but if like one of the main people in the DNC is
a young guy,
a white guy. Well, no, it's Tim Walz is a white guy. You're like, I'm not sure if he would be considered appealing to white. This guy Tim Walz, like what the fuck? Like he's a white guy. So they're not excluding white people from their advertisements. And again, they included Joe Biden, Bill Clinton as keynote speakers. These are major white guys in charge of the platform and in charge of the Democrats. So
look, man, I don't even know how we got to specifically that point. My whole point was I felt like they didn't put in the same effort to at least even maintain the old like Bill Clinton coalition idea of the steelworker idea. What's kind of frustrating me right now is you seem to be constantly acting as if you don't know the nuances of these comments I'm making, as if I'm suggesting it's such a binary, like they completely exclude white people, you're a victim. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was a more so passive or less active attempt to maintain or reach out to the same white man as perhaps they did 20 years ago. And I
asked why you would voted for Trump. Why you would vote for Trump over Kamala, and the first thing you talked about was the abandonment of white people or the exclusion of white people, and I wanted to know.
That is absolutely not the first thing. I talked about cultural momentum, and now you're just manipulating something in a very I don't know why you're doing that.
One of the first things you mentioned was the exclusion or whatever of white people, and
it was to be amongst the many things, and you hyper focused in on that, and then assigned attributes to the comment I made.
Why would you vote for someone based on cultural momentum? I guess let's start with that then. If you don't want to do the race thing.
Well, we could do either or. What I was suggesting is that cultural momentum has a way of building up, and I wasn't liking. And I gave examples already, but you didn't want to answer to them.
So what about cultural momentum made you vote would make you more inclined to vote for Trump over Kamala?
Yeah, I believe hypothetically, if I was to vote and I did so for Trump, it would be because I believe he would put a more enthusiastic and vigorous attempt at reestablishing and kind of being a pendulum. Yes, certainly too far, maybe the other way, given enough time, but to where it was going with Biden. And then ostensibly Harris if she won. And it was, like I said, I believe that he was pushing back and allowing the idea of, appreciation for the history of the country and the idea that it still can be great, even though, the cliche, make America great again and such. Yes, I'm well aware that it is a cliche and it doesn't mean anything in of itself, but the idea of swinging that cultural momentum of America is, like, I believe more of a Biden-Harris at best would be. I don't think you would suggest that. Well, maybe you would. Do you think that they were overtly kind of pro-American?
Biden and Kamala?
Means.
Yes. I think they were explicitly pro-America. Yeah, very, very pro-America.
What does that look like? Can you perhaps explain that to me? Like,
yeah,
what did that look like to you? Yeah.
So in terms of their iconography and what they appeal to in terms of symbols, they're very pro-American in their both of their campaigns. When they were talking about like what they respected, always grounding it in like Constitution, rule of law, supporting American veterans and making that a big part both of their legislation and in terms of their what they wanted to do. Right, they want to make the American military a greater experiment and have more funding for it. So they're very pro-American in the sense of like American power and the expression of American power, American principles. And so in every sense of the word, I think that they were pro-American.
In the sense of the war?
In the word pro-American.
A word, okay. And I what I would suggest to you is, and this is going to be a hard one to suss out because there is no specific metric. I think you and I could both kind of focus in on, ABCD metric and say, my guy, your guy, my guy, your guy. But if you look at what you just said there, it appears we both said a version of that, but I was commenting at one point on the exclusion of one group. And when you talked about the iconography of America, you talked about what all these things that they focus on. Like, it appears I was suggesting there was part of that wasn't being focused on, and you were focusing on the things that they were focusing on.
Yeah, but the
on,
thing
you know what I mean?
the thing you talked about in terms of, I thought you were saying that this wasn't part of your cultural momentum point, but the thing you talked about that was absent is this exclusion of white people, or something. I'm trying to track.
What?
I'm trying to track.
Yeah. You're still not following. You're still not following whatsoever what I'm saying.
Okay, help me. I'm
No,
trying.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. You just said you're trying to track. You have no idea what I'm speaking about right now.
In terms of, okay, so I'm drawing it out. So one is I've heard cultural momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having trouble understanding why this would be a reason to vote for someone. And then I have 2, exclusion of white people. This helps me think because I'm a very structural thinker. So
yes.
So help me out. So these were 2 things I heard. I also heard things about being pro-America, but I don't know where to fit that. What of these it should fit under, or if it kind of goes between those 2 things, or what you consider it. So help me out here. I'll keep writing and taking notes about what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, I believe at this point, I think I can only help you so much because I think you're not being honest with me. I think you understand completely. I think I've been clear enough to at least have you grasp the points I've made about, for one, excluding, and yes, can we agree I'm not saying in an absolutist terms, with Walz as vice president, obviously.
Not absolute. Got it.
What's that?
Not absolute. I'm taking notes.
What are you doing right now? Why are you?
I'm taking notes of what you're saying.
No. You're not taking notes in a
I
sincere.
am.
No, you're not. I believe you're being. And to be honest, I think that you're not conducting yourself very well here. Yeah, I think you know very well what I'm suggesting. I've elucidated it in not the clearest, terms that you maybe accept or think is valid to your standards, but I don't think I've been so ambiguous and vague that you can then tell me you need to stop for a moment, write it down, go very slowly.
I'm trying to understand you, bro. I'm trying to understand you. I'm trying to get you. No, I don't. So when you say I would have voted for Trump because of cultural momentum, because of the pendulum swinging, and because Biden and Kamala, they're pushing the country in a particular direction, I'm just not.
You understand all that.
I understand that you're using certain words. I just don't understand why would I vote for Trump because of cultural momentum? I presume that the word cultural is doing something there. Momentum is doing something there, and it's
they all are doing things. Yeah,
I want to change the momentum. I want to be part of the momentum. I want to be in line with how the culture is moving. I want to push back on how the culture is moving. So
I want to change how momentum is spelled, and I want to change it into a cult with President Trump as the leader. Is that what you want to hear?
No, I'm
that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying? I'm trying to understand it.
Man, I have broken it down for you in actually pretty not the most exclusively detailed ways that maybe you will agree with, but I think I have broken it down enough with you for giving the example of how the DNC is manifestly, and the Democratic Party itself, are doing things now that they weren't doing prior to the election, showing that they acknowledge that they have an issue with attracting and keeping white men as voters. Now, you want to act like you don't understand that, and that's what's making me feel like you're being completely disingenuous. Would you acknowledge what I just said is true?
Which part? The whole part? That I'm being disingenuous?
No. I'll be clear. I'll reiterate what I just said and ask you if you believe that what I said is true. Would you acknowledge that the DNC, and I would say broadly the Democratic Party, are making overtures and doing things that they manifestly weren't doing before to show that they acknowledge and believe they need to do more to attract or keep white men? Do you agree with that or not?
I think that they're doing things they weren't doing before to attract white men, yes.
Okay, so then that's what I said. And then somehow you turn that into a race thing, and somehow I'm being attacked. Why?
Well, hang on a second. So I'm not trying to attack you, all right?
No, I'm saying you. No. You remember you said I said I was being attacked. Remember you said white men are being attacked. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not saying you're attacking me.
Well, I said that they're out to get white people, and that was and you said that meant attack or whatever. Okay, I'm trying to. We can move past that. I'm and you said exclusion, and here's what I would say in response to that. The fact that the DNC and the Dems are making efforts to reach out to white people doesn't mean that the Dems were doing something negative to white people. That this could, like, it very well could just be a cultural vibes thing that they're, and I think that by and large is.
Like a momentum, like a cultural momentum, maybe?
I don't
like
know.
Maybe a momentum in a different direction.
I don't know. Like, so if
you don't know what I mean, but you understand vibe.
So vibe, I understand to be like, just like the general feeling that white people,
the ethos. The zeitgeist, right? The milieu. We can use a whole bunch of words.
So, but are you suggesting, if you're saying that this is kind of equivalent to vibes, that you would have voted for Trump because of vibes?
No. I was trying to relate momentum, the cultural momentum, to vibes. You were using vibes as, I would suggest, something synonymous with that. And I wouldn't say they're the same. I would say vibes is a very contemporaneous thing. Vibes is like a daily thing. I think a cultural momentum builds up over time.
So vibes, the cultural momentum is like a pent-up vibes. Pent-up vibes?
Sure, I'll give you that. Sure, let's go with that. Yeah, does that help, though? Does that help you?
No.
No, I didn't think so, because it doesn't need to. Like, I know you understand what I mean, and I know you appreciate the point I'm making, but you're acting as if it doesn't matter or it's not a real thing. Yet you do realize the overt change in the way they're approaching, so DMC and Democrats, the overt change is at least...
The fact that the Dems are trying to improve their vibes, the fact that the Dems are trying to improve their vibes to improve their, appeal to white young men, doesn't mean that there's something like substantively
what does it mean?
wrong.
What does it mean?
Huh?
What does it mean? What does it mean?
I think it means they acknowledge that their voting numbers and the demographics, that they're having some trouble with certain demographics. But I don't think.
Do you not believe that's what I've said this whole time?
No, I know, but like, I don't view that as a kind of rational reason to not vote for Democrats is because they're having a demographic problem with a given group. I would presume that you have like a substantive issue that has to do not with like the Dems' general appeal to a group, that like you can base that out in some policy or something.
You would agree it would be a small reason, perhaps, but not a substantive reason.
Well, I don't think it's substantive because.
Can I get a substantive one?
Yeah, that's what. So what I take substantive to be is like a reason related to some policy prescription or to some action that the candidate's likely to take. But like, so let me just give you an example so you can understand what I mean, right? If I'm like, I'm voting for Kamala because she appeals to Hispanics, and I am point two, I am Hispanic,
Peruvian,
right? So
is that Hispanic?
Yes, it's a type
I'm messing with you, man. Remember you doing the Jewish thing and the white thing? Remember?
Well, no, I think there was a good reason for me because you seem to be. I understand that's not what you're doing, but you were like Doug Emhoff isn't white, or like that's sorry. You didn't say that. I understand that you didn't. I understand. I understand that that's my interpretation. So I was just clarifying that. That's what I'm doing here, and you're just doing it because you're.
That was a little annoying that I just did that with you, Peruvian and Hispanic. Are they the same thing or what?
Well, no, because I think that in my case, I was genuinely asking whether or not you think.
But you believe I understand that Peruvian and Hispanic are or aren't the same thing? That's what your point is?
I'm not saying they're the same thing, but someone who's a Peruvian American. By the way, it is also not true that every Peruvian is Hispanic, because Hispanic refers to the language Spanish.
Yeah.
And there are actually some Peruvians who don't speak Spanish, so I don't think that there's subsets of it. But anyway, let's not get bogged down here. So I'm trying to give you an example of what I mean. Like, if my logic was, well, I'm going to vote for Kamala because Kamala appeals to Hispanics and I am Hispanic, I don't think that's a substantive reason to vote for Kamala. That's like saying I'm just going to go along with what my demographic tends to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like you saying, well, the Democrats generally don't appeal to white people, and I'm a white person, and therefore I voted for Trump, or I would vote for Trump. I think that's kind of like is that a substantive reason?
No, why are you being so painfully uncharitable? In no way did I suggest that was the main reason. I was giving a list of reasons at that point, and then you hyper-focused on the one reason I gave at that time. There are more, but I just want to point out, I don't think you actually believe that the reason I'm suggesting I voted for Trump was because he was not anti-white. It was one of, well, you know, I don't know that you know. That's a bit of a reach. We just met, we just started speaking, but I think I've come across enough and explained enough where I don't understand why you keep going back to that. Like, it's just what we have spoken about so far.
I'm trying to understand why you would have voted for Trump. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, and so far what we have gotten to is you acknowledge that there's a small, maybe tertiary, pathetic reason why you understand perhaps the excluding, in my view, was a little babyish kind of understandable reason, but not substantive. That's where we're at, right?
Did
As far as you
would it have played any role in your decision to vote for Trump? This notion that the DNC are excluding, or the Democrats are excluding white people, would that have played a role in you voting for Trump?
I'll give you a complete honest answer, and I'll first say this. Would it have done the same thing to you if you felt that Harris did in excluding Peruvian people?
If I thought
Whether
that,
in your mind or not, if you felt that Miss Harris had an issue of kind of overtly or at least passively not wanting to include the Peruvian establishment in her worldview, would that affect you?
in
Yes or
her,
no?
if she was purposely exclusionary of
Yeah.
Peruvian type Americans or Americans with Peruvian backgrounds, I'm sure that would play a role in whether or not I choose to vote for her. Probably not a
Okay, now let's back
dispositive
it
role.
up a bit because I know you're going to say, of course, she didn't do that, and of course, Harris didn't do that about white men, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
that is
your background.
probably what I will say. Yes.
Okay, of course. Now let's just dial it back a little bit. Let's dial back where it's not exclusive, where it almost felt, at least it was, let's say, maybe a vibes thing, where you got the vibes, and the vibes were so potent and powerful that it affected many, many other Peruvians, Pisco. Do you think you would allow that to affect you?
Would I allow it to affect me? I wouldn't want to allow it to affect me, right?
Would it affect you?
It might,
Did
but
you
I
understand it?
don't think that it. Well, again, I can understand a bunch of irrational things, that people might be motivated by irrational things.
And that's the simple dismissive end to it, right? Of
Why
course,
is it
You feel
dismissive?
the way you feel because you're irrational.
Well, I think it's irrational to say, well, because of the vibes of my demographic, I'm going to vote one way. Isn't that irrational?
I agree.
Sorry. Okay, you agree that's
No, I
irrational.
agree with that.
So it's not dismissive for me.
Absolutely agree.
Okay, so it's not dismissive
example, like-
for me to say
sorry,
that.
sorry.
I think we both agree that it is irrational to do that.
It is, absolutely.
Okay.
And would you agree that it's also irrational for you to take an example of when someone's giving reasons why he hypothetically would vote for Trump, and you're beginning the process, you're going through the dialogue, and then when he gives one of the reasons, you hyper focus in on that, and that becomes the reason why that person didn't vote for Harris.
It's one of
and
the
did vote
first
for
things you
Trump.
said. So just give me the big reasons. Okay, forget all this and just give me the big reasons. What are the big reasons you would have voted for Trump? And I'll number them. I'll put A, B, C.
No, you know what? I think that's fair. But I think in order to not get bogged down in what we just went through, I think a better idea is, how about reasons you and I both agree on, that we can then give a proportionate idea of why Trump is more for this, less for this. So we don't go through like this, what we just did, where you see when I say excluding of young white men or white men as hyper focused on, and I disagree, and you're like, that's a small petty thing, but I think it's
Let's move on then. Let's move on. What are your big reasons? What are your big reasons you would have, if this is just a minor reason and it doesn't matter and I'm hyper focusing, just pick the reasons that are most salient to you that you would have voted for Trump.
Sure. Okay, well, can we do as I list it? Can we do like maybe a back and forth? I list one, you list one.
Oh, I wouldn't have voted for Trump.
No. As far as why you would vote for Harris.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
I don't care. Do you want me to go first?
Sure.
Okay. So for me, Harris respects the Constitution. Trump does not. That's my reason.
He's right. I don't have the stream on, so I don't know. If
Okay.
you're
I say Harris respects the Constitution. Trump does not.
Yeah.
That's one reason.
Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. So now let's speak on that, or do you want me to give a reason? We speak on that then.
Okay, you can, but then you're just interrogating my reasons. But I'm trying to figure out your reasons.
So then I'll go.
Okay.
I believe that, and this has been borne out through the actual efforts of his term. I do believe that immigration needed to be more tightened up. Absolutely. So I believe that Trump would have been better on immigration than Harris would.
Okay.
Now, would you agree with that or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. So I don't know if you want to. You want
Okay.
to
So
go ahead.
I think that Trump would do a bunch of illegal action on immigration that might cause border crossings to go down, and so, but in the meantime, we're going to be left with a bunch of rights deprivations of both American citizens and non-citizens, and we're going to be having to stomach a bunch of illegal conduct, and so because I think that his immigration system entailed a great deal of rights violations, illegal actions and ultimately economic pain, because I think the kind of mass deportation strategy that he is trying to impose is going to hurt both the fiscal health of this country and the overwide, economic health at a time when we want more workers in a time of mass unemployment. I'm sorry, not a lot of unemployment. I think that is going to be painful, and I think that's being borne out right now in the current policy.
Okay. So on that issue, then, can I ask you a question? Do you believe it's okay to break the law to improve the economic value of your country?
No, generally no.
Okay, I don't either. And would you agree that? Oh, you know what? This might be a good point to focus on the momentum idea. Do you believe that Trump being president has changed the momentum on immigration?
Policy or people's
we'll
view?
get to the substantive point of it. Like, I understand you're going to focus, and I don't disagree with you on it.
Yep.
But I think this highlights. I think it
Trump changes the momentum on immigration when he takes power.
Do you believe? Yeah, not maybe day one, but do you believe that the immigration momentum has changed, Pisco?
In terms of policy, yes, and in terms of culture, yes as well, because now more people are in favor of immigration, and so it's changed the momentum to be more pro-immigrant.
Okay, it's changed. So you believe that people are more pro-immigration now than when Trump was elected?
Yeah.
Okay, this is one of those 80-20 things where you have your blindfold on and are just, I don't understand what you're even saying right now. You believe the majority of America is more pro-legal immigration now than they were when Harris was when Biden was in office?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Do you believe that's because of the stricter effects of Trump's policies?
Among other reasons, I think economic as well, but yes.
Okay, so I'm a little lost in as far as where you're going with this, though. So you're saying Trump's done a good thing in implementing his immigration reforms because
No.
I'm assuming you're pro-immigration. Wait a minute, you're pro-immigration, correct? You just told me that
depends.
Americans prefer more immigration right now.
A lot of them
So
do,
he did
yes.
a good thing, right?
No, because
So he did a good thing.
No, that doesn't follow. You understand how that logically doesn't follow?
I do understand, but you do understand where I'm going with it. The idea of that Trump enforcing the law and making it so it's harder.
Well, I think I think he's
it.
breaking the law. To be clear, I think he's breaking the law, not enforcing it.
Okay, so let's put those in two categories.
First, I want to make sure that you understand, right? So, just because Trump's doing something on immigration causes a backlash, doesn't mean that it's worth him doing the thing to get that backlash. I mean, there are other ways we can get the outcome I want by not like shooting ourselves in the foot. So I don't think that just because we have this, silver lining, which is his overreach is going to cause a backlash, doesn't mean that it's worth all of the bad shit that he's causing. So understand that?
My friend, no, I understand that's your perspective, but I think you are lost in the sauce right now to think that somehow you want to be on both sides of it. You want to suggest he's doing all the illegal things, and he's also making it more pro-immigration, and he's also somehow.
No, there's no contradiction to anything I said. I think that he's engendering
I think
some.
you're wrong about it. No, I'm not saying there's a contradiction. I think you're wrong.
What do you think I'm wrong about? Which part of what
Sorry.
What do you think I'm wrong about?
I think that the idea that Americans are more pro-immigration now, if that was true, I believe it's only in consequence to the effect that it's been so effectively stymied now. You understand that is a little different than you thinking Trump somehow is doing something so horribly wrong that the backlash is from the horribly wrong thing. I think it's more so the stopping of what was already such a civ-like border policy. I think that is kind of the difference.
I think that Trump's policy, I don't think that I specified the granularity. I think there's a backlash to Trump's policies, whether it's the backlash to the part of Trump's policies that can be considered legal or the backlash to the parts of Trump's policies that can be considered illegal. I'm not sure that I'm trying to suss that out specifically. I'm just saying, I think that there is a backlash to what Trump is doing, and it's causing people to at least state that they're more pro-immigration than they were before it. And again, that is like maybe a silver lining to some of the stuff he's doing. But again, nothing of what I'm saying, you haven't identified something wrong. Like, what am I saying that's wrong?
Well, what I think you're wrong about is the idea that Americans are somehow less. And I mean, I don't want to use words you haven't used, but the implication of what you're suggesting is somehow Trump doing these wrong things has now made it so that Americans are more accepting of things that let's say, prior to Trump being president, were far more unacceptable, the 80-20 idea. Would you agree that the majority, like immigration was one of the biggest probably pushes and benefactors for Trump was his immigration reform ideas and then
Yeah.
implementation? Okay. And would you agree that it still to this day is one of the things that he is regarded most positively for?
He's net negative on it, but it's higher than a lot of his other stats.
He's net negatively and what do you mean by net negatively? So you're saying the majority of Americans would have the view that what he has done up to this point has been bad for the country
Yeah.
as far as immigration goes?
Yes.
And that would be like what, a Pew poll or like how do you make that metric work?
If you go to the
Legitimately, I'm not.
Yeah, the Silver Bulletin. Hang on, I'll get it.
Would you? There's a lot of nuance to that, though, too, right? Like, I mean, it's how you ask the question and what question you're asking, right? I'm not sure how you mean that. That's all I'm asking.
What do you mean?
I
You don't
doubt
understand
what you
polling?
mean. Do I understand polling? Do you think I understand polling?
I'm not sure.
Or do you think I'm asking you what your question is that you're referring to when people are being polled?
I don't know what you just said. Sorry. So I'm referencing the polling average on whether Americans approve or disapprove of how Trump handles immigration, and under the Nate Silver polling average, it's
548. Yeah, cool.
49.2% disapprove, 46.4% approve, and that number has come down.
Of what?
Of his immigration policy.
Clarification.
His immigration policy. Whether or not they approve or disapprove of how Trump is handling immigration. He started at January 25th with 51% approve. It was one of his highest stats, and it's come down to 46% approve, and the disapproval has come up from 42% to 49%.
Fair enough. Now, can you maybe just answer me this? Do you believe that the maybe slight dip in approval has to do with the effectiveness of whether right or wrong, whether it's legal or not? I'm going to grant the idea maybe it was all illegal. But would you agree that the dip in it possibly has to do with the effectiveness of the immigration reform so far? So, like when you're not seeing the nightmare, if that was to use a hyperbolic example, if you're not seeing the thing that bothers you so much all the time, sometimes it can kind of leave your mind.
I mean, that's not intuitive to me. It's not intuitive to me that the better you're solving a problem, the more people are going to disapprove of you on it. That's not an intuitive notion to me.
It's not intuitive, but you would agree that is a possibility of the dip in.
It is possible that Trump is doing so well on immigration that people are disliking him for it. I guess when I say it's possible, I just mean it's logically possible. But I don't think that is not a notion that I think is highly likely. That people's perceptions of his immigration policy, they're going down because of how good he's doing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is where we disagree. I believe that when you are not hearing all this, let's say this is even a vibes thing. Let's go back to the vibes thing. When you're not hearing all the time or have the complaints about illegal immigration, let's say, I think sometimes you might not be aware of it as much and not find it as high a priority. Is that understood? Like, would you agree with that?
So because the border is quote unquote solved.
Yeah. I don't say solved, but yes, we both know what we're saying. Yeah. Go ahead.
That you're less concerned about immigration overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that would cause you to think that Trump is doing worse on it? I don't understand how that follows.
No, I think it could either make you apathetic to it, not really.
Yeah, but it's not that they're becoming apathetic about it. They're saying Trump is doing a worse job on it. So it's not just like this should capture, just because they're apathetic doesn't mean that you're going to think that Trump is going to do worse on it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like those classic Freakonomics books where they prove that when you end up getting like a reward at the end of the year, say a bonus, and it's just because the business is doing well, you expect it every year, like for the rest of your career. But sometimes the business doesn't do as well, so they don't give the reward. So you just don't get the thing you got used to, and then that can kind of change your vibes. You know, like you don't know what I'm talking about there.
I'm not understanding it. Like maybe
I know.
It's possible. It's possible that people are souring on Trump's immigration policies because he's being so effective at the border, and that's causing them to like maybe not think about the border as much or something.
I think that's a thing. Yes, I'm just saying. I think that's a thing.
When I'm saying it's possible, I'm saying it minimally is logically coherent. But I'm not saying that it's likely, and I think it's fucking a dumb. It's a dumb prior. I don't know. Like it feels like it's more
a dumb prior.
Yeah, I think the more effective he is, and the more he's solving a problem, I think people would be like giving him credit for it, right?
No, I think the more effective you are at removing a problem in someone's life, you're not going to be as overtly active in being pro changing that problem because it's not as in front of you. I don't understand why you're acting like you don't understand that. So when something's bothering you a lot, like you hear it all the time, or maybe you're affected by it in life, let's say that's removed. Would you agree that you could end up not being as passionate about it or not as aware of the issue?
Yeah, maybe you're
itself
not
in
as
general?
aware, maybe you're not as passionate, but why would you be more negative in terms of your approval of Trump's the job he's doing?
Yeah, okay, that might be. Do you have the pattern of since this, poll was taken? Do you think this has been a hyperbolic curve, like it's been straight up or straight down? Do you know, like, or has it vacillated?
I mean, it's vacillated, but it's generally negative.
Yeah.
It starts at
Do you think it will vacillate further?
probably.
Okay, so taking a snapshot in time doesn't necessarily speak to how effective it is. I mean, speaking at that time, agreed, but it doesn't speak to the idea itself as being wrong or right.
I'm just saying, over the course of his first, like from February to September, it has steadily decreased from plus 11 to minus 3.
Okay, and you know what? And I've given reasons why I think that has happened, and I think it'll probably change again. But I understand that it's changed, and that's fine. I don't know what do you think that's dispositive of the change? What does that prove? Yes, maybe it's dipped a bit at this point, but I think you just acknowledged it will vacillate again. It doesn't. It's not dispositive of it being now no longer an issue to Americans, or now a.
The reason this was brought up is because don't you think that Trump has changed the momentum on immigration? And I said,
yes, and I think you would agree that he has.
This is part of me agreeing, is me saying, yeah. I said two things. I said he has changed the momentum in immigration by assuming office and changing policies, and he's also changed the momentum in public perception by making immigration more popular and making his positions less popular. And you were like fighting me on that.
Do you think he's changed the view of Americans of finding it acceptable to have as much illegal immigration as we once did? Do you think he's changed that or not?
I'm not sure about that specific formulation of it.
But you are certain that he has the majority of Americans disapprove of whatever he's doing. Yeah, but
based on polls, yes.
But you're not willing to make a concession that probably the vibe change or cultural momentum of accepting so much illegal immigration, you won't accept that probably has changed since Trump being in office? I'm
not sure about it. I didn't know. I'm not accepting it.
What do you believe? What do you lean toward?
In terms of whether people are more accepting of illegal immigration now versus before Trump?
Yes.
I think probably people are more in favor of illegal immigration now than before Trump. If I had to guess.
Oh my.
If I had to guess. Just because his overall immigration policy has been like very harshly punitive. I think some people.
You take a poll of your own chat and ask, do you believe Americans are more willing to have illegal immigration now than when Trump came into office? More willing.
You want me to poll my chat that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I might get blown out. That's fine. I just find that a hyperbolically crazy statement.
Wait, why do you think it's crazy? So first of all, I'm not. This is all going off of you asked me to get my vibe, and because I think he's falling in every other immigration sort of polling stat, I think that his presidency would cause a backlash in terms of people's perceptions on illegal immigration. So this is how I'm going to formulate the question. Do you think that Trump's presidency has caused more people to be accepting of illegal immigration? Okay, so
that's fine. Yeah, and I'll give you the credit of the way that's like I'm the one who suggested it. I will give you the credit of suggesting there's a tinge towards that, of suggesting, hey, everyone, be aware that he's been a fucking dick in some ways and he's done some illegal means. And I would agree and understand that some people would have a reaction of yes, I agree with. Like I'm saying, I get that, but I don't think in general. This is what I'd like to get to. I just don't think in general that most Americans would now have the view that because he's taken those steps, most Americans would then find it more accepting of illegal immigration. I don't think that that's the case, and I don't know if you. Do you? I'm just asking you personally. Do you find it more accepting to find out someone came here illegally because of the steps Donald Trump has taken?
No, it hasn't affected how I view it.
Okay. So, meaning though that you still find it like they should go through the regular process, and it doesn't mean just because he's done some dickish things, you have the right to do something breaking the law of another country?
basically what Trump has done has not made me like more or less okay with illegal immigration. I'm not okay with illegal immigration.
But why do you believe most Americans would have changed and you haven't?
I don't know, because most people I don't think are thinking about it through in like that kind of more, grounded way. I think they're just like more sympathetic to illegal immigrants now that their stories are front and center.
Yeah, you're suggesting that your analytical take is more so that, like, fundamentally you believe in the rule of law and, you should do the right
I think that
process
Trump's oversteps probably, like, this is just my intuition. Again, I'm not, the polling is about the approval of immigration overall, but my guess is that people are more sympathetic to immigrants when they see the kind of oversteps. It's not a very strong opinion. It's just one that I'm like, it's my intuition.
Yeah, and I kind of just, and I would suggest I lean towards the other way, but I did acknowledge, and I do acknowledge that I can understand, yes, the almost boomerang effect of it. Like, you could almost be like an overt, like, no, don't let anyone in stuff, and then you could know the person down the street who was taken in a certain way, and then all of a sudden you kind of swing the other way, thinking, wow, I didn't realize that would be the effect of my belief system or the implementation of it. So I do understand.
Yeah, but I don't know how this is like, why are we here, dude? Like, okay, so immigration is why you would vote for Trump.
What do you mean, why are we here? I can go, man. That's fine. I got to
go. No. I just mean like, anyway. Why are we talking about like the polling boomerang as a reason to vote for Trump? Like, do you really think that it would be rational to vote for Trump based on, well, I want to vote for someone who's so extreme that he changes public sentiment on immigration?
Listen, man,
to be more pro-immigration? Wait, can you answer that? Can you answer that? So do you think that people should...
I'll answer it 1 second. I'll answer it 1 second. I was trying to point out there, if you noticed, and you actually listened to me, I've done this a number of times, of trying and relate to every single thing you say. Like, when you brought that up, I didn't just say it's a crazy, stupid, bad idea, fundamentally bad principles, starting in a bad area. I was saying I can relate to that perspective. And I've done this like 5 times with almost everything we've spoken about. But you totally dismiss it, like, why are we here? What are we talking about? This is how a conversation goes sometimes.
I think because you're kind of implying, I know you're not saying that, but you're kind of implying that, like, oh, it would make sense under my framework to vote for Trump because it's caused a boomerang or it's caused momentum to shift in a way that's more pro-immigration, and that, like, you caught me because you said that immigration.
No. Okay. Fair enough. Like, I swear to God, I literally believe. I understand why someone might have that perspective.
You think that you think that it's possible that someone who's very pro-immigration would vote for Trump to accelerate the opposition to?
No, not opposite. All I said is I can relate with the idea of some. Your point was this. Your point was there could be. Your whole point was, look, Americans are more accepting of illegal immigration now than they were, and that was because of what Trump's done. And all I suggested to you was I can see how some Americans who maybe been on the fence or viewed harsh immigration policy as a good thing.
I want to bring in more immigrants. I'm going to vote for Trump.
Hey, well, okay, we crossed lines somewhere. I don't know.
I don't know. Who cares?
I was saying I can understand if your point is this not correct. You said more Americans would be accepting of illegal immigration right now because of the negative policies and effects of Donald Trump.
That was my intuition. Yep. That's right. That's my intuition.
Yes, okay. And all I was suggesting to you is I can see how someone who maybe this might be where the confusion happened. Yeah. I was suggesting, say I'm the person who was that guy who wanted the harsh stuff. And then I saw the things that Donald Trump has done.
And now you want the nicer things?
Do you not believe that can happen?
So have you changed your mind on immigration?
Have I changed my mind on immigration?
Yeah.
In the harsh ways that it's implemented, or like to what standard? Like, what do you mean by have I changed it? I still believe in enforcing a stricter order, but I don't believe in going to every Home Depot to find anyone who looks Mexican. Of course not. But I never had that view. So, like, all I was suggesting is I understand how your point about it being so harsh could maybe change the view of an American who was more accepting of it. And you're trying to tell me you don't think that could happen, yet you're the person telling me more Americans are accepting of illegal immigration now? Do you see a problem there? You're the one making the statement.
I'm sorry. I'm really trying to follow.
Listen, no, this isn't confusing at all. You're the one who's telling me more Americans are accepting of illegal immigration right now. I think so,
yes, that's right.
Because of the bad thing that Donald Trump has done, correct?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Okay. And what I'm suggesting is there can be a portion of that same group of Americans who are very harsh on the idea of implementing harsh immigration policy.
Harsh on the idea of implementing harsh policy. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and then they see the policy enacted and maybe have regrets or change their perspective.
Do you have
You
regrets?
don't think that's possible?
I think it's possible. Do you have
Do I
regrets?
I have regrets about the policies that are being implemented right now. In certain areas, yes, I have what I just mentioned. When you see the things about going to a Home Depot or parting or questioning people who just look Mexican, I think that's going too far.
So if you were asked, do you approve of Trump's immigration policy, what would you say?
I would say in ways I do, in ways I don't. Do you think that's unacceptable? Do you think you only have
I think
to
that's
have
acceptable,
a binary
but
yes or no?
okay, but no, I don't think but like I think if someone asks you overall, and all the things, if you had to answer, do you approve of it? Yes or no?
Okay, I'll do the Pisco thing about A or B. Yes, absolutely. I still approve of the cultural momentum and vibe shift. Yeah, for sure.
The cultural momentum and vibe shift, which is,
Absolutely.
But the cultural momentum now is swinging back, right? Is that not what you just said? So, do you mean the cultural momentum that brought us to this place,
well,
or
first off, you were the one. You were the one who's laying out the proposition that.
Oh, you don't agree with me?
I don't agree with you that things have changed.
Do you agree with me that the cultural momentum now is shifting more pro-immigration?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, whether you want to use this poll or not, as we spoke of earlier, the vacillating change in polls would tell you that that can't be the metric in which we make that decision.
Okay, got it.
Okay. All right, bro. Look, I gotta go anyway, man.
All right.
I gotta pick up my kids in 20 minutes.
Hey, man, thank you for the conversation.
No, I appreciate it, and I'm still a fan, even if you gave me no charity about anything I was saying in ways, bro.
Appreciate you. Have
Okay,
a good
buddy,
one. I tried to. I want to say I did try to be charitable. Okay, I was very careful in trying to listen.
Okay,
to him, right?
I would agree. I think that you were. I don't think you needed to be as aloof to some of the things I was saying, or maybe you were holding back. That's your point. It's like, no, I could have torn that up because that was so crazy. I mean, maybe that was your perspective.
I think it's a little crazy to be like, oh, I vote for someone based on the demographic vibes, or I vote because of cultural momentum. I think that's kind of weird. I don't understand why you would vote for someone based on cultural momentum or the vibes of a demographic group.
Okay, well, maybe that's what makes the difference between Trump winning and Harris losing.
Whether it does or not, I don't understand why you would do that.
I think it does matter, man. I think it matters to you a lot. I think it matters to you a whole lot. So I think you should maybe put in a little bit more effort of trying to understand more instead of dismissing so easily.
I think it's fucking stupid. But thank you so much for calling in, man.
Bro!
I think it's fucking stupid. I think it's stupid. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to be honest or not? Wait, what do you mean? I think it's wait. It's wrong for me to think. I think it's stupid to like vote based on vibes or a momentum.
I'll tell you this much. I think it's pretty lame and petty of you to end a conversation with saying the thing we just spoke about for 40 minutes is just stupid because you're upset that you don't understand it.
Well, I think it's stupid to vote based on cultural momentum and vibes.
Okay, but you know what? There's been 40 minutes of speaking about things other than just the idea of the broad cultural momentum and vibes. I don't think I've been so dyslexic in understanding or explaining myself.
Just because we talked about it a lot doesn't mean I think it's fucking smart. Like, I think that this has been like a excruciating, convoluted mess of a conversation, and I do appreciate it. And I'm not saying that I think that you're like a bad person. I'm just thinking that the notion that you would vote for someone based on cultural momentum and based on vibes is fucking dumb.
This is how you took the whole conversation speaks to the blindness you're holding. But that's fine, man. I mean, you want to talk about convoluted? The whole time you've asserted things towards me that I literally didn't say about white men being attacked. You know, like you are the one living in you're having a conversation with another person, and then it's giving them ideas that they didn't even say. So I think you need to reflect on that.
I'll reflect on it.
All right, buddy, take it easy.
Hey, later, bro. Keep it real. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect you, by the way, because I think that you're.
I don't even know.
Yeah, he doesn't even know how to. Okay, we have some other callers. I saw Tollybots in the chat. I wanted to chat with her real quick in a second, but I'll do North first. What up? What up, North?
Oh, hey, Pisco.
What's good?
I don't sound like that, right? When we're talking to each other.
No.
Okay, I'm. That was quite the conversation. I wanted to join earlier. I think you saw me in the chat, but that was an amusing conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. What's good?
I'm just saying hi. I went on the debate panel with Soy Pill and Destiny and Jola last night.
Oh, was this about the
Taylor Lorenz thing? So
yeah.
People call it a circular firing squad, but everyone on that panel, it was 13 people. all agreed with each other. So it was like a circular.
Oh,
circle
then why
jerk.
have it?
I just think RGR couldn't find leftists to get on, like the Vanguard and all that. I don't know
Oh,
if
then why have it?
what do you mean, like why have the debate panel at all?
Yeah, if you can't find someone in the opposition, like we're just all.
Well, I went there just because I could. But the conversation ended up devolving into a debate on appealing to either leftists or like moderates and like coalition building and all that. So it was interesting.
Oh, to the kind of like, should we include them in our
And our
coalition?
coalition, yes, literally that exact conversation is what it was for the final like hour, I would say.
I think the big problem always there is like, well, what do you mean by that? What you mean by include them in the coalition is like, or exclude them from the coalition is like, don't talk to them. Like, no one ever wants to put a fine point on what that means. What do you mean by include or exclude from coalition? I just don't understand.
So let's see. I'll try to give a recap as from my perspective of being on that panel. It seemed like Connor was basically talking about expanding like the coalition to include as many people as possible.
No, but I don't understand what is meant by expanding the coalition. Like, what do you mean by expand the coalition?
Appealing to the individuals and not specifically the content creators, I think is where that conversation.
Okay, no, but what does expand the coalition mean? In like appeal to people, appeal to lefties?
I think it's like appeal to them like rhetorically, and maybe like appeal to them. Maybe you can give like legislative concessions, but no, that wasn't really expanded.
I think all that
More
needs
like
to be hashed out
to
because
appeal to, not necessarily what the appealing is. That was more of the conversation.
I have difficulty
Which
a lot
I
of
understand
time.
That's a little unproductive.
Because people have said to me like, you should not include the Vanguard. You should not include Crystal and Kyle. And I don't know what they're trying to tell me to do at that point. They're trying to tell me like not to talk to these people. They're trying to tell me to criticize these people, which I do.
Well, if you look at like the Vanguard and you look at what was it, green guy, I forget what the fuck his name was.
Green guy?
Sorry, I had this whole hold on. I can pull up my research doc. I can see all these people who were talking negatively about Chorus and all that. You look at all these people, right, that were reporting on the Taylor Lorenz article and upholding like the or decrying the quote unquote dark money organization.
Yeah.
And all that. Should you really be working with
Greenwald.
these people? If Greenwald.
Yeah, but what does that mean working with these people? Like, does that mean
should you platform specifically these people? Like you can appeal.
so
I
it's
guess,
like a responsible platforming conversation?
Yes, kind of yeah, basically responsible platforming. Like you shouldn't appeal to the individual streamers, like the or content creators like the Vanguard or like Taylor Lorenz or all that. Like you shouldn't be working with them, but you can still appeal to like their
Working
base
with mean platforming?
Yes, I
Okay.
guess that was what that means. As I said, the conversation didn't really get into like what platforming or what.
Yeah, I think that's what matters.
It means to include someone in a coalition.
Yeah, so if
no one wants to have that conversation really.
well, that's
because
the
that would
important
mean that you
part,
might-
right? Because like we interact with people we disagree with all the time. Like, I can criticize harshly someone that I interact with or work with, and or generally by work with I mean like associate with in some respect. But it just feels like there isn't a good sense of what is being meant by like some of these prescriptions.
I don't think anyone likes to answer that conversation because if they do, then they'll destroy their idea of like what a coalition is.
Well, I think then they have to say things like cancel this show or don't ever interact with this person, which they're like, no, that's not what we're saying. It's a straw man. We're not saying that. They're just saying like stand on business and debate. Like, okay, fine. If that's what people do. Like, that's what I do. If someone says something I don't agree with, I criticize it and I call it out. And so like, but I think that there's some virtue signal that they're asking for.
You could say, I guess the virtual signal, I guess, would be don't direct these people to like certain streamers or certain content creators. Like, don't direct people to the Vanguard. Don't direct people to Hassan Piker or Taylor Lorenz or all that.
Direct to?
Yeah, I guess.
Like, don't tell. But who's telling them? Like, go watch Hassan. Go watch, Crystal Ball. I don't know. Like, is this a big problem? And if people just didn't do that, would that solve the problem? It feels like there's a broader.
Well, isn't that what we do as like content creators? We all like we either like hold each other up or we tear each other down.
I guess there's like a notion of it, which is don't work in a collaborative spirit with these people.
Okay.
maybe that's what is meant that, by that. But then like, all right, then we really need to define that, because I get invited to a bunch of these shows, oftentimes people I disagree with, to give takes that are like where we probably will agree. Sometimes it's like for Tim Pool to specifically have a debate, and I don't think people have a problem with that. So yeah, I just think like we should be clear about what we're asking content creators to do, and when we have that clarity, then great, and we can fucking implement whatever. But
that'll be a really interesting conversation to have with like everyone that wants to build a coalition, to be like, all right, what does it mean to build a coalition? What does it mean to have people like, you know, together? What does it mean to like appeal? Like, who are we appealing to, and how are we appealing to them?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, this notion of coalition, I think that, for example, Democrats right now who are in office, why shouldn't they go on the Vanguard, go on Breaking Points, go on Hassan's stream, if it's to get to more eyes, right? Why shouldn't they go on Fox News? Why shouldn't they go on these other different places?
Because I guess if they get on there, there'll be platforming people who actively want to destroy the Democratic Party,
like Fox News.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly.
But you should go on Fox News.
Well, it depends on why you're going on there. Like, are you going on there to build a coalition with Fox News, or are you going on there to deride Fox News? Like, I feel like
you could be going on Fox News. So, like, for example, Ro Khanna goes on Fox News to talk about his bills. You know, bop, 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 ba, and with the expectation that it's probably going to be a more contentious interview, but sometimes it's quite collaborative.
You think that's going to do more harm, or do you think that's going to do more good?
I think it's going to do more
Fox
good.
News and like doing that. So, directing people to Fox News, like do you think that like legitimizes Fox News at all by like going on?
I think this is what Brian Tyler Cohen said at the end of the election. He said these platforms are already legitimized. That's what BTC said. I believe BTC when he says these platforms are already legitimized and they already have their, they already.
Well, they might be legitimized like in the overall, but you're legitimizing them to your audience, I guess.
I'm not so sure. I mean, like, are you? Is that where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence that we're losing Dem faithfuls to Fox News and this kind of thing?
Well, do you think that you're losing like liberals to like leftists or all that by like platforming them?
I'm not, right? I'm not. I don't think that I'm doing any, like, especially when these leftists are bigger than me. I don't think that the net effect is we're losing liberals to leftists.
And you don't think you're like destroying the image of the Democratic Party by like working with people who actively want to, actively like go against it? I'm specifically talking about like the Vanguard with the Taylor End shit that they did.
Again, I'm not understanding. So, is the brand of the Democrats being hurt by people who are like Taylor Ends, etc.? Probably, yes.
Yes, and then when the Vanguard upholds like that narrative of that Taylor,
they're
Ends
probably
was, like,
hurting the brand. Yes,
so they're probably hurting the brand. So, I guess, but you would still be willing to work with the Vanguard.
Depends what you mean.
Well, I guess have like a casual conversation with them.
Yes,
or
why not,
like
right?
direct people to their content.
Well, if I said go watch the Vanguard's shit, like talking shit about Cenk Uygur, I might do that. I might direct. So, for example, I've often directed. I've said you should watch Glenn Greenwald's take on the Trump administration's Mahmoud Khalil deportation. I thought that was quite good. So, I mean, I can give a qualified endorsement of a type of content. Like I've also said, I thought it was really funny when Hassan and this guy, who's this fucking guy, Stavros, when they were reacting to Mecha Hitler, that was really funny. And you think there's something wrong with me being like the Vanguard when they take down like Cenk Uygur, that's really funny and really good. When Glenn Greenwald talks shit about Trump's Mahmoud Khalil stuff, that's good. When you go to Hassan to watch the Mecha Hitler discourse, that's funny. Like, is there anything that I'm doing that's morally wrong?
Okay, so do you think that Trump has like funny moments?
Wait, can you answer that though?
Well, okay, no, and I'll explain why.
So there's nothing wrong. Okay.
No, sorry, there is something wrong with
okay.
That. That's what I mean. Oh yeah. Do you think that Trump is like at all has like funny moments or anything like
yes,
that? Yes,
100%.
Okay, so when you have like let's say like there's like a comedian or like a podcaster, we'll call him like podcaster X, right? Podcaster X says Trump is kind of funny. You should kind of like listen to some of his speeches. Do you think that does like active harm?
Not if it's cabined like that. No, I mean I don't know why it would. Like, I've said, like, you guys should watch when Trump does this. It's fucking funny. Or like, this tweet is funny. I don't know. Like, what's the evidence that it's doing some harm?
Well, if you're like directing people to like Trump's content, I mean, like, I think I feel like that's just like trying to put people on the path of going to like MAGA if you were like directing people to Trump.
Not if I like condition it or qualify, but like, this was really funny from Trump. You should watch it. I don't know. People know who I am. They know I'm. I don't know. I feel like if you built up some reputation, or if you built up a track record, I'm not so sure that it's leading people down the MAGA line. You know, it seems like a kind of micromanaging of people's different endorsements or different, like, which is not evenly applied at all in this context.
Okay.
Right. So like, if I said, "Come watch me on Tim Pool," would you be like, "I'm contributing to the downfall of my community by, sending them to Tim Pool"? No, right?
Do you treat Tim Pool the same way that you treat the Vanguard?
No.
Okay. So how do you treat Tim Pool differently than you treat the Vanguard?
I treat the Vanguard I treat Tim Pool as probably more hostile than the Vanguard.
Why do you treat? Do you think Tim Pool is all like has like funny moments or has like good takes or anything like that?
I think he has funny moments. Yeah.
Okay. So why do you differentiate Tim Pool and the Vanguard exactly?
Because Tim Pool's a Trump supporter, Vanguard is not.
Is the Vanguard a supporter of the Democratic Party?
Depends what you mean by that. They voted for Democrats, but in general, they're negative to the brand, I'm sure. But yeah, it doesn't matter. But that is a way to distinguish them. Like Tim Pool's an arm of the propaganda machine of Trump, and Vanguard are not.
But they still are. But the end result is still a derision of the Democrat. Like, they might not be actively promoting Trump, but by doing harm to the Democratic Party, that is helping Trump.
I mean, you can say that, perhaps. I mean, when they're attacking Trump or when they're attacking Democrats, it's all fungible and it's lead to people supporting Trump. I don't think that's. I think people who watch the Vanguard generally don't like Trump.
It's not that they're leading people to support Trump by attacking the Democratic Party. It's like the end result of them viewing Republicans and Democrats the same and them just like not voting. I know that's funny for me saying not voting in general, but
yeah, I know it is funny for you to say that.
Yeah, seeing Democrats and Republicans basically is the exact same thing.
Well, I'm just explaining. Okay, I think that a vote for Trump, that a vote for nothing is better than a vote for Trump. And so, would you at least agree with me that there's a principal distinction to treat Tim Pool and Vanguard significantly differently, right?
Yeah, I'd probably say that.
Okay, great that we agree on that. I'm glad.
Yeah. That a vote for nothing is different than a vote for Trump, but I guess you just agreed, right? So
it's okay to treat Tim Pool and Vanguard differently.
But your end goal shouldn't necessarily be to, especially when we're talking about leftists here, your end goal shouldn't be like, oh well, they're just not voting it, like, oh, these leftists just aren't going to be voting in general, so it won't help Trump at all. Like, your goal should be getting these leftists to vote for you, not for them to not vote for Trump.
I agree.
I guess.
But I'm just saying that there is a principal distinction to how you would treat Tim Pool versus Vanguard, and you just agreed with that, right?
I mean, I think you should be treating Tim Pool in the same way that you should be treating the Vanguard, in which they're both people that will, because in the end they both help Trump.
Okay.
Like, so we can agree that not voting. Okay.
No,
we can agree that not voting for someone, right? That's probably better than them actively voting for Trump. But it's still like not a good, like, you would still criticize my decision personally to like not vote for any candidate in the election, right?
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying there's a principled basis to distinguish how you would treat one versus the other, regardless of whether they both on net hurt Democrats. One hurts them much more. One, maybe you're more likely to sway their viewers than the other.
So, but no matter what, you're still hurting like, in the end, it's still like a negative result. So why even like, okay, so you can either hurt yourself a little or you can hurt yourself a lot.
Well, I'm not so sure that. Do you think going on Tim Pool,
not engage in it in general?
So do you think that going on Tim Pool net hurts me? No, right?
Well, you're saying that you can treat the Vanguard better than you can treat Tim Pool.
Yeah, I think you would just agree with that. Did you just agree with that? Did you just agree with that? Did you agree with that or not?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you agree that you should treat the Vanguard better than Tim Pool? I thought you just agreed to that.
No. I don't think you. I think you should treat them both with the same derision.
The same derision. Okay.
Yeah. You should elevate your derision of Tim Pool, or elevate your. You should treat the Vanguard as you treat Tim Pool, as in both badly, equally.
Well, I think there are reasons to treat the Vanguard better than Tim Pool. Example number one is I think that it's more apt to convince their audience to vote to Democrats than Tim Pool. And so if I come on a little bit more congenially with these kinds of audiences and I'm a little bit more thoughtful, I think it's possible that you might, convert more than, if you were trying to think about Tim Pool's audience.
Okay, but so you're trying to like steal audiences away, or steal some of the audience away from the Vanguard in order to convert them into like liberal voters. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that because they're more aligned politically, I think you agree with that, more aligned than Tim Pool, that there's a closer proximity there and you're more likely to convince their audience.
And why do you think that street works only one way? I'm still confused on that. Like you say that you don't think that your own audience might be being converted to them. Why is that only a one-way street with you taking away from their audience instead of like them affecting you?
I guess I'm not saying that it's impossible that they could affect my audience as well, but I just think that to the extent that they're being anti-democratic, I'm probably with a sense that I disagree with, right? Because there are some criticisms of the Democratic Party that I agree with, and that I'll be like, yeah, you're right about that. But to the extent that they're saying something unreasonable, I'll speak up, and I think my audience will hear that. And in general, I've been very actively pro voting for Democrats, and so I think I've insulated my audience a little bit more against this kind of. I mean, if you're following me in general, you understand what I stand for, and you understand the kind of mitigation of harm that I'm trying to impose by having people vote for Democrats. So I just don't think that my audience, as compared to maybe perhaps other audiences, is as apt to like fall down the tanky pipeline given the kind of statements and the kind of, positions that I've taken.
All right. Do you do like regular polls just out of curiosity with like your audience?
Sometimes. Yes, I sometimes poll. Why do you want me to poll something?
Well, I meant not like poll like your chat, like go into, I don't know how much of your audience actually is in your Discord server or not. I would love to see you do like a big giant poll about like your audience and like what specifically like your audience like stands for, and I don't know if like monthly would be too much.
All right, what the fuck, man? I mean, like, okay,
like every 6 months, I would love to see how your audience has changed over time. Is what I'm saying, because like you can say that you like to think that your audience is a lot more insular and based off like the values that you promote, right? But I don't know. I just like to see some sort of specific.
I think probably if I had to guess, I think we probably lost a bunch of liberals over the course of the last few months because of the attacks by some liberals against me as like somehow a traitor. So, maybe I've lost some liberals because there have been these malicious smears against me and what I stand for. And so maybe I've lost some liberals who've bought into this nonsense. But again, I don't know. Okay. I don't think that that's the normal viewer of mine.
So you think it's because of the tax, not because of you?
Yes.
Of, like, audience conversion?
Yeah, because I had a conversation with the Vanguard like months before the one we had on Live and Learn, and no one said shit. No one really gave a fuck.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Okay,
was it,
it's on my channel.
Or was it?
It was cordial.
What was the content? Okay.
We were just like talking shit about Trump constantly and like legal stuff.
Okay.
No one gave a fuck about it.
Was the Vanguard saying like anti-Democratic Party stuff then?
No, I would have spoken up. Well, they might have had some critiques that I agreed with, but in general, no.
Well, like not to the degree that they're doing today, basically.
Yeah, surely not.
Okay. Are you going to be a little more hostile if you interact with the Vanguard now due to the whole Taylor Renz situation?
I would definitely ask them about that.
Well, not just ask, but like confront.
Yeah, I would confront them with their words on the issue of the course media stuff. Yeah.
I think that's all I have to say. I think my DoorDash is here, so I
Hey,
can go.
enjoy your DoorDash, bro.
I will. Oh, this is a funny moment. So in the middle of that debate panel last night, I pulled out some beers and I opened up my first beer and it fucking exploded all over my lap in the middle.
Very
of the
funny.
That was very funny. Yes. I hope you have a good night or good day.
Thanks. You too, man.
Bye.
Later. Oh, no. All right. We got one more caller and then we can move on to a thing. Yo, what up, Gauntlet? How you doing, dude? What up, bro? What's going on, man? You're muted.
Oh, hey. Okay, there we
What's
go.
up, bro?
I just got to say, I listened to that MAGA conversation before the last one.
what'd
Props
you
to
thought?
you for doing that all day. You know how, like, in games, you can take psychic damage?
Yeah.
I think that's every MAGA conversation now.
That's pretty
Oh my
crazy.
God.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about some of the Taylor Lorenz stuff.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, okay? I don't think you're sweeping for lefties or, like, secretly being lefty, okay? So I don't want to deal with any of that drama because it's stupid. I
Okay.
just think it's your opinion, and it's a wrong opinion. That's
Okay.
why I'm here.
All right, hit me.
Okay, so when we're looking at the Taylor Lorenz thing, I feel like when we're talking about talking about the money aspect of it, I think we can both agree when we're looking at it, the issue isn't money, it's the compromising of the positions that comes from money, right? Like,
Go ahead.
like let's say let's say we knew somebody was 100% just speaking their own opinions and they were paid $10 million a year secretly. Nobody knew, but we knew for a fact that 100% it was their opinion. The problem wouldn't be that they're receiving money, right? Like, would that be an issue?
Yeah, so you're basically saying if you knew for a fact that money was an influencing opinion, would it be an issue for them to receive money if it was just money, that was being
Just to
given
support them or whatever, yeah.
but it doesn't actually have an effect on what they say?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could isolate that, then the giving of money just to support someone where it's not in any way affecting what they do, and everyone knew that,
Yeah.
I don't think it would be an issue. No.
Yeah, obviously the issue is just knowing that for a fact. But I just wanted to sort of break away, like, the difference is it's not the problem isn't the money, it's the compromising of positions. Okay.
Well, hang on. In the real world, the problem is also the money because because you can never be sure, right? Like the appearance of a potential changed opinion or potential influence, because no one can be sure. The money is a stand-in for the issue because there's never a point in which you could be 100% sure, really, that their influence is not being effective. Oh, Hutch, thank you so much for the raid. This is my boy Hutch. Hutch, we're having some conversations about fallout again from some of the Chorus Media stuff. So thank you so much for the raid, Hutch, my boy. Love you, Hutch. Stay cool, Hutch. Enjoy your break. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, all good. Okay, so one of the things that you kept saying, at least on the Live and Learn that I watched you do, was that Taylor makes a good point in that she just pushes for a disclosure, and that even though the rest of it is basically just lies, that the point is, if it was just the point that you do a disclosure, then that's fine, right?
I said that to the extent that Taylor's point is just they should have disclosed. I think it's a correct, but I don't think it's just her point. That's why I'm so critical of the article and of her. Mr. Cope, by the way, this is a super chat. I have a novel perspective on the whole lib and left stuff. I need to talk about at some point, but I need back into the Discord. I DM'd you on Twitter. Okay, yeah, DM me on Twitter. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat.
Do you think Taylor is like good for, like, should we view Taylor as like an ally to the Democratic Party, or should we just cast her out as, I would say, essentially just
it
a
depends
liar?
what you mean by cast her out. Do I consider an ally of the Democratic Party? No. If by cast out you mean like not read her shit, no. I think sometimes she has some interesting shit to read. It depends what you mean by cast out, but like she doesn't like Democrats, and I don't think that we should pretend that she likes Democrats, but I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I think this is my criticism for you, I guess, and this extends beyond just like lefties, because I don't know if I would consider Greenwald a lefty. I would consider him MAGA at this point, I feel like. But like, you keep on saying this thing I've heard you mention Lorenz, and I've heard you mention Greenwald. I think it was specifically for Greenwald, you said like his coverage on the Abrego Garcia thing was good.
Yeah.
And for Lorenz, there's been some things that she's talked about.
Yeah, so some of the stuff that I'm familiar with is when she talks about how some of these like child protection laws that impinge on speech are actually ways for the government to bootstrap content restrictions for adults, and that children have rights too. And I think that both of those are good generally.
Yeah, so I think this is not something that you should say is like, oh, I recommend this or this. Just regardless of, and like I said, it's not just like a lefty thing. It's also for like Greenwald, because like I think it's a way that people can view these people, and then they're like, oh, they're good on this, so maybe they're good on other things, right? Because like if we look at like Candace Owens, for example, right, we would never say like, oh, like you should go to her for like criticism of Israel, because on the one hand, like you might agree with her when she's saying like Israel's committing a genocide or whatever, but then the next second she's saying like, you know, the Holocaust didn't happen and Macron's wife is trans, and it's like, do we like? I guess we agree with her, but like she's using these other points to sort of like.
So let me make sure I understand. So do you think I should not disclose an opinion I have, that is that I think that Taylor Lorenz has been correct on some issues of free speech and rights deprivation, same thing with Greenwald, that I shouldn't say that, even though I believe it?
No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't say it. If you believe it, say whatever you want. I think you're wrong, because I just think your opinion's wrong, because it doesn't make sense to me why we would recommend or be okay with somebody's take on one thing when they use it to shoehorn in a bunch of other things that we know are kind of crazy. Like for the Lorenz article, sure, she makes the point like, oh, disclose, but she's doing that to bolster the larger point of this is like a dark money group where people are secretly hiding all this stuff.
I say that though.
No, I know you do, but I'm just saying like I know you do on that, but it's like, I don't know why we would reference this person as valuable for like this specific resource, like the child like censorship or whatever. But then like they're so far off in another direction for some other like it's fine if it's like you disagree and it falls within like this sort of realm of I feel like just basic sort of reality, because I feel like there's no way to look at the chorus stuff and be like, these people were hiding it. And there's dark money, and there's.
Okay, but what's wrong with me saying like, you know, I agree with her on this, but overall, I think this is bad. X, Y, Z. You know, like I say that sometimes of Trump. You know, like I agree with him on this and not that. Like, are you saying that I said something wrong? I shouldn't have said that.
Maybe it's just like a difference in perspective, because like I would never go to.
Really appreciate it. Chris speaks. Thank you, Chris speaks. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think I would ever go to a friend and be like, oh, you know, like if I agreed with like Candace on Israel stuff, I don't think I would ever go and be like, oh, you know, Candace is a good resource for covering Israel.
Well, hang on. So if I thought that Candace was actually saying something correct about like Abrego Garcia, I think I would say that. Yeah, Candace, you know, says correct things about Abrego Garcia, or, you know, Tim Pool, he's actually been pretty good on this issue. Or if I said something like, you know, Rob Norn actually has been criticizing Trump on this or the third. Like, if it's my opinion, what's wrong with me stating it? Like, I would.
No, nothing's wrong. I don't, like I said, I don't think it's wrong with you to state your opinion. Like, say what you want. Like, I just think the opinion is wrong, right? Like, because my issue is like. Wait,
you think the opinion that Taylor Lorenz is like right on child speech issues, or that Glenn Greenwald was good on Abrego Garcia, you think that those underlying opinions are wrong? Do you know enough about their content there to say that they're wrong?
Yeah, so the only reason why I'd say that is because the way that they're getting to those opinions isn't because they have a good analysis of the broader issue, or they have a good analysis of like.
Yeah, but what if I think they do have a good analysis of it? So I think that
wait.
Greenwald does have a good analysis of it.
Well, no. But let me finish my point. They may have a good analysis, but I'm getting at a finer issue.
Okay.
It's not that their analysis is either good or bad. The only reason that their analysis is the way it is it because it happens to align with their specific partisan goals that we, on the whole, wouldn't align with. So if we're going to somebody who just happens to be on our side for this specific issue, rather than because it's the truth or because logically it makes sense, I don't know why we would recommend this person. Because I could recommend, like, my dad, like he'll bring up things that like.
You can recommend your dad, but your dad is like a horrible person.
But my dad is prone to no. I can recommend my dad things that maybe I can see that I don't know.
I can recommend your
Candace
mom.
Owens with, but
Sorry.
you're good. But like I can recommend my dad maybe things that Candace Owens says that are correct, but I know that he's prone to fall into things that are worse. And I know that the overarching goal of Candace criticizing Israel isn't because there's valid war crimes or there's a genocide. It's because she just hates Jews. So I don't know why we would recommend somebody like Greenwald or Lorenz when Lorenz is just because I think she hates the Dems and she hates the establishment. And I think probably the same for Greenwald. Those are their underlying like motivations. It's not like the fact of the matter or the logic. It's just that it happens to align with them politically.
It sounds like what you're saying is like if we don't agree on the overall outlook or ethic or I don't know, grounded morality or whatever, that I can't agree on the more micro point, which I don't know that I interact with people who I differ greatly, I think, in terms of base morality or base where they're coming from. And it just seems highly limiting to be like, oh, you know what? I like Dave Smith on this, or I like, David Frum. Let's say that I agree with like a neocon on something. They come from a different, very different place. Like if John Bolton is correct about Trump overstepping, do I have to like not recommend John Bolton's opinion on this because overall he doesn't have the same agenda? Same thing with like a conservative opinion that, I don't overall agree with Scalia on many of what he said, but like I think his opinion in I think the case is Crawford, the Confrontation Clause case, I think it's a good opinion. I think Gorsuch's opinion in the title whatever case, the Civil Rights Framework case was a good opinion. So why do I have to assess their overall ethical grounding or overall purpose to just like in a very limited fashion be like, I've read some Taylor Lorenz articles that I thought were good, or I've seen some of her videos which were effective. Why is that like something I should not say if I believe it?
Well, again, it's not me. If you believe it, you can do. I'm just trying to convince you that it's not a good thing, right? I'm not trying to say you shouldn't. If you genuinely believe
Greenwald
it.
has a bunch of arguments about why it's a problem to coerce like law firms and to coerce individuals based on support of Israel, which I agree with the reasoning. I both agree with his position and I agree with the reasoning there. Now, at bottom, he might have an ulterior motive, which is America bad, liberals bad. Mm-hmm. But if he's stating things that both I agree with the point and why he arrived at the point in the sense of the stated rationale, I don't know why I should like refrain from saying so.
Because the reason I would give is because there's probably other people who give the same rationale. If it's a good rationale, then other people will give the rationale, or even you yourself might have the rationale. But if they go to like if we move it just to a slightly different issue, the rationale might apply the same, but they're going to change their stance on it because their political stance is different. So they're going to swap. Like if I don't know how Greenwald feels about like trans stuff, but let's say he's against it. The rationale might apply to the courts or whatever for trans stuff, but Greenwald won't keep his position and the same rationale because
then I can just disagree. Then I can just disagree with him.
But I'm just saying if we're referencing people in a good light, but it's not based off their process, it just happens to be based off the outcome that they give us, then I don't think that's necessarily a good thing because then those people could be like, well, if he was good on this thing, maybe he's good on this other thing, or like I don't know. Like if we know that this person is bad in so many other areas, I don't know why we would say that they're fine in this area just because they this one time happened to align with us because they happen to, I don't know.
Maybe because it's true. So you're basically saying that I should not positively refer to people who in general are bad.
Because I don't know if I'm making this like their reasoning is only good in this one instance because it happens to align with them. Like the reasoning, it's almost like a facade. Like,
can I give you an example to try to steel man you? So Trump says, for example, I can run for a third term, and he's saying that because potentially he would want to, and because it benefits him. But I could say, well, I agree with Trump with his conclusion there. He's correct because of this carve out in the Constitution or this little technicality or loophole. Should I not say that because that Trump is correct?
No, because, well, I think, and this is just gonna, I guess, come down to the partisanship of like you and me, where we both like will agree as like Democrats or on the left that, you know, MAGA is kind of crazy in there. Like, you can give a good faith interpretation of like, oh, maybe there's some carve out to where he can technically get around it, but like somebody like Rob Moore wouldn't be saying that because he's in good faith analyzing the Constitution. He's just saying that because he's going to be like a partisan, and he's just going to find whatever way possible to support Trump getting a third term, right?
Okay. Yeah, he might have some different set of motivations to the extent that those are like fairly traceable to his opinion.
Doesn't this, I mean, in a way, I feel like this kind of this relates to the money thing, where the issue isn't the money, it's the motivations. And if the motivations are corrupt in the way that I'm saying, because they're just partisan or they're staunchly on the side, and that's what leads them to their conclusion, I think the problem is like a mirror to the money problem.
I think this is too much work.
Does that make sense?
It's too much work to be like, hey, I need to make sure that we're grounded out in the same place. If I'm doing commentary, and this is from Doobie, the standard should be as simple as, is the person honestly and thoroughly engaging with the issue, even if we end at different conclusions, you can still learn from someone who disagrees with you. I think that's true from like a net perspective. If you disagree with this person in terms of your global outlook, I don't think that it should mean that you refrain from acknowledging when they're correct about something, even if at bottom you have some very severe difference of opinion.
I just think I like the motivation is the thing that would get me on it. Like, does that?
Sometimes it's the same motivation, right? Like, so when it comes to civil liberties, sometimes Greenwald and I will have the same motivations. He at least states that he wants to protect civil liberties, and should I, if he has a particularly good analysis of an issue, should I like not give him credit for that? I feel like I should. Even if I think that he has another principle, which is like shit on libs and shit on Democrats and stuff.
I guess I don't know. You're right that it is just hard in a sort of realistic sense to like enforce. I think they're like,
you said something positive about a person that overall is bad, and you might have contributed to him being seen in a positive light, and therefore you shouldn't have said something you honestly believed, even though you agree with it. It seems like a standard that isn't like. Oftentimes our commentators are saying positive things about people who are in general bad people or in general have the wrong take, and no one seems to like bat an eye. As long as I'm clear about where I stand, I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, it was also, this wasn't specifically a critique for you, because I think plenty of people do this. I just think if there's somebody that we kind of write off as like a loony person, which I feel like Taylor Renz falls within that category, and so does Glenn Greenwald.
I think she's biased. I don't know that like loony implies that she is literally insane. Maybe on some stuff, I don't know, but like she has some good articles and good videos. I'm just saying the truth.
Yeah. Now, I guess like moving on from that, I guess, because it's just a hard one to even enforce. Like I said, like here's my question, because I'm gonna fight, because I don't know if money matters. I don't know if disclosing or not disclosing matters, because on the one hand, there's like that argument for like we don't want to unilaterally disarm, but I think there's like a fine line to that, like with the gerrymandering stuff. Like, you don't want to unilaterally disarm on that.
Yeah, no, but
like
all I'm saying is we
money,
should disclose, like, right, like. If I, for example, do you think that I have an obligation to my audience, that I should have an ethical obligation or a socially imposed obligation, that if I were receiving money from like Hassan Piker Foundation for content creators, that I should disclose that?
If it was in the same way as like Chorus, no, I don't think so. I don't think you have. Would you be like, holy shit, actually, he was taking money from Hassan and he was defending him on Global Entry and he didn't tell us that he was taking money from Hassan? The only reason I would say it is if if you like, because I feel like you've railed against Hassan enough to where like if you suddenly took money. Okay, actually, I wrote these down because I know you brought these up before. I think in the past you were like, ask if you took money for Hassan to be in like a genocide incubator.
Yeah,
like
anti-genocide incubator.
Yeah. You would be. People would be mad, but I would say
they would be mad.
If okay, maybe I can't speak for everybody, but I don't think I would be mad because on the one hand, I know your position is that Israel's conducting like a genocide in Gaza, and then on the other hand, he's not paying you to create content. And if it's again, if it's done in the exact same manner as Chorus,
people will be mad. They're like, "You're the only reason you have this opinion about Israel. The only reason this or that is because you're getting money from Hassan's incubator."
I think that would just be I think those people would just be hypocritical then, because if the incubator was done exactly the same as Chorus, I don't know why they would have a problem. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I think people would. I think what you're saying is probably true, that they would be upset in this and not the other, but I think that goes to demonstrate a hypocrisy and a contradiction. I think the contradiction
maybe for them, not for me, but
because they would think that there is a potential that the money is affecting my opinion, and the fact that I didn't disclose that seems like I'm trying to hide the fact that my opinion isn't genuine, and so they'd be like, not only did he take money, he hid it, and so we weren't able to assess him honestly.
I think I agree with you on the larger point that like disclosure should just be like an industry standard. I don't have like a problem with that.
Then we agree. What's the problem?
Well, it's not. I just like I think it should be an industry standard. My own thing is like I'm not sure how important money like is in terms of like people who are doing like the live streaming or the social media thing for that. Like when it comes to politicians,
matters. I think money matters for streamers. I think streamers care about money.
Well, obviously streamers care about money.
Yeah.
But my point is like hold up, because I wrote some notes down to try and collect my thoughts on this. Like if someone's taking like money to spread a specific message, like I don't even know what the problem is with that. Because if it's disingenuous,
I don't think it is. I don't think as long as you disclose, right? I think we agreed on that. If you disclose money,
well, I'm just saying, like, does it even matter? Like, I don't know. I don't even know if it matters, because if we look at like someone like Benny Johnson, who I feel like we can pretty safely say is like, or at least somewhat, I'd give it a pretty high percentage that he's pretty obviously like boosted, backed in some way. But people still watch him, and he doesn't get a lot of people watching him. But the people who do watch him, I don't think they'd care if they knew he was getting paid, or if they knew that there was some sus stuff going on. And in the same way,
you're
like,
basically saying, do people matter? Is this consistent? What about them? What about MAGA? What about MAGA? I'm telling you.
I'm not doing a whataboutism.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know if it matters that somebody's getting paid at all to spread a specific message, because that person, one, whatever message they're spreading is only going to be as good as like the arguments they have for it. And then two, like,
I'm not talking about the payment. I'm talking about the disclosure. I'm agreeing with you that we should be allowed to pay people to craft messages or to.
No. I know you're talking, but I'm talking about the disclosure as well. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't, like, I don't know if I care whether I know you're being paid or not. Like, this is a broader point.
I think you do care. I think if I were being paid by Hassan Piker,
let me give an example, right?
You would care if I didn't disclose that. Wouldn't you care? Would you care if I didn't disclose Hassan Piker paying me $2,000 as an incubator?
As an incubator, I wouldn't care. If it were done exactly like Chorus,
really?
I wouldn't care. No. If it were done exactly like Chorus, I wouldn't care.
What if it were like Tim Pool? Is there any...
What do you mean if it were like Tim Pool?
If I were getting money from like a pro-Trump type incubator, I think you would care.
For a pro-Trump type incubator.
And I did disclose it.
I feel like that's a completely different... That'd be weird.
If I didn't disclose it.
I would just be confused. I would just be like, why? I don't even know how to think about that, because it makes sense for Chorus to back Dems because they're like a Dem sort of group. I don't like, if it was done in this, like if Tim Pool did it in the same way as Chorus, I would just be really confused why they would approach you and then why you would accept it. It wouldn't make sense, because I mean, if your content stayed the same, then what? I don't know what the issue would be.
That's what I mean. Like, if I'm making content that bears on, for example, thank you very much, Doobie, for the super chat. Appreciate it. If I'm making content that is specifically about Hassan, for example, I made content about the global entry issue, but I'm also getting paid by Hassan as an incubator, or as someone who's part of the incubator. I think people would be pissed if they later found that out, because they're gonna the conclusion might be that I'm crafting my opinion so as to maintain the financial relationship of which I'm enjoying. And I think people would be pissed that I gave that opinion without disclosing the financial relationship. And I think that you would too.
Maybe in that scenario, like if there was a scenario where like it came out like Chorus was doing some weird shit, and then these creators were like,
it's not about weird shit. I
or...
trust a lot of these creators. Like I like Brian Tyler Cohen. I like Dave Pacman. I like these people. I'm not saying that they did anything nefarious.
No. I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you're saying that either.
Okay.
I'm trying, because I just think like it's. You're right, actually, because like if somebody was doing like something wrong, and you were on there sort of, even if it was done exactly like Chorus, maybe I would feel some type of way. Like if I thought Hassan was doing something wrong and then you came out, defended him, and then I found out you're being paid, that might feel bad. But here I have an analogy. So because again, this is why I don't know if it matters if people know or not. Like disclosures matter. Like I like your content, and let's say one day, right, you swap up, and all of a sudden you're like Ryan Mullally, okay?
Yeah.
And let's say you're accepting like 10 mil a year from like our centrist king Matt Taibbi, okay? And you don't disclose this, like what's gonna happen? I mean, I would stop watching you, and I think so would most of your audience, because you built it around like left-leaning people.
Right, but if I didn't disclose that, that would be like another feather in the cap. You'd be like, he changed his mind. And he didn't disclose that he was receiving money around the same time or something. And it wouldn't just be like, oh, he changed his mind, that's why not, like, whatever. It would be he also didn't disclose. It would be both things. It wouldn't just be
I think I would just be like, I think at that point I would just be like, oh, he has bad arguments now because he's being paid to represent this side. Okay.
Right, so the lack of disclosure would be an additional point. It wouldn't just be changing your opinion. It would be, you didn't tell us, hey, you were getting paid this whole time we were talking about Hassan Global Entry. The whole time you were talking about H3 lawsuit. You didn't tell us that you were hanging out with Denims and getting money from the incubator group.
Yeah, maybe this is just a personal opinion of mine. Sometimes, or actually, I know, sometimes I feel like on a personal level, I'm like, oh, I'm so good at spotting propaganda, and I don't really care. So if somebody starts coming up with a bad argument, but I've obviously been tricked by it before when I was younger.
No, but come on. I just want to direct answer this. If it turned out that at the same time I was making this opinion about Ethan Klein's lawsuit and kind of basically criticizing a lot of what he said in his video, even though I said the lawsuit is strong and on strong ground legally, I was saying what I was saying about his rationale and criticizing his complaint, that it came out that I was being paid by Denims as part of an incubator program, and I didn't disclose that, would you be upset?
If you, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So.
I'm not saying that we should dwell on the Chorus stuff, or that we should spend all our time morally castigating these people. But if you can't grant this very simple, I think, social norm, it's kind of milquetoast that hey, you should disclose content streams of a not insignificant amount related to your content where there's a mutual obligation. I think that that kind of situation, if you can't agree with that, I think that's a little sus, and I think that it's a bare minimum thing that you should expect.
I think my greater point is just that I think people do care. I just think it's dumb to care. Like if I got the
but you just said you would care, so you're saying you're being dumb.
No, I am being dumb. I said I would be dumb because honestly, I think the reality kind of is I don't know if it matters. Like if I had the greatest debate assassin in the world and they're for hire, okay, and they're on my side versus the other side, people who like that sort of content are going to drift there anyways, and their arguments are only going to be as good as the position that they're holding. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if people are just advocating for one side in terms of just streaming and social media.
So are you changing your position from you would care to now it wouldn't matter, so I wouldn't care? Or you're saying it would matter and so I do care, but I still care even though it wouldn't matter? I'm saying that. Thank you, Boxoids. This is a loner box raid. Appreciate you. Thank you. I think I'm sounding a little bit incoherent, but I think honestly the best is probably that nobody really should care who's getting paid to represent whatever message. You should just look at the message. Oh, you should care and understand the position. You should care. I mean, I should care. If I found out that Tim Pool was getting paid by a pro-Russian super PAC in the United States.
Well, hold on. I should add the caveat. I think it's different if it's like like a foreign enemy.
No, this is a
ally.
domestic.
I think that's a whole different.
No, it's a domestic pro. So it's like APAC, right? If you found out, for example, that let me think. Let's say that you found out the loaner box is being paid by APAC. Okay. Because we just got the loaner box rate. Sorry. We just got the loaner box rate. So you found out the loaner box is being paid by APAC, and he didn't disclose it. Good, bad, or neutral?
I think I as a human, I think I might feel some way about it, but I think the best world is that nobody should care about it and just look at the arguments being done. I think that's what I think.
Oof. I think that's a denial of shit that Democrats and left-wing people have been railing against for like years and years. It's like saying, okay, Trump, we should just trust Trump because when he gets the Qatar airplane, that we should not sort of expect that he's going to be swayed by money or like, this kind of crypto thing.
That's why I kept emphasizing just in terms of like advocacy through like social media stuff. When it extends to politicians, I think that's a whole different thing. I think that's a whole different category.
The incentive structure is somehow different? Or you view it as less plausible
no.
non-politician?
I think the incentive structure exists even in the social media space. I just think it's less consequential than like a politician, right? Like a social media person can, get an audience and convince people with whatever arguments, even if they're being paid. But a politician, they can change the law. They can, send out National Guard to California. That's why I think it would matter in the politician's case, but not in like the influencer's case.
No, but what we're talking about is like the reason we would care in the politician situation is because we're worried that this individual is not doing what's in the best interest of the country if he has this kind of personal motive, financial motive that's separated from his like what he actually thinks is in the right for the country. And likewise,
well, that's why I think it does matter with the politician, but not the influencer. Because the politician has the wait, sorry if I'm not being clear. The politician has the power to change the law and to do all these things that affect people on the ground. Whereas the influencer, like they can affect people's opinions, but it's not going to be to the same extent that, like a politician can have. I don't, maybe I'm undercutting how important propaganda is. I could be doing that.
I think it matters. But I think that one of the things that I understand that foreign government activities is different than domestic activities. I totally agree with that. I'm just giving you what you want. But like, there's a reason why we say that it's harmful for the Russian government to have interfered in the 2016 election. One of which the methods was by doing a kind of influence campaign and spreading memes and shit. And because it wasn't like the people who were showing up to these rallies that sometimes were organized by the GRU, they were being misled by individuals who weren't disclosing their connection to whatever. But like, I think it would be a similar situation if it were like, Charlie Kirk funded by the Koch brothers, or say, for example, let me think of someone. Counterpoints. Let's say Counterpoints was funded by the RNC. Maybe we would take his opinion differently, or like take any other individual who's being paid for by some super PAC or something. I think that there's a good social norm in putting all the cards on the table to make sure that when people are receiving a political message, they understand potential sources of bias. I understand there are more potential sources of bias beyond just financial, and so I'm just trying not to make the perfect be the enemy of the good. That money is like a particular concern because there are past instances, and I think a lot of shared understanding that money can have a corrupting influence on like mercenary opinions, and in a way that it probably exists for social relationships too, but it's a lot more tailored. Some kind of norm that's calibrated to money as opposed to like social relationships or in general attitudes.
I think maybe I agree. I don't know. It's like I said, sometimes it just feels it feels annoying to like sort of point at these like background influences, because it's like, well, do I even need to look at the background influences to know that like this opinion is really stupid, like this argument is really stupid, like the Trump immunity thing is really stupid. Like if Malali, despite his stupid victory lap the other day, do I really need to know like if he's getting paid 10 million to propagate
By
this
Trump?
opinion? Yeah, let's say he's paid by, well, maybe not Trump, maybe like let's say Charlie Kirk. Like do I really,
Yeah, I think
does it really matter?
like I would be like,
I
the
don't
only reason you're
know.
saying this, Mullally, is because you're getting paid by Kirk. You don't actually believe this, dude.
Yeah, but let's say it was a good argument. Who cares?
No, I get it, but like I think it has to do with people's how normal people would take the authenticity of something that is being represented. Like this argument about executive power, it doesn't have its root anywhere in our history. Blah 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 blah. And plus, Ryan, you're of course going to say this because you're getting paid by these people. Maybe that's a little unfair. Maybe it's a little snipey, but pointing to sources of bias and having the people have to like overcome that. Be like, no, I'm not just doing this because I'm paid, because look at this XYZ time when I came out against the administration when they were wrong about this. So the money isn't affecting me. It's just something that I think normal people take into consideration when they're assessing the arguments they're hearing and whether or not they should trust them.
Maybe I'm being a little bit too ideal or dismissive. I don't know. I will say I can't believe I didn't watch your debate with him over the immunity thing, but I saw your sort of follow up where you were like, this person agreed with Pisco because the best solution was just impeachment, and it just sounded like they didn't understand any of the arguments.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry you had that. That just seemed so frustrating. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, it is frustrating. We don't have to get into it, but like, and it seems a little slippery sometimes when we're talking about like, well, do you agree with the judges versus like, should I have to appeal to the judges? But I don't want to sound like a sore loser because three dipshits fucking were judging whatever. But no, I appreciate that you say that.
But yeah, that's the psychic damage.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I think that's all. Well,
hey man, so do you have any prescriptions for me? Do you think I should change how I approach conversations with people on the far left? Should I cancel my show with Aaron? Should I never interact with Vanguard again? Should I cancel any appearance I have in Breaking Points?
Oh, that. I guess if you don't mind, keep going.
Yeah.
You said something earlier where you were like, you don't know what you mean, but when people say like exclude them from the coalition, and I think there's pretty. Like, I think the last guy made a good point where it's like you just treat them like you would treat MAGA. I think that's a good, like, sort of.
But why would I? Like, why would I treat someone who hates MAGA as MAGA? Seems kind of silly.
If you have 3 people, okay, and 2 of them hate one guy, but also one of the person that hates the other guy also kind of hates you just a little bit less, why would you treat him as your friend?
I mean, that's not what you said. You said treat them like MAGA. Treat them as MAGA, but they're not MAGA. They hate MAGA, so I wouldn't treat them as MAGA. I would treat them as something else.
Wouldn't you treat them in the same way though? That they just hate the Dems. Like Taylor Lorenz, I would probably just treat as somebody. I would treat like MAGA because they hate the Dems, right?
I wouldn't treat Taylor Lorenz as MAGA because she's not MAGA. She's something else. She's like maybe black pill left or whatever Hutch is calling them.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't treat them as MAGA because they're not
MAGA. What would you treat them as then? Let's say, okay, if they're not, obviously she's not MAGA, but what would you treat them as then, or Taylor Lorenz has? As
someone who doesn't like the Democratic Party and a journalist, and it depends on the nature of the conversation, but certainly I'm going to not assume that she is looking out to benefit the Democrats. It might change how I interact with her, but that like everyone's point of view is going to change how I interact with them a little bit. I don't understand what the added value is of these people shouldn't be part of our coalition. One, it's like they don't want to be part of our coalition. Number 2 is like, what does that mean? Like,
they kind of do because they, those people like will campaign as part of our. They'll say that they're part of the Dems when they're not because they hate the
Taylor
Dems.
Doesn't say
or
they'll
they'll
work
work
with the
Dems. Well, maybe not Taylor, but like Hassan would, right? Somebody like Hassan would, maybe even the Vanguard. Definitely Hassan, right? He's gone with
he's interviewed them.
New York guy.
He's interacted with them, but I mean they've interacted with right wing people, and so he's interacted with like a bunch of different people. But I guess my question is like, what is meant by throw them out of our coalition? I just don't understand like what is being asked to be done.
Well, like when somebody looks at the Dems, right, and let's say they look at I'm trying not to trigger people, but like if they look at Destiny and they look at Hassan, I feel like if you, because okay, actually this is a good example. I have some friends from high school who are definitely MAGA, and it's incredibly frustrating to talk to them, and I tried to get them to understand the sort of like differences in the Democratic Party, And I think this is a fairly widespread sort of feeling among right wingers, because I don't think they interact with Dems that much, or maybe it was just them. But at least in this instance, I was trying to get them to understand the difference between like a leftist versus like Democrat or like a liberal. And they were like, oh, you guys are all the same because you support gay marriage. And it's like, okay, if they think we're all the same, then that means that any opinion they see from Destiny or Hassan, they're going to treat like as a left opinion.
I just don't understand what
like,
is meant by throw them out of our coalition. Okay, that might happen. That might be a thing. But how does that affect what you mean by the term throw them out of our coalition? Or like, treat them as though they aren't one of us? Like, okay, what does that mean?
When I say that, I wouldn't say I would work like again, and I feel like
this is what's so frustrating for me. I'm not being obtuse. Like, I just want to know, what do people want me to
I'll
do?
explain why
What do people want me to do? Okay, yeah, go.
Like, you say like, what do you mean you don't want me to work with them? And it's like, obviously, right? And then you say like, well, I work with Tim Pool, but it's like, obviously we don't mean like go on, you know, the culture war and scream at them. And like,
what do you mean?
Yes, I just mean don't like. Okay, when you
so
go
I understand
on,
what you don't mean, because you don't mean don't interact with them in any respect. That's not what you mean. Because you're clearly you're not saying don't ever interact with Hassan. You're not saying don't ever interact with Vanguard. You're not saying don't ever interact with Taylor Rents. I want to know what you are saying, not what you're not saying.
Okay. What I mean is like, let's say you do a podcast with the Vanguard, okay, and afterwards, people like you turn off your stream, you don't even raid them, but people are like, oh, the Vanguard are on the left, so we're gonna go watch the Vanguard stuff. And then for like the next couple hours, they're absorbing all the shit from the Vanguard, where they say like, the Dems are worthless, you shouldn't vote for them, blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, the reason that these people are watching the Vanguard now and absorbing these sort of like anti-democrat talking points is because you had a friendly enough conversation that people think like, oh, this person is on our side. Whereas when you go to watch your interaction with like Tim Pool, nobody's going to be like, oh, let's turn on the culture war now. Like, does that make sense?
What you're describing makes sense, that people might get a different impression, like a more impression of friendliness from one versus the other. And someone super chatted virtue signal harder, he means. Maybe that's what you mean.
It's not virtue signal.
So I'll give you an example, right? So like, I go on Breaking Points. They invite me to talk something legal. The last time they did it, it was about Epstein-related stuff, the grand jury transcripts. It's not really an opportunity, right? They're bringing me on for a specific purpose, to give legal commentary regarding the Epstein matter. In that context, someone could get the impression that we are very friendly. And just to be clear, I am friendly with Crystal. Someone get the impression that, like, and I do like Crystal, even though I disagree with her on a lot of stuff. I like I like Rob Noor, and we disagree on some stuff. But someone could definitely get the impression of the limited kind of interaction I had with Crystal Ball, that maybe you should watch and listen to, I guess, Crystal Ball on other stuff. Was that a bad appearance that I went on there and just we had basically a friendly chat where they were asking me questions about my legal take on the Epstein related stuff and the grand jury transcripts? Was that bad of me to do? Was that immoral, unethical for me to go on there?
I don't know if I would say it's unethical. I think it just depends on what your goal is. Like, if you want to get the maximum amount of people to vote Dem in the next election, I don't know if that helps your goal. Because again, if these people are funneled towards somebody like Crystal and Sagar, I don't think those people are going to get you. Like, the people who like Crystal and Sagar, I feel like aren't going to vote Dem. I feel like that's antithetical to what your goal is. And I agree, your goal is to support the Dems. I'm not trying to criticize or like insinuate anything nefarious. I just think it's not aligned with your goal.
So do you think I should have done that? Should I have gone on to Breaking Points to discuss, not to have we weren't having a contentious discussion. They were like, hey, Pisco, do you want to come on and talk about the grand jury implications and Epstein stuff and other legal standards? And I was like, yes. Was that wrong to do?
In terms of you reaching your goal of wanting more people to vote Democrat, I don't think that was helpful to you. I don't think so.
Well,
because
what about the fact that I'm like way smaller, and this is helping me? Like, I'm giving them helpful commentary, but in general, like, I'm reaching more people and I'm becoming bigger probably by being on that appearance. I mean, who am I?
Well, I'm not. Hold up. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to say like you do this or you do that. I'm just talking about like your goal as a whole. Now, if you think like this serves your goal as like growing, bringing more people in, and then you say like this is like a calculated whatever to reach this. I think that's actually like a thought process that I would agree with, that aligns with your, well, because essentially what you're doing is you're just trying to get a greater audience to support the Dems.
Right.
That's fine.
So
I'm just,
do you go back on the notion that this is counter to my goals? If what I'm doing in that respect is I'm not abiding by them just shitting on Dems, I'm just on there for a discrete purpose, which is legal analysis, it's growing my channel. In what sense could you say it's negative in terms of my goal, and in which case it would be wrong to do?
I think it's the way that Trump likes to describe tariffs, where in the short term it's going to hurt, but in the long term it might help. I think that maybe that's how that would work. But
so would you do it if you were me? Would you do it if I have an opportunity to go on Breaking Points again to talk about a discrete legal issue? Would you do that?
Maybe before the Lorenz article. After it, the way that Crystal has characterized it, I wouldn't personally. But that's your choice. I think.
What if I go on specifically to be like, hey, we disagree about this, and then it comes down to we just disagree on something.
Obviously, I've said that's fine, right?
Okay, but if they invite me on something that's not related to that, should I do it?
I think the way that people have characterized the Lorenz article afterwards is so egregious that I think like it's kind of made clear like, okay, these people are not helpful for the Dems. They don't want to help the Dems. Like, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think that's helpful to the goal. If your goal is to get more people to the Dems, I think at this point that's like a nail in the coffin type thing. So at least for me,
don't go on Breaking Points post coverage of Chorus. Don't go on Breaking Points unless it is to challenge them in some way.
On a personal note, that if you feel that you can get some sort of value out of that, then that's just a sort of it's just a determine. Like if I were you, I would just determine no. But maybe you have some other reason.
Should Democrats go on Breaking Points? To spread their message.
I would just say like there's just too many things that are there that I think are harmful to the Dems, that it's like when you look at like the Alyssa Slotkin interview.
So why should they go on Fox News? So why should they go on Fox News?
Again, it's not. Please, this is why I think the hard-headedness is coming in. It's like, obviously you can go on these places if you're just fighting with them and make it clear that you are the enemy. The intention, but they don't go on Fox News and like, Fox News, you're the enemy. They go on Fox News. Yes, but obviously they go on and there's some adversarialness there. Nobody is watching Fox News and be like, oh, AOC thinks that, this is a good place to, get the news or whatever, right? Nobody's doing that.
It sometimes depends on who the host is. Sometimes they've been incredibly cordial.
Yeah, but nobody's coming away from that interview with AOC on Fox News and being like, do you think there's any Democrat who's watching Fox News because AOC went on and is like, I'm going to stick around?
Okay, but why is that true of the Breaking Points? Breaking Points is like started off as a right-wing show.
Yeah. What about it?
Like, Crystal's whole design was, I'm going to criticize the Democrats, and I'm going to be, and she has a lot of right-wing positions in that sense that are critical of the Democrats. Mm-hmm. And, criticize Trump, I'll have more credibility and it'll be built up. I think she's explicitly said that. But it was a right-wing show.
Yeah, and what she went on there and became like anti-Dem and anti-MAGA,
but she's moved closer to like resistance lib area. She's not anywhere near there, but if we can track her course, she's come much more to resistance lib position than where she was. Sagar, even, he's an insane person on many accounts, but he's moved a little bit that way too. If anyone, I think, is still doing the most sim stuff for the administration, it's Emily. Ryan Grimm, similar kind of populist style thing. It's more populist, I would say. But readers can discern that. I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything to hurt Dems by going on there to talk about Epstein. I think if Ro Khanna went on to Breaking Points to talk about their Epstein, the discharge petition, and it wasn't really confrontational, do you think Ro Khanna would be doing something like wrong?
Especially for Ro Khanna, probably, yeah, because his reach is probably way further, and Ro Khanna kind of leans into that populist position anyways. And also, Breaking Points probably wouldn't grill Ro Khanna, I don't think, because he already holds an anti-Israel position. I'm pretty sure that they would be okay with, I think. But I don't know. It's just like, it feels, I don't know. These people are just like the chorus article is just so egregious, and it just feels like these people are either lying straight up, or they're purposefully, or they're just blinded because of their partisanship, because them saying things like, you cannot talk about Israel, you cannot talk about this, they control your content, all interviews were funneled. It's just like, what is going on there that like it just feels so egregious. I don't know why we would ever like legitimize them or think
I
that
don't think
they're
I'm
helpful in any
legitimizing.
way.
I mean, I think it's helpful to
Well, I'm not
to
go
spread
ahead,
the the lib message, to have me interact with some of these platforms. I mean, they're already legitimate. They get hundreds of thousands of views, way more legitimized than I am, and I'm not doing any legitimizing by going on there. Am I?
I mean, you're legitimizing them to your audience potentially. I mean, right?
Okay, if I'm going, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I think my audience is primed to know where I stand, and to the extent that they like breaking points, they'll hear. I think if there's some kind of anti-liberal thing that's said, I'll push back on it. And even in one of the latest episodes,
it's not even that like an anti-liberal stance, because I think this sort of discussion is kind of, I think Hutch has like a better dichotomy where it's like, I don't even necessarily care if you're not a liberal. Like if you like are a socialist like a Boy, I think that's fine. It's just the way in which you support the Democrats, or the fact that you have to support the Democrats, should be there. Like if you're not doing that, then you view them as the enemy. It's not even that like as abhorrent as I find the things that Hassan says, like, or maybe that's too far, but theoretically, like if he just supported the Dems hardcore, then I'd be like, fuck it, let's, it's fine to have Hassan.
Well,
it's just like,
people say he did vote for Kamala. I don't know if that's true, but like that's not enough for you, right?
Well, no, because he specifically said to his audience, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for. I would just say don't vote for Donald Trump. And, I would say that's just as bad.
Just as bad?
I mean, I remember you specifically well, maybe not just as bad, but it's like 99% of the way there. I remember you going in on Connor for saying that he wasn't going to vote at all instead of voting for Kamala.
Yeah, people do remember that, or some people, hopefully remember that.
Like
I remember.
I don't think like somebody just not voting for Trump.
And it was through bated breath to get. I had to like push him on Twitter to get him to say that he was voting for Kamala.
Yeah, no, that was a good thing. Yeah, I'm not trying to like discount. I'm just saying like,
you wouldn't be like, don't vote for Connor because he wasn't pushing Democrats the whole like strongly enough throughout the entire 2024 election, even though at one point he said he wasn't going to vote for Kamala.
Yeah, no, Connor was specifically taking action to support the Democratic Party, right? Even if he wasn't, I would do what you did, right? It's good. He's supporting the candidate, Kamala, but he's not voting for her. That's kind of dumb. And then you pushed him, and that was a good thing, right? Like in the same way, with Hassan, he wasn't doing anything to support the Democrats. He was talking bad shit about them through the entire campaign, and then he said, just don't vote for Trump. And I feel like all of that is bad.
So the prescription for me is
bad.
You would have a specific prescription is don't go on breaking points unless you're there to contest them in some way, because I'm legitimizing them by engaging in their platform in a kind of synergistic.
Just these people that are like who are not pro Democrats. It's hard. It's hard because even like when I think Lonerbox brought up this point a while back, because I guess the messaging is hard, but it's like, and this is why I would include breaking points even before the article. It's like if you're telling people to vote for Democrats, but you're also saying that it's a genocide, and regardless of the factuality of the matter, like if you maybe it is the case, then you shouldn't support the Dems at all. Like if you're just every day going hard saying this is genocide, this is genocide, this is genocide, but then you go vote for Dems, but the Dems are doing a genocide. It's like, what is the like the messaging feels confusing at that point. I don't know.
And one more thing, if Fox News invited me to talk about Kilmar, Abrego Garcia or something, and I did so without any expectation that it would be pushback, it was just going to be me providing some legal analysis, should I do it?
Well, yeah, because you were doing it in a way that would be opposing the administration, right?
I would be doing that with breaking points too. So help me out there. So if I'm going,
well, does breaking points support the deportation of Kilmar?
No.
Okay, then you would just be doing it in like an agreeable.
Emily kind of does, and Soccer kind of does.
Then I mean maybe the position that or the most optimal way that you could, like, again, you do what you want, you do what you think is the most optimal. I'm just saying for your goals, it doesn't seem, if you're just going on Crystal, but like if you went on with like Emily or Sagar, right, they're gonna push back against on your characterization probably, at least to some extent.
They kind of didn't until I had to like push Sagar and push Emily a little bit in my to find some disagreement, and I actually went out of my way to do that. Like, Emily, do you agree with this or not? And her response got a lot of criticism, so I went out of my way to push a little bit even there at the end, but I didn't push that hard because it was more of an interview than it was like a kind of contentious thing. But again, the question I'm asking is like, if I was being brought on Fox News to give a legal take without any expectation up front of a combative nature, right? And that's what I was being brought up for. The first time I was doing Breaking Points, I didn't know whether they were going to challenge me or not. I mean, I don't fucking know. Would you have a problem with me going on Fox News to give a legal breakdown without any expectation of being contentious?
I mean, no, because it's just inherently you're going to be, just by the position you take is going to be contentious inherently, right? I guess it's harder to say the same for like Breaking Points because they're like a weird sort of mix.
That's what I mean though, right? Like, it would seem weird to have a rule that's more permissive of me doing synergistic content on Fox News than it is Breaking Points. That seems to be like the potential incoherence. Like, why would it be more acceptable for me to do non-contentious discussions or legal breakdowns on something like Fox News or Newsmax or some conservative thing where it's just like a straight up news than it is on Breaking Points? That seems like an incoherence or some kind of something needs to be explained there.
I think it's hard is because like people like to look at things from like the left and right perspective, and I think right now the better perspective is to look at it from establishment versus anti-establishment, and I feel like the anti-establishment is like super toxic, or maybe populist versus non-populist. But
my lens is MAGA, non-MAGA. That's the lens I like to look at it.
I don't think that's helpful because then if it's MAGA, non-MAGA, then you're excluding groups of people that are potentially harmful. Like I would say, like Taylor Lorenz, like Greenwald. I don't know if we would consider him MAGA or just anti-establishment or populist. Like there are other people who I think like would you call Cenk MAGA? Maybe you might call Anna MAGA. But like no, but like you wouldn't.
There's some hard cases,
allies,
like,
right?
but when I criticize them, it's because I think they're being too, pro MAGA and they're being sympathetic to MAGA, and so I do think that there's like, anyway, I'm just saying, it would seem odd to craft a rule that would be more permissive of my conduct on something like Fox News or Newsmax than permissive of my conduct on Breaking Points. I don't understand what would justify that rule.
Well, again, it's just because, like, again, it's like I was saying, it's kind of hard because the Newsmax and Fox are blatantly propagandistic, like right wing, right? They're blatantly. So whatever, we know that you're on the left. So whatever position you go on there to represent, just inherently by you being there is adversarial. Just even if you're not fighting with anybody, even if they just say, okay, thank you, Pisco, and that's the end of it.
Fox News is so obviously right wing that no one's gonna get the wrong message or something.
Yeah. But with Breaking Points, that's why when you bring up Breaking Points, it's harder because it's a mix of like the right and the left there.
So why not the prescription just be like, be true to yourself, be true to your ideals, interact with people to the way that your heart's content, and make your audience aware of what you think. I mean, why do I have to like this seems like such a, I don't know, a complicated set of confounding factors to consider. Like you have to consider, your size versus their size, and whether most people know them to be right wing versus not. Whether,
I think it's hard to put I guess it's hard to put like a fine line on it. But like when you look at Hutch, I don't know if I could necessarily articulate the way he conducts himself with people who are, black pill left. But I feel like it's an appropriate signal to people around him. Like, these people are not trustworthy news sources. They're not helpful to the Democratic Party.
So virtue signal.
Yeah, but I think virtue signaling is important, right? It can be.
It can be, yeah, but like, just be honest about what you're saying. We want you to virtue signal more about X, Y, or Z, and that could be the right thing. Maybe that is the answer, but just like,
maybe that is just the answer. It is the virtue signal. I guess.
Like, you want me to be more openly critical and virtue signal that I'm lib and they're not more often, and if that's the prescription,
it's not even that you're lib. It's just that you support the Dems. But I don't even know. I don't want to get caught up in this weird like feud, but I think you're very obviously pro-dem. It's just like the weird talk around like the Vanguard has like broken people's brains for some reason. I'm just saying like maybe it's more obvious now where people stand on who supports the Dems and who don't after the Taylor Renz article. That's all. I think you're very obviously pro-dem. I think that's
Yeah,
you've made that abundantly
I
clear.
find it funny that people were telling me and accusing me and saying I'm going down this road to just appeal to lefties all the time, and that I wasn't going to stand on business. And then the minute that there's something where I see that the lefty critique is unhinged, I call it out. And now where were all these other people saying that I'm just trying to build alliances with the left-wing people? I'm sure they have another story here where I'm trying to like save my reputation or something like that. But it's just very funny that I think everyone who assumed that I would abandon liberal principles or abandon the Democrats or just be not standing up when I think
part of that just comes from people
very funny,
crazy online. And then I will be honest, I think it probably comes from like Aaron, probably to some extent the fact that you
why
her.
we argue like 80% of the time.
I don't know. I don't watch that too much. But that's probably where that comes from. I'm not going to say whether it's legitimate or not because I don't watch it, but that's probably where that. I'm not.
I mean, I also spend an inordinate
but
amount of time with libs on Lib and Learn. I also spend a lot of time arguing with conservatives, hanging out with them. So. You really think
I don't think you're like sweeping or doing anything shady. I think you're very obviously pro-dem. Like again, it's all that matters. Like I said, it doesn't even matter if you're a socialist. It just matters if you're pro-dem. Like
so, you're not telling me I should cancel my show with Aaron, right?
No, I don't. Unless there's something I'm not aware of that is like she's like every day she's like don't vote for the Dems. That
she literally voted for Kamala. And
no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless there's something like that, but.
All right, sick.
Yeah. Anyways.
No, because it seems like a lot of people are like, cancel show. It feels like that's, some people are saying it, but whenever I talk to someone, they shy away from that in voice as a prescription, but yeah.
I mean, I will say I saw some of her coverage with you over the Lorenz article, and it seemed ridiculous the way that she was trying to redefine funnel. But
ultimately, she agreed with me there, and it just took a little bit of. I think you guys are like way too quick to jump on like the bad faith. Ultimately, she agreed with me on that, and we were just like giving different examples and shit. And yeah, I was exasperated. I don't think I was at my best in that conversation. I think I was like very, very frustrated. But
I think to be fair to you, I think you're frustrated because I think she was being bad faith. Like redefining funnel to mean like you're just running it by. I feel like that's a ridiculous redefining of that word. But I mean, obviously you have more time with this person, so maybe but I think that's bad faith. That's such an obvious like use of that word, even that Lorenz cleared up when I think she talked with Greenwald. That's like, why are we what are we doing here?
Yeah, well, what can I say? Hey, thank you so much for the conversation. Anything else?
Yep. Nope. Have a good day.
Later, bro.
Adios.
All right, we got I think this is the last caller. What up? How we doing?
Hold on. How you doing?
Is it Tornadre, or how do I pronounce it?
Tornadre.
Oh, have we spoken before?
We have a couple times.
All right. How you doing, Ming?
Both, they were good. The first one you said was one of the best conversations you had.
Oh,
so
sick.
I'm priming you so you don't lose your shit, okay?
Yeah. Hit me.
So, I feel like you're resistant in some of this way, so I want to walk you down through it, but I'm burnt out from 5 hours of your streaming, so I'm just gonna tell you. I have the prescription, okay?
Yeah.
It's locked in.
Locked and loaded.
So you don't need to not go on breaking points. You don't need to cancel your show with Aaron. The prescription is be careful who you give credibility to on your platforms. So when you're on breaking points, you are trying to build credibility for yourself. So the risk there is people will, from their audience, not like you. Well, you haven't lost anything. But if they do like you, then they'll come to your show and then you can leverage that power. But when you have the Vanguard come on your show and you give them, quote unquote, too much credibility, and I'm not saying this, I'm just saying this is the prescription. I'm trying to translate for everybody. And I tend to agree with this, but anyway, then people in your audience might go to the Vanguard and say, oh yeah, they seem chill. and get radicalized by them. Now, all of this is important. You can take this prescription or not. I'm saying you should take this prescription if your goal is to help the democratic movement, because people like Crystal, Emma Vigeland, the Vanguard, I think have proven that they are harming the democratic movement just by this chorus stuff, in seeing the fallout and how David Pakman has lost subscribers and Brian has lost subscribers. I feel like putting a wedge on the left side of stuff now is by definition harming the movement.
Okay. Be careful who you give credibility to. And if I say, I think I've fulfilled that prescription.
Cool. If you say I like that prescription, that's what I'm going to try to do, and you feel like you're doing a good job of it, wonderful.
I do.
Like I said, I'm not taking a specific side. I think that most people would disagree with you and say you gave too much credibility to
who? When you
to
say
Vanguard.
when you say credibility, do you mean, what do you mean by? I thought I understood credibility to be like too much.
Oh, I have another example.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by credibility. Like,
Sure.
I'm understanding, be careful who you give credibility to. It's like, be careful who you like endorse or who you sign off on their views or something, or who you say is good, as opposed to give credibility in the sense of like assuming that they're good faith. Is that the notion of credibility that you're using?
No, I think it's the former.
Okay.
The thing that you said, sort of endorse or yeah, give credence to their views.
Mhm.
So you said Taylor Lorenz has some good articles, and that you would say, oh yeah, you should listen to her opinion on this.
Right.
I think that that's a very dangerous thing to do, because
Why?
I'm going to tell you,
my bad.
if you know that she has printed falsehoods multiple times in the past, then how can you in good conscience recommend her articles? Because how can you trust that other people will be able to discern truth from fact, or truth from lie or falsehood, even if you feel confident? And then also, how can you be so confident what's true versus a falsehood without independently fact checking everything she's done, if she's proven this track record, which I think she has? And then if you do have to independently fact check it, then what's her value anyway?
I guess I would just say, when I would recommend, like if I say, I think Taylor Lorenz I don't like Taylor Lorenz, blah, 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 blah. However, I do like this article that she has, or I do like this opinion I feel like I'm cabining or qualifying my opinion in a way that anyone who listens to it understands exactly on what terms I agree with Taylor, and isn't being like, I don't feel like I am unnecessarily or kind of like without qualification co-signing her. If I just say, for example, I think Taylor Lorenz has a lot of great points on free speech, or Glenn Greenwald has a lot of great points on this due process issue for Kilmar, I think that I'm limiting it a little bit.
Yep. Okay, so I disagree. I don't think you're limiting it there. I think you are very close. So if you say, I think Taylor Lorenz has great points on free speech, that's the part where you're giving her credibility, right? So you're endorsing her. If all you do is put a tag at the end, say, but I've also seen she has a lot of like sketchy articles where she's made a lot of stuff up, then that's I think the caveat that's important. I don't think the truth of your initial agreeing with her is as important as the sort of warning, like, don't.
Yeah, I think I do
believe
that.
everything you say.
I think, for example, I say,
And if you do, that's
I
great.
don't like Taylor. I think she hates Democrats. I don't agree with her on this stuff. But
Yeah,
I think she's
I
good
just
on
used
X,
Taylor
Y, Z.
because
Yeah.
it had just come up with the previous
Okay.
caller, and I wrote that down as
And for Vanguard and for Hassan, I could say much of the same thing. And for Hassan, I was like, I think I've been pretty ruthless in previous.
I agree. You have been with Hassan. I don't think you have with Vanguard, but I would say that you are, pretty neutral. You don't talk about them much, but when you had them on your show, I thought that you lent them credibility, and I'm pretty frustrated because they hopped on this course stuff, affirmed many of the lies, and what's also frustrating is the people reporting on the Taylor Lorenz article are inserting even more lies.
Right. Yeah.
And it's very, very frustrating to see the left, quote unquote, tear itself apart. That assumes that there is a coalition between the left and liberals, which there isn't. And it's very frustrating because it's perfect for MAGA, because the whole point is Trump's been distracted by all of his fumbles. Well, now we have a huge one on our hands. So meanwhile, Trump can, get away with a lot more.
Well, I appreciate that prescription. I'll think about it a little bit more. I think I'm fulfilling it, but maybe people can think differently. So what you're telling me is I shouldn't raid into the Surfs TV.
Oh, I definitely would say you should not. No.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Go
I have
for it.
one
more
really,
thing.
really
Go
quick
for it.
other thing, which you said your framework is MAGA versus non-MAGA.
Mhm.
And I think Gauntlet just pushed back on that. I also agree that that's not a good framework because you can be against MAGA but still help MAGA, meaning not you personally, but let's say Cenk is against MAGA. He's a non-MAGA person, but he helps MAGA. So he doesn't like Trump, but his actions
Right, but to the extent
only
that
help Trump.
to the extent to which she's bad, it's helping MAGA or
Correct. That's what I'm
being-
saying. So
okay.
I'm saying I don't think that you should align yourself with Cenk because he helps MAGA, even though he is a non-MAGA person. That's all. It's a very like nitpicky point, but as long
Okay,
as
I just mean like when people say it's populist versus non-populist, I'm willing to ally with because I don't think populism is the ultimate evil. I think that there's some populist people I'm willing to help out if they're fundamentally anti-MAGA. And so that, I guess what I mean is like, what am I targeting for? What am I trying to prevent? I'm trying to prevent entrenchment of MAGA, not entrenchment.
Yeah, and I think
of populism.
why people are upset is because they think that you might be shooting yourself in the foot because if you include leftists in the coalition who end up betraying by blowing up this chorus stuff, or
they
something,
could just disagree, right? Like they could just disagree on chorus. You know, there are people who disagree, who think dark money is bad and libs should never take.
but that's not
money.
the problem. The problem is the lying, I think.
Okay, yeah, the problem's the lying.
If all the shows that I saw were the same prescription you had about disclosure, that'd be fine. But that's not what I've seen from Emma, from the Vanguard, and from Crystal. They like inserted other lies, and it's very frustrating. I just saw Hutch cover Emma, and she said,
"What did she say?
That there were no pro-Palestinian voices in chorus."
She said that?
Yeah, she just made it up.
We'll have to call her out on that, huh?
I mean, that's your choice. But if you invite her on Live and Learn, then that's where I would say you should.
All right,
on your platform. But yeah, definitely go on Breaking Points because that only helps your movement because
they can give me
look good and you
credibility.
can make liberalism look good. Yeah.
All right. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
I
Okay.
appreciate it. Take care.
Later. Hey guys, much appreciated. I gotta bounce. Stuff is happening. I can't announce it yet, but hopefully we'll be able to announce something in the next few days. Much love to all of you. Let me see if I have. I'm gonna raid into someone. So just chill real quick, and we'll raid into this guy. Give him a follow, why not? And I love you guys very much. Stay cool, you bastard.